Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio, and welcome to day 9 of a one-day build. I'm right there with you. So the fact of the matter is that we have got a guitar. This is Boba Fett. My seating's a little bit too low for this shenanigans. This is Boba Fett. We're pretty much there. I took a stepped fretboard from the Bond Electroglide factory in the 1980s. When the factory closed down, a bunch of them went to the market. A fan of ours sent them to me, and I love them. And I finally got around to using it. Super cool fretboard. I took that as the basis with your help, because this guitar was designed by committee. And it's turned out amazingly in spite of that. Or because of that. Let's go. The only issue that we had is it's got a headstock with a headless system. Turns out that we could have made a proper headless instrument, and I think one day we're going to have to, because that it really does lend itself to that idea. There's some light battle damage on the aluminium front. There's a rosewood interstitial section. I need to do a little bit of sanding on the edges of that to clear where the stain went. Last week we fine sanded for a whole day and came to the conclusion that the sanding process on a guitar does not need to be live streamed. Not in the slightest, not ever, not at all. It just doesn't. But we did that. We applied a coat of the new Crimson Vibrant Stunning Stains. This is the Ox Blood. And there we are. So since then, off camera, I spent a couple of minutes just sanding the inside of this spring bath. We're going to stain in there in a minute and do a little bit of cleaning up. But that is it. Today, I am going to be finishing this build. And I'm pretty sure I said that last week and the week before and the week before and the week before, but you know, it is what it is. Now that brings to mind what is happening next. Next week, a week today, I'm going to be doing a full live stream design session. We are going to be going through the designing of a guitar from start to finish. I've already chosen all of the materials I want to use. I've already got some fantastic handmade pickups on the way, which I will be unboxing during the stream. And we will design the guitar from scratch. I don't have a clue what I want to do, except for the fact that it needs to be semi-hollow. And it needs to be built actually in one day. So that will then be a week today, and then the following Sunday will be an epic one-day full build, live stream build on the Sunday, where more people can get involved, and I will finish it in one day. And yeah. Haha. No, we'll do it. We will do it. It'll be fine. In other news, Great Guitar Build-Off has been launched. Now the Great Guitar Build-Off website is live. I'm sure we're going to get a bunch of questions on how we're doing it and suggestions on how we can finesse it. I'm surprised. Talitha, you're in the background there. Hi, Talitha. How are you? Say hi, Talitha.
Hi, Talitha.
There we go. Okay, so I'm going to stop that joke because it really is a bad joke.
Yeah, you didn't do it right anyway.
No, I didn't do it right on purpose. Then I thought, oh no, you're going to be disappointed that I didn't do the joke, and it's a problem. Anyway.
I'm just disappointed in general.
So Talitha is currently manning the keyboards in the background, and will send any super chat questions. Any and all super chat questions will be answered absolutely. The just standard chat, we try and answer questions, but it floats by our eyeballs very rapidly. I struggled last night with 150 people watching on the standard Q&A live stream, and these streams here tend to have somewhere near 1,000. So yeah, it's a problem. But there we go. That's a message saying that Talitha's mic is off.
It's not off. I'm just particularly quiet today.
Don't be particularly quiet today, Talitha. Are you sure?
It's not muted.
Okay, fair enough.
Lights seem fine. There's no need for batteries.
Okay, sound is very crackly. Talitha's mic is off. Talitha, mute your mic if you wouldn't mind.
Muted.
Okay, Talitha's you're probably running out of battery. Potentially.
It says it was, but then it was 3 the other day when it was 1.
Yeah, never believe it. Never believe it. Now, is my microphone still crackly? Talitha's is now all the way off. Oh, fine. She's just passing it to me. There we go. Audio issues. Crackly audio is no more a problem at this point. Fantastic. Okay, so yes, you've been running out of batteries, I think, and as you run out of batteries, somehow it gets crackly. Now, we are looking at getting a non-lapel mic system for the person running the computer, so we'll have a push-to-talk button there rather than the always-on lapels. And, well, it's a constant finessing and growing and adjustment of what we're doing till we get to a perfect stream. So there we go. Okay, now I need to get another battery charger. We go through so many batteries and I can't leave them charging overnight because I don't want to fire. Talk.
There's a question, Jonas Carlson saying day 9, have I missed day 8? Can you explain what happened with day 8?
So that's a very good point. Day 8, there was an issue. There was a problem. So day 8 went live. That was last week. It was almost entirely sanding. It was very boring, and a little bit of other bits and pieces, but mainly sanding and talking. It was live, and then it was pointed out that I'd made a horrendous mistake on the stream. Not an embarrassing mistake. Something was revealed that should not be revealed, and I, thanks to the Discord and to Creeverai who let us know. So we tried to edit that out, which is just a couple of minutes of editing, and.
So YouTube has this inbuilt editor where you can trim and blur things out, and it's fairly decent, but not for a 9-hour live stream. It just didn't work. So yeah, and then editing that externally, cutting out the issue.
So we were going to edit it, cut the issue out, and then upload it.
Well, the export alone will take 9 hours, and the upload for a 65 gigabyte video would have been ridiculous.
Especially with your horrific internet where you are,
Yeah.
and even on Crimson's internet that would have been an issue.
Yeah.
But the end result was that the actual day was, well, it was horrendously boring. Now, Talitha, answer me, is that entire episode, that entire day has now been super edited down into an episode of this? Is that the episode that went live this weekend?
No, it will be. That episode...
I'm so out of touch.
The video that went live on Sunday, to give the GGBO announcement video enough time, was already 50 minutes long when we gave Bear day 8.
Okay.
So it's going to be super edited into what
the final
goes
episode
on today.
Okay, so there we go. You're still going to see the footage, you're still going to see what happens, but it's just sanding and yeah, it's just a little bit of sanding, essentially. So yeah, I'm not, nothing really has been missed, I hope. And in fact, so as I said in the introduction, we've got to a point where I've realised that apparently the audio issues are back.
Yeah, Rich Garner says audio crackle is your mic, Ben. Sounds like the mic isn't plugged in all the way.
Yeah, no, the mics are plugged in all the way. So sorry, people.
Is it, you had the guitar in your hands the first time and then it propped up on your shoulder now? Was it rubbing up against the mic?
Maybe. Well, I've moved it now, and the thing. So this is a new mic This is a new microphone that's in. It is the microphone I was using last night with no audio issues. These things just tend to crop up. I think actually wearing a t-shirt, I need to cut holes in my t-shirt about here and just have the microphone through and have holy t-shirts.
Well, they've been on your body, so they are holy.
Don't you dare. Don't even jest. I do YouTube because I love YouTube. I don't do YouTube because I'm a megalomaniacal, self-obsessed twat. Like Putin. Hey, look at that. We're 11 minutes and 15 seconds in and I'm going political. Haha.
Yeah, stop it. So, Super Chat
Yeah.
from Sawdust Passion
Sawdust
about
Passion.
GGBO.
Okay, I thought we'd get there. So actually, just before we even get to the question, I suspect I know what it's going to be about. I had a great big long live stream yesterday on the Extras channel, and it ended up being talking about GGBO quite a lot. And I think I made some decisions. Now, I was very tired. And in fact, they were saying, Ben, you look like a grumpy little boy right now. So they were telling me to go to bed because I was very tired. But no, I've had a few ideas that I'm going to pass by the team tomorrow and probably implement. But anyway, what's your question?
Sawdust Passion would like to know, if I mess up a scratch build, can I switch to kit?
Okay, that wasn't the question I was expecting, sir. Ma'am, Sawdust Passion. Either, don't care. Yes, now that is something where your entire profile on the GGBO website will be on the scratch side. So we would have to manually go in. You would have to email us. We would do it free of charge. We would transfer you over to the other competition, etc. And it wouldn't be an issue. But you would have to get in touch and we would have to do it. I've given, I think it's 7 or 8 months of time actually between the judging and now. So hopefully you would be able to recover. So yeah, but yeah, that being said, absolutely. I mean, we just want to see people building guitars.
And the freestyle, we want to see people go absolutely out of the box.
We really do. Now, I'm not sure if that category is going to be particularly well.
I am slowly going through the orders and
Taken up.
inviting people into the builders area, the forum, and
Why are you doing that? I thought that our mother, was supposed to be doing that.
we've got 90 orders to go through initially. Once we've gone through the bulk of it, she'll be able to do the week by week stuff.
Okay, and she has a lot of emails as well of people asking.
Yes, lots of queries, lots of should I be in the scratch build or professional, should I do freestyle? So we're answering queries as much as we can today. We're sending out discount codes, and we will get on top of things by the end of this week.
Okay. Oh, that is the other thing. Just rapidly. Rapidly? Me? Never. He says digressing already. If you cannot afford to enter, if you cannot afford the 50 quid entrance fee, that is not necessarily the end of things. Drop us an email. We will subsidize it back down to the 25 quid entry that it was last year. If that really is a make or break for you entering the competition. We would rather see a build done and only break even than, and hopefully, make the 25 back on voting or whatever, than have you not in the competition. So, yeah. Sorry to leave. I digressed. Carry on.
That's right. Just to say that I am working my way through the 90 odd people. Wow, there's also orders for t-shirts. So not necessarily 90 people in the competition so far, but that's the number of orders we have.
Okay, so orders for t-shirts, that is to say each builder is sent a link to order an exclusive, if they like, an exclusive t-shirt for their particular category. that it will only be available to people who have entered that category. So going back to Sawdust Passion, if you have the t-shirt, you might be the one person, if you do end up changing categories, you might be the one person who's, or one of the very few people eligible for both t-shirts.
Or just put a bit of masking tape over the coat and write it in yourself.
Yeah, something like that.
But I've already seen people have signed up for the freestyle. Not many. As you said in the announcement video, it's probably 2/3 of the entrants are already in the scratch. Several in the kit.
Okay.
A few in the freestyle. Lots of questions about whether people should enter the professional that we will be responding to and clarifying.
Okay. I'm just fiddling with your microphone.
Yeah, I see that.
Well, sorry, I'm talking to the people, really. If it's tied around there too tight, that might cause it to break. Microphones, sound, audio quality, bane of my existence. That and sanding. Okay, Creever Eye's telling me it's basically okay.
Okay. Sawdust Passion has sent another super chat saying, I won't, but it will be my first ever neck. So you won't mess up the scratch build?
You won't mess up the scratch build. Fantastic.
I can't wait to see your neck.
Yeah, this is the thing, and this is why we've got a professional category now, is because there are so many people who are doing this as... I am so very aware with the requirement for a deadline and eyeballs to make me actually get off my ass and do anything. I love making stuff. I've also got about 14 million projects I want to do, and not a single one would ever get finished if I didn't have you guys saying, Ben, where's the end of this one-day episode? Because we're 100 days in.
Talking and not doing.
I'm making jokes and not doing. Anyway, yeah, so, well, let's have a quick look here. So you can see I've been sanding down the edge of that, but there's still stain on the inside edge, and I just need to get rid of that for the most part prior to applying the guitar finishing oil.
See if you've masked that off.
If I'd masked that off, the stain would still have seeped under the masking and been utterly uncontrollable.
Okay.
So I'm even... Okay. I do need some 3M fine line tape in this workshop. I don't have any. I don't think we even have any at Crimson anymore for some reason. It seems to have been, well, walked off with. But yeah, fine line 3M plastic masking tape, properly burnished down, and the stain should not seep underneath it. Masking tape is used for thick paints and sprays and things like that. A very thin water-based stain goes, book, and it actually pulls it under.
Sound effect.
Absolutely, with that sound effect. It's out of the human hearing.
Range,
yeah, there we go. But thunk is the noise that it makes. And as it goes, it's saying, fuck you, I'm going to mess up your finish. I'm sorry.
No swearing in the live stream.
I'm sorry.
JS Trucking, who's been a member for 9 months, has sent a message.
Thank you very much, JS Trucking. I do appreciate your support.
He'll be supporting you more. I will be sharing my Workbench plans for you to use if you choose to replace the current wobbly home studio bench.
I reserve the right not to use them, but basically I've already designed what I am planning on doing. I will, however, take inspiration from yours. I've read 3 whole Workbench books by everybody from Michael Schwartz to another 2 guys whose names I forget, and looked at a number of other YouTube videos, including, I'm pretty sure I've seen photos of your bench in the chat. Yeah, I've had some ideas. So I'm not likely to use it entirely, but I will take inspiration from it. Okay.
Another super chat from Afterlife Guitars,
Howdy.
who just wanted to say, Ben, you're awesome. Thanks for inspiring me to get involved.
Thank you for getting involved and for your kind words. I am always embarrassed when people say nice things like that and there's no actual question involved. But yeah, no, congratulations for getting involved and thank you very much for that. I can't wait to see what happens. Yours is a username that I actually recognise, and this is the thing. So, due to basically a year's worth of live streams now, and the people that get involved with these live streams, I'm starting to know your names, which is a major achievement for me because I'm terrible with names. And when I see those people involved in GGBO, it's going to be, oh, I know that person. They ask me questions all the time, and it becomes far more personal for me. Whereas last year, most of the people involved, I just had no real clue who they were, apart from, you know, one or two. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this year.
JS Trucking says, you haven't seen anything yet. I haven't posted any pictures or videos
Okay.
of the workbench.
I apologise, it must be Sweet Tea Guitars or somebody else like that. I have had a few workbenches sent through. So there we go.
Also super chats from Dave Edmonds, The Artful Todger, and Mark Jennings.
The Artful Todger, was
Yep.
that? Fantastic. I don't know what that means, but I like it.
So Dave Edmonds, Ben, love the channel. Would you ever consider making a ukulele?
I do think that to completely put me out of my comfort zone, yeah, I think a ukulele build would be a really good idea.
And hurdy-gurdy?
Sorry, was there a question there?
Is that your idea book?
This is an idea book. I have many of them, but yes, that is the idea book.
So the Artful Todger
Okay.
says, hey Ben,
Hey.
Maker Central in the UK. Are you there both days? Will Crimson and Vintage Tool Shop have stands?
Yes and yes. Now, if there's anything in particular that you want from either Crimson or the Vintage Tool Shop, if you have something that you would like to pick up at the show, it may be better for you to order it beforehand and just ask us to bring it up to save shipping, to guarantee stock. We'd be more than happy to do that. I will be there both days. I won't be on the Crimson stand all the time. I'm going to be doing a live kit build, I think. We're still finessing it. But there'll be a live kit build on the Triton power stand. Which, if it goes according to plan, we're going to try and get signed by as many makers there, and somebody will be winning that kit on day 2. Or somebody will be winning it and the winner will be announced on day 2. So yeah, it's going to be an epic thing. There's going to be a major prize pool there, all sorts of tools and gifts and things. This prize is in collaboration not just with Triton, but with Maker Central themselves. So it's going to be a fairly cool and fairly major part of the thing, which yeah, I'm very much looking forward to. Yeah, there we go. This is awkward because we've got a double level where the aluminium goes off. I'm using my finger as a depth stop, but there's 2 depths. Dang damn it.
Super chat from Mark Jennings.
Mark Jennings
Says, I'm not entering, but I will be using it as a spur to get the 5-year-old build completed, in air quotes.
Good man.
Just like Bun completes builds.
So, I mean, I've got you beat. I've got builds that are longer than that. But yes, Mark, you need to compete next year. Hell, I do think that you should just compete this year. Call it a kit build, and you're starting with a build that past you started.
Okay, we have had emails
Yeah.
to that effect saying, I don't know how old the guitar was, but like I started a build last year, it stalled. If I complete it, is that technically a kit category?
Okay, so I said that as a joke. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's a scratch build.
But so Mum and I had a massive argument.
Don't argue with Mother. She knows where you sleep.
I know that. If a guitar was started in January, can it still be entered?
Yes, I think so.
If a guitar was started in October last year, can it still be entered?
I don't know.
It's
difficult, isn't it?
It is.
I want to know what side of the argument you were on, so I don't annoy
say
you.
it has to be. I was actually saying you have to start your guitar after the launch video, which was Friday.
There are so many people who knew what the competition was happening, and they've started it, and they've started planning, and they've started buying stuff and all that jazz.
Planning's fine, yes.
Yes, of course.
That's what I think, but build should be this year minimum.
Do a poll. See what the people think. How many people do we have watching at the moment?
469.
Okay, cool. People, tell us. Let us know what you think. Look, in an ideal world, yes, Talitha, you would be right. Nobody starts until you've got the permission, so you know what the rules are and all that. Absolutely. But this isn't a marathon. This isn't an SAT test or something like that. This is a competition that, while there are actually, I hope, going to be some pretty, well, I mean, there's going to be cash prizes this time, and it's, getting a little bit more serious. It's still just a bit of fun. So I don't want to be dictatorial too much, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and it's tricky also because, as you said in the video, the reason that the builders area, the forum on the website where people would be posting updates of their builds and everything, that is opening to the public on April 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And as
my wedding anniversary.
Yes. As you pointed out, and as we've seen, people have paid the entrance fee from the day the video went live. But there will be people who are going to join at the end of May.
There will be people who are going to be joining in August. So that is a very important thing, actually, Talitha. We do need to add a few bits to the bit of paper. But one of the things is that we will be closing entrance at some point. Now, on the kit section, we're probably going to close it a month before the end. On the scratch build section, I think we're going to close entry, say 2 months before the end of the build, so that you do have time to do it. That's something that Stephen brought up.
Yeah, good thinking.
Okay.
Ooh, more super chats, and also chat from Franz Truter, who's been a member for 10 months.
Franz Truter, OG.
Says, hey fam, today, question.
Yeah.
Would you maybe do a video on sharpening your own bandsaw hand saw blades?
Okay. All it really is replicating what's already there with a file. Okay. For the most part, I am not the person.
Hold on a second. Lots of people saying buffering. Buffering.
We seem fine. Our cache is perfectly fine.
My laptop's doing something funny. I tried to set the pole and it's just buffering.
Ooh, I've got some batteries
And
done.
it's probably not a good idea to refresh this page, right?
We'll take a photograph of the super chats because if you refresh it, you'll lose
Yeah, there's
those.
loads, so I'll leave it. There's loads of super chats.
Okay, so here we go. This is a message. Buffering was just for a moment. Talitha, put your volume up 1 or 2 because you are fairly quiet still. Okay, so the buffering. Talitha, in the future, if people say buffering, don't stop the whole stream. Just click live and see what it's looking like on your thing.
And my lapel, the volume control is on the receiver over there.
Okay, well, come over here and do it then. You don't mind being on camera. I've got guitars to build, yo.
Also...
Sorry, no, we were in the middle of answering a question by Franz about bandsaws. Okay. Paul Sellers. Paul Sellers on YouTube. Peter Sellers. Which one? It's Paul. I get my Peters and Pauls all confused. He's the man. He is the man. He has created the single most illuminating series of videos on saw sharpening that I have ever seen. Blew my mind. Watch those. Bandsaw blades. We've got a company. I was in Wareham with the children. So Wareham is probably 15, 20 miles away from Crimson Guitars headquarters. I was in Wareham with the family the other day. And walked across a junction in the road, and I waved at a guy in a van, and the kids are like, well, yeah, no, he's my saw sharpening guy. Davenport saws, they sharpen our bandsaw blades. And we then drove to Crimson headquarters, and we're parked at headquarters unloading some stuff and doing bits and pieces, and the same van pops up next door to pick up some bandsaws. At
Plankbridge.
At Plankbridge next door, yeah. But no, we've got a company that sharpens our bandsaws for us. It is much, much more. Talitha, you turn me up, not you. Thanks, Crew.
These lapel mics used to be labelled A and B, and of course they're not anymore. So I'm going to turn you down to like 5, right?
Okay. Yeah, the companies that do it with the machines that do it much faster and better than I could do it by hand. They can also re-weld blades that have snapped, which is quite interesting. But yeah, check out Paul Sellers because he really does have some amazing videos on the subject. Of hand saws, at least. I don't think he's done bandsaw blades, but the principles are the same.
Super chat from the big unit who says, don't forget to add a dune build to your ideas tome.
That one doesn't even need to be written down. I'm looking forward to watching the new movie again. Basically, the entire time I was watching that for the first time, I'm thinking, this should be a guitar, this should be a guitar, this should be a guitar, this should be a guitar. It is 100% there. Now, I think we're going to spend a year doing Lord of the Rings builds, or maybe we'll do... Oh, I don't know. It's incredible how much there is to do, isn't there?
Comment in the super chat, in the just general chat, talking about so much to do, was you said no sanding, and
I know.
in the first 35 minutes of this you've sanded.
Yeah, because I didn't. I've been in the workshop. The only time I've been in the workshop this week has been to sort out some new lighting. I hadn't actually really looked at this guitar until 20 minutes or half an hour before the live stream, in which I sanded the inside of that cavity. And then when I picked it up, as soon as the cameras actually started, that's when I realised, oh poop, I'm just going to clean down this bit. So if I teach you nothing else, it's that you really do need to plan ahead as much as possible.
And there's always something else you have to sand.
Okay, Max, sound is a little wrong. How so?
Super chat from Gavin Lee.
Gavin Lee, how are you?
He says, hi Ben and Talitha, I met you both in Camera Centre the other day. Would love to do some video work with you guys.
Oh, I'm tripping over. The last thing you want to trip over is a box full of chisels. Yes, Gavin. That was an incredible day. It was great fun, and the sound's fine. I sent a chat to Max asking him something, and Stephen's like, that sounds a little, and anyway,
so it's not the
it
sound,
was the comment
just...
that sounded a little wrong, not
yeah,
the
okay.
lol. And I just said lol IRL. Somebody needs to beat me. Okay, you stayed. No, no, we're good. Okay, sorry, where were we? What did
Gavin
you just
Lee,
say? Gavin, yes,
Camera
Camera
Centre Cardiff.
Camera Centre Cardiff. So that was great fun. We went to... Okay, so basically what happened was I filmed a horrific video for... Okay, you can move that camera now. I've moved the...
Yeah, it was on 2 legs.
2 legs is fine as long as it's staying on 2 legs.
Oh, that was dangerous.
I stay on 2 legs all the time, Talitha. Come on. By the way, have you seen my new tripod from Camera Centre?
It's cool.
It's amazing. No, so Talitha, for the GGBO announcement video, I filmed pretty much my worst video ever. It was huge amounts of information. I didn't have a script set up, and I didn't do it well at all.
And for the first time, I've actually got the outtakes where Ben swore on camera
Multitude.
and didn't delete them.
So this new system, it's all recording straight to a terabyte SSD rather than onto cards on the cameras. And I have always gone, and if there's been a take I didn't like, just deleted it to save time for Talitha. Now I can't do that now. Anyway, this video was horrible. Talitha spent 3 days editing it, including at least one night staying up till 3 a.m. And then on day 4, I phoned up and said, look, let's just start again from scratch.
With a script, the second time.
With a, yeah, I mean, we're not only with a script, with you in the room saying, yes, that one's good. Yeah, an editor is a very good thing. Anyway, apparently I made you cry, or maybe fake cry.
Oh, it was close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, poor me. Ben's maybe do. Oh. Anyway, I took you out to Cardiff for the day with Orson. I needed a new tripod for the camera. For my new camera, I needed a memory card, and we are changing the way we do. Well, what's on the bench itself has been retired on Crimson Guitars. Okay, Talitha's exclaiming with glee. And we needed a new camera for
the student room.
For the student room, for them to actually do some filming themselves in there. And we went to my favourite camera store in Cardiff, Camera Centre, Cardiff, and met. It was great fun. So I'm standing there, the manager's standing there. one of the guys, probably this man,
Gavin.
said, "Oh, Gavin, I'm a fan, Ben. Been watching you for years. I like cameras more than I like you now, but hey." And the manager's like, "Okay, that's interesting." And then about 10 minutes later, another one of his staff comes over and says, "Oh, Ben, I've been a fan forever." And the manager's like, "All right." Anyway, it was very, very gratifying. I love it when stuff like that happens.
And it's always fun to talk about cameras and gear.
Oh, cameras and gear and videos and working together and stuff. So yes, I'm very much looking forward to doing something. We should talk. We most definitely should talk. I also need to start answering my emails.
Yeah, you also need to finish sanding.
I'm so close.
The reason I gasped was Matt Roman said, "You came to Cardiff and didn't hit me up for a pint? I thought we were besties."
We are besties. We are doing that. I had my 11-year-old in tow. See, I nearly didn't even say where I went because I didn't want to insult you. No, I am going to be back up. I'm assuming you have actually emailed. I'm going to be back up in Cardiff in probably 2 or 3 weeks' time, and we do need to organise something because we really do. Okay, so speaking of that, I've only had 2 very small cups of coffee today.
Do you need a refill?
Just wondering. Okay. Okay, fine. Let's stain the inside of this control cavity first. Not control cavity, spring bath.
Talking about staining, super chat from Paul Needs says, "I think hiding most of that rosewood is criminal."
No, I think it's a flex, really. I've got all this rosewood, and it's just there as a. It's just a hint. Sorry, I agree. There are a few people who feel the same way, but it's there. It can be seen. You know what it is. I've lost a whole box of gloves somewhere.
You're actually going to use PPE?
I use PPE all the time.
Just often have to be reminded after the case. Anyway,
that is the thing.
We also need to welcome a new member to All That Jazz, Minotaur Guitars.
Minotaur Guitars, welcome to the chaos. These are medium gloves. I'm not sure why I've got them in my workshop because I don't really have medium hands. Huh.
So,
Ew.
This poll completely failed and is...
Maybe that was the buffering. Maybe that was what caused the buffering.
Maybe. So if I refresh this, there's no more super chats. If I refresh this...
Do you have to refresh it in order to...
I don't know. It's frozen half the screen.
Oh, you have to refresh then. We'll see. Okay, anyway. Let's actually crack on with the build because I do want to finish this today.
My concern is it's not going to...
No, it's not going to destroy the
stream.
The stream. I sincerely hope.
Matt says, all good, just playing with you. My details are in the email I sent you.
Fantastic. No, it's I'm planning on a very cool day out in the not too distant future with Tom and adults, etc. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Cool. I'm back.
Now, last week we had an issue where the whole stream failed and died, and everybody was actually buffering, and there was all sorts of issues. And it turns out that what the issue was that the little CPU inside the Atom Mini Pro had died, and we had to restart the. Well, I had to restart that, and it still didn't actually kill the stream. Now, Talitha, on your settings there, you've got on the settings page, you've got a button to push that says automatically start and automatically stop the stream. And if we had auto stop selected, then when this CPU went down, the stream would have ended.
Okay.
But we very carefully don't have that right now.
Cool.
Because that has happened in the past.
Oh dear.
Some of our earliest streams were an absolute, yeah, nightmare.
Rich Ether, the actual winner of this guitar,
Yes, hi.
has just joined to say
But
morning.
he's decided to just give me the guitar and I can just keep it
No.
forever because I love it so much. I love it, I love it, I love it. Sorry.
So does he.
You
Morning.
You should.
Unfortunately, I don't get to watch today as I'm at work. Hope you all have fun. I hope, Rich, that you're able to tune in at the end of the day to see the final finished, as long as Ben actually finishes.
I am going to finish. Well, so Rich, we've got everything sorted now. We know what we're doing. We're not. There's no major changes. We've got three mini toggles going on, or going in, so that you've got utter total control over the whole guitar, and yeah. You're not. I don't think you're going to miss anything except for whatever I say. Brushes. Ooh, let's just not drop that. But I have no doubt that you're going to love this in the end.
Yeah, in the end.
We've got a mini brush.
Welcome, new member to All That Jazz, Daznik.
Daznik.
Daznik. Daznik.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining.
We really, really, really do appreciate your support. It's memberships and things like that, and actually just watching the videos really that means that we can keep on doing this thing. So if you haven't yet, click like and subscribe.
Yeah, click like. 578 people viewing, 152 likes.
Oh, I don't like those. I don't like those metrics.
Super chat from the big unit.
I really love that guy.
Can I send 30 hours of build video to Talitha and shoot her a generous donation to super edit my poop show? I have zero experience with editing video.
We have zero experience with poop shows, thank you very much. Okay, now you actually have hit on a serious thought that I have had with regards to GGBO. I am seriously considering whether we could, because this is a common issue, whether we could actually start some sort of a production side of either GGBO or Crimson or something, where for a fee we edit for people. Hell, I mean the big problem is the big problem is that's a very, very in-demand service, and it would rapidly become bigger than both GGBO and Crimson combined if we let it. But yeah, there are people who are not competing because they are intimidated by editing, and believe me, I understand. Now, Talitha, you don't have time, but we do have the resources to potentially do something like that, if it's financially viable, basically. I don't know if we should. That's the problem. It's just like, so Vintage Tool Shop was a good idea and a little, just a side project because I can't seem to say no to things, although I'm learning that that's part of having ADHD as much as anything else. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. And yeah, it became this huge drain on my time and my sort of mental energy over time. So if we did something like this, would that be a similar issue? That being said, yeah, drop us an email. We are seriously considering it.
Yeah, I know Bear is watching and probably ripping his hair out because the amount of editing we do for you alone, we'll have to bring in external.
We would need to find probably. We would need to find a bunch of editors to have on a freelance basis. Period. But having editors on a freelance basis with 2 editors I know and trust.
To oversee everything would be
fine.
Yeah.
I think.
It's definitely something, and you've been talking for...
I've been talking for years. I just don't seem to stop.
Yeah, you never... Bear's just sent me a WhatsApp. Who needs sleep anyway?
Who needs sleep anyway?
We'll sleep when we're dead, right?
You're not allowed to quote Bon Jovi. Even Bon Jovi quotes Bon Jovi too many times.
Okay, fine.
Okay, I'm just wondering if I need to stay in the inside of these control cavities or not.
So, 2 comments I've read before you finish staining and stuff, and I've lost it.
We've known that for years.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
Yep.
Someone thought they saw you missed a spot in the back cavity, and JS Trucking wants to know if you've messed up.
Probably.
Shouldn't the spring cavity be shielded because of the ground wire?
Nope. No, that's not necessary.
Okay.
And neither is, it is also not necessary for me to paint the inside of these cavities. Which is good, because I might need to remove a little bit more material.
Ooh, okay. Sorry, 2 comments, because just before you get onto a different subject other than editing, Gavin Lee from Guitar Center. No, Camera Center.
Camera Center. Guitar Center.
Sorry. I've promoted you, Gavin.
No. I don't necessarily think working in Guitar Center is better than...
Camera Center.
Gavin, I am monumentally bad with names. Okay? It'll take me 6 months of knowing you on a day-to-day basis to fully get in my head, and never... I'm terrible. Are you the one who actually when we were there, was your last day, and you're now on your own doing editing and videography? I think this is who we're talking to. Possibly
because his comment is, we can edit.
Yes.
So
okay, there we go.
He's offering his services. And Franz Truter sent a super chat saying you can also try Fiverr to outsource.
Yes, I love Fiverr. When you find the right person and develop the right relationship, it is the actually getting that relationship in the first place. That's the problem. Bum, bum, bum.
Bears just sent a suggestion. What about quick courses on the basics of editing, videos that we make and people learn to do it themselves?
Well, so that is the thing. Now there are many
other people who do that on YouTube already.
Yes.
And last year we did send out a document with tips and tricks and
we made a video about it.
Resource, yeah.
Was there an actual document that got sent to GGBO? Because we need to do that this year as well.
I need to look into that. But it was lists of resources, royalty-free music, where you could get that.
Epidemic Sound. There's we're not affiliated with them, but we do have a
referral link
underneath
all of our videos. Most of it. I need to update that.
Yeah, Epidemic Sound are without a shadow of a doubt the best in the business. And the nice thing about that, if you do want royalty-free music, is if you buy a license for just a month, and that's the month that your one video goes live with that thing, then you cancel your license for the rest of your life. you had the license when it went live, and it's royalty free. It's fine.
For that particular video, but
For
you
that
can't
particular
then
video,
use that piece of music in another edit that you do a month later.
True.
So, yeah. Don't abuse the loopholes.
Okay, we're nearly there, people. So that stain is just drying in the back there.
Another super chat from the big unit.
Hey.
One more question.
All right.
Will you have GGBO shirts in 4X tall? The big unit is not just a creative nickname. I'm a really big dude.
Okay. Talitha, you order t-shirts for GGBO, don't you? No, t-shirts for...
T-shirts for Crimson, but I thought someone else was doing this.
Yes, but basically I just stopped at 2XL on the website because I didn't know where our supplier stops. So if you can go and edit the listings.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
With all of the sizes that I missed out on. And we'll be good. Hit the seating bit then. Okay, cool. We got a guitar. We got a guitar. Look at that. I found my large gloves. They're here. Now, they're hiding underneath another box. I need to clear this workshop. I really do. I need to preferably hang the guitar up off something. Now, okay.
While you're thinking.
Why do you think you're going to distract me? Yes?
Well, it's not a question. It's just a comment.
Okay.
John Savage, who's been a member of Cool Beans for 2 months, says, just as Ben said he might need to remove a bit more material, I was going to point out that he'd said that exact same thing several hundred streams ago and still hadn't done it.
Because I don't know if I need to yet or not. I have also
but
just
this
realized
is meant to be final day.
This is final day.
So if you need to do it, you need to do it today.
Oh, stop hassling me. I've just realised that I need to stain just inside the edge of this.
Toby D, will Ben be using Crimson Guitar's finishing oil to a gloss finish or just enough for a matte finish? Gloss finish takes weeks to achieve.
Not necessarily weeks, but yeah.
Well, curing time in between coats.
Yeah, this is
and how many coats to get a gloss?
It depends on how you apply it. Now, if you're going on a absolutely natural wood finish, then you can get something fairly glossy fairly rapidly by using a variety of wet and dry papers to apply the stain to apply the oil, because you're not worried about going through a stain. If you have stain like I do, you can't do that, and it's just a case of building it up, gently rubbing back, building it up, leaving it to cure, gently rub. No, you know what I mean. It's a long process. But if you've got a natural finish, you can get it relatively glossy fairly rapidly.
But that's... do you have the time to do that?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, I didn't think so.
No, because I've also got a stain. I explained it.
Okay. Sorry, I'm reading comments and trying to listen to you.
I just, I'm starting to question your devotion to the cause here, Talitha.
My devotion to you or to the people?
To the people, Talitha.
That's why I'm ignoring you.
Ah, poop.
A super chat from DPB.
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 Okay.
Just the initials. Have you ever thought about setting up an entity that could ship from within the EU? Getting packages without customs hassle from the UK to Germany is a pain at the moment. All the best from Hamburg.
Okay. Yes, we absolutely have. I'd love to visit Hamburg one day. Yes, we absolutely have thought about that. It's intensely costly to do things like that. Now, what we are literally in the middle of doing is setting up a software system within our website so that any orders anybody places will already include any and all custom charges. So you'll still be paying for it, but we'll be dealing with everything. So that's something that is in progress. Okay, now I've got the shielding paint is inside this cavity here, and I am now just going in and buffing it off. I should probably be wearing gloves.
You should be wearing gloves.
And in the same way, that you can, if you're using a pencil or something like that, you can buff it up and then a lot less of it will come off on you later. This is exactly what this is doing. This is very high graphite content paint, and we just need to do this.
While you're doing that, welcome to Black Wraith, who's just joined All That Jazz.
Black Wraith, greetings, salutations, and thank you for your support. I love that finish.
And another super chat from DPD saying also thank you for the years of seriously helpful, entertaining, soothing content. It really helps to just sit back and listen sometimes. Keep it up.
It's a great pleasure. Talitha, would you class listening to me day in, day out as soothing? Or am I the reason that you're losing your mind?
I blame the grey hairs on you. The thing is, when I'm editing, I can mute you or make you sound like a chipmunk by speeding you up. Or I have my own entertainments.
Fair enough. Yeah. I am sorry. I am sorry that you spend so much time listening to me prattle on. And I'm really, really, really glad that other people do get enjoyment and learn things from it. Seriously, I am basically just having fun. Girls just want to have fun.
And Ben's too.
I thought that we'd established that I was a preteen girl. Was that in Jasmine's build, was it?
It was, yeah. I thought that was just for Jasmine's.
Okay. Yeah. I'm really happy with that. Where is my... Okay.
Rick, the epilepsy guy, says, be careful how you treat your editors. They may make you look good.
No, that's the thing. This is why I keep on apologising. Is because, yeah, the entire task is to make me look good and to hide the mistakes. Well, to a certain extent. Yeah, the silliest things I say get edited out, I hope. Or sometimes, just sometimes, they edit donuts and emphasize the silly things I say. Bear. That was quite funny. Pickup boxes make really good receptacles for water and cleaning brushes and mixing epoxies and things like that.
Right next to your phone.
The phone's fine. I think this fan's actually waterproof as much as anything else. Okay, that's a clamp. Now, come on, we're just over an hour in, and I think we're pretty much ready now for applying some oil. Now, I don't really need to hang it really, because we've got an aluminium top and we're not going to be applying oil to the aluminium. So let's clean that over. Now we've got a relatively good environment in here. It is 12 or 13 degrees, and that means that the guitar finishing oil is going to start curing at a normal rate. If you are in a very cold workshop, it's not going to want to cure. If you're in a very warm workshop, it's going to want to cure faster than you have the ability. My fingers are in the wrong holes. It's the little things that totally defeat me. Build a guitar, fine. Put a glove on.
Finish on time.
Finish on time. I don't know these words. What are you talking about, Talina? Prepare properly. This time I don't even have a water bottle. Okay, so yeah, we are... We're good. Now, okay, talking about preparation, I'm going to put a random glove here so that I can pick that up and not stain the Atom Mini Pro or drop oil into the buttons, because that might prematurely destroy the whole stream. Let's just make sure that we actually have cameras in place. Do we have any questions or comments?
Adam to remember.
Hello.
Remember for 2 months. Says Crimson Uncut kit is coming along well. Body is cut out T-type. Stain testing this weekend with the offcuts. Just ordered a new plain T-shirt also. So that'll be the Life on the Edge T-shirt.
I had them take a couple out of stock for me the other day and then forgot to bring them home. I wanted to wear them in this video. It's a hand plane that Bear designed for us with Life on the Edge written on it, because that's what you're doing when you're using planing.
And you live your life on, yeah, cool.
Okay. Are we ready? I'm not sure we are. I don't know.
Disky also sent a super chat with a gif of a hippo waving and the text next time. Does that mean they've left?
They might have... I think this camera's been... No, the camera's fine. It's just a weird angle. Okay, cool. I think maybe they're joining the GGBO next year. Okay. Good point, Max. I should just put some cling film just on the top of the Atom Mini. I will get some of that for the next time we go. Okay, penetrating guitar finishing oil, and then it is literally just a case of flooding as much as we can on there and spreading it out. I'm going to move my phone out of the way and we'll go from there. And with your first coat, you just want to slather it on. You don't want to let any drips stay drippy for too long, if at all possible. Rub them in. Now I'm not worried about the rosewood on the front. I can go back later, tidy up any drips on there. We could sand that back entirely. What I am worried about is getting a good amount of finish on every bit that's stained. You can see I'm pulling up a little bit of stain, but not huge amounts. And that's because the stain has been allowed to dry properly over a week. And I also did buff back quite a lot of the stain last week. So the initial sort of coat that was sitting on the top of the wood rather than having penetrated it, that is no longer here. Pay special attention to the end grain, because the end grain wants to suck up the stain a lot more than the rest of the guitar. And of course I've gone and created corners. Okay, so just while we're here, I got a little bit of oil on the fretboard, which isn't an issue. It's anodized aluminium. It's fine. We might as well just spread out some finish on the rosewood. Got some clean tissue here. Now we're going to be going back and doing some fun stuff with the aluminium later, and I'm not worried about it having finish or anything on it, because we're going for some light battle damage anyway. I'm fine for the minute. I'm going to go up to... Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go up to the house in a bit and grab some water and make another pot of coffee. As suggested by our fantastic fans, I've gone and got a proper coffee machine. I bought the Mocha Master, which comes in crimson red, and then I was going to put it in the workshop here for live streams and stuff, and then realised that actually it just won't work in the workshop. Okay, so we've got the bulk of that. I just need to apply to the neck now as well. If this was hanging up, this would be easier at this point. And then finally the headstock. Now I'm just going to be applying more and more coats of the penetrating oil over each other, and just building it up and not letting it actually cure. So it's penetrating into the timber and slowly building itself up. Once it starts sitting on top and sort of pooling and stopping the penetration, that's when I'm thinking, okay, cool, at this point we rub it down and we're done. There is some rosewood on the front of this headstock as well, isn't there? Okay, and I think at this point let's answer some questions in bits and pieces, because this is now going to get fairly boring. The one thing I don't want to do is let any part of it cure, so I'm not going to stop moving. And before anybody comments, yes, I've got a red rag that's I'm sort of applying the oil to. There's not very much oil left in this can, so I'm not worried about tinting it a little bit.
Looks like you've missed a spot at the edge of the fretboard.
Edge of the fretboard.
Yeah,
Oh.
there.
Well spotted.
And lots of people saying you haven't used a safety glove once.
No, I haven't used a safety glove once because my little finger was actually clean until I started doing the headstock. Okay, now this is a rag, this is flammable. I'm spreading it out and putting it on the floor gently in a specific place. A little bit later, I will take all the rags and put them in the forge outside, and they will stay out in a place where it's safe for them to catch fire if they choose to. I'm not one to judge.
Can you also explain what you're using to apply both the stain and the oil?
My hands.
No, what's in your hand? Because it's not just generic kitchen towel, is it? It's stronger than that.
No, this is... I find it amazing that... well, anyway, most kitchen towel products, most tissue-based products are far too delicate for this process, and I spent years using various different things, and we finally found this particular industrial tissue paper that is strong enough to apply finishes, and it's not disintegrating. It does with water-based stuff. You'll notice with the applying the stains, it does start to come apart, but it's a lot more. It's a lot stronger than most stuff you can buy, and we now, for years we didn't, but we now actually sell it at Crimson because so many people have asked me for it, and customers are often right, specifically when they're asking you, can you please sell me some of that? So yeah, I never thought we would be purveyors of tissue paper. Okay, here we are. Talitha, could you reposition camera 2 and camera 3 so we've got wider shots, please?
Which is 2?
That's 2.
Reposition to...
Well, just make a pretty shot that isn't the shot that it currently is. Yep, nice. There we go, and this is camera 3. So maybe something nice and low down from there. I'm going to be manipulating the guitar in a bit. So the end grain on the headstock here is still sucking up a lot of finish. Safety glove.
Paul needs super chat.
Paul needs, thank you.
Says Talitha, this alleged shopping trip. My wife reckons it couldn't be a shopping trip unless there was a quality handbag for you involved. Was there? No handbags, no. But Ben bought me a watch.
Talitha has particularly inexpensive taste with watches, which is
Lucky for Ben.
lucky for Ben.
And a super chat from Steen TV.
Hey,
Hi, if cleaning an old oil finished guitar, do you need to re-sand or can you reapply the oil finish directly, and which oil finish to use?
always use the safety glove. Always use Crimson Guitar's guitar finishing oil, of course. So it's a difficult one. I would always lightly sand unless it's a guitar that I personally oiled, because oil isn't necessarily the only thing that went on. Okay, so there's every chance that the guitar was finished after the fact, after the oiling process, with a wax. In fact, even thinking about it, I'm thinking about doing that today on this guitar as well, because we're in somewhat of a rush and we're applying a thin coat of oil. A little bit of an extra finish on top of that is not going to go amiss, now is it? So yes, I would sand down lightly. You don't have to sand all the way down to bare wood, absolutely not. And especially if you've got a stain, you really want to be gentle. But just key up the surface and then apply the oil of your choice. Now, I personally, in that situation, I would always use the Crimson Guitar's high build guitar finishing oil. A couple of coats of that should do you. But you could just as easily, if you think the oil finish is itself already good and fairly strong, you could just apply more. Wow, that looks great. Look at that. You have been looking at that. I've just been applying finish. Sorry, distracted. Hey. Yeah, you could just apply some Renaissance wax over the top of everything to revitalize it. The Crimson Guitar's fretboard cleaner and finish cleaner and restoratives are an option as well. Can you see how it's not penetrating quite as deep now? Although I haven't been placing enough in here, come to think of it. So at this point, we flooded maybe a quarter of a bottle actually into the wood. And I'm starting to think about rubbing it back a little bit and moving on to the high build. It's still the end grain that's a slight worry.
People have been asking if I've left the room, and it's because I'm getting photos and video for social media, because this is the most beautiful part of any build.
It's also the part that we do sell a hell of a lot of finishes, which is strange because I don't do very much of it, or I don't make a big deal about the
Or when you
the
do,
stains.
it's something totally insane like Nebula, and it's out of this world.
Yeah, but a lot of people ask us questions about this. Okay. Yes, so just the neck, this central section of the neck is still doing its thing. So, yeah, Talitha, I'm just going to let this settle in for a little bit. Do you have any questions and comments?
There's still
Queries?
comments about crackling noise, but of course your hands are now filthy and you can't adjust your microphone.
I think it might just be... Is it my beard?
I've also put my phones over there because the suggestion is that it could be EMI interference.
Okay. Well, my mobile is quite far away for that same purpose. Talitha is greedy and has 2 phones.
I have a work phone and a
Yes, you see...
social media phone.
I'm smart. My phone number doesn't get given out to very many people. Although, seriously, was it Gavin from the camera centre?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I gave him my phone number, which literally doesn't happen.
yeah.
I must
That's
be
how
super
eager he is
tired.
to work with you, Gavin. People are saying it's too random to be EMI, or it seems to be fine. Or Ben Timon says maybe Ben needs to wear a tinfoil hat.
Yeah, maybe. I think I'd look pretty cool in a sort of form-fitting tinfoil hat.
Cooper Radley says your
But then
mic...
again, I thought head tattoos were cool, so...
Yeah, don't make decisions on Ben's judgment choices. Cooper Radley thinks your mic lead might be damaged.
Okay, well look, what we're going to do is... I'm fairly happy with this. It's just sitting for a bit. Again, spread the rag out and just chuck it down there for now.
Make a mess on the floor.
Actually, no, look, there's somebody else in here. Hold on for a second. While my gloves are still done, I'm going to take these 2 rags, chuck them outside. Bye-bye. There will be more later.
So it's EMI and beard interference by the sounds of things.
BMI?
Yeah,
My beard mass index is causing troubles.
yes.
Yeah, it's that. Okay.
Paul needs, while you're on finishes and oils, sent a super chat to ask what the difference between deep penetrating and water-based oils.
The water-based oil is essentially an oil varnish kind of thing. It's more a rub-on.
Oops.
Than anything else. And that... yeah, it's sort of a varnish, basically. Whereas the guitar finishing oil is based more on natural products, although it does have stuff in it to help it dry and all that. So it's more something that goes into the wood rather than sits on top of the wood. That's a simplistic.
Oh, so the penetrating goes in, the water-based sits on top.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Also, penetrating all oils will add a sort of an orange, goldy, ambery tint to whatever you're doing as you build it up, whereas the water-based varnish tends not to. Okay, Talitha, would you mind having a look in the camera bag down there and see if there are any extra... there should be a couple of new microphones. Yeah, in that bag.
Terry Love, super chat.
Terry Love, I can't believe you're still here 9 episodes in after I shouted at you for doubting that I'd be able to do it in one day on day one. You were right.
Terry loves...
I apologise.
So...
I was wrong.
Super Chat says, nearly forgot, had to drag myself out of my sick bed,
Oh, dude.
but having watched up to now, I have to see things finished. Terry, I hope it's nothing serious.
I hope it's nothing serious. And why can't you watch in your sick bed? Take your laptop to bed with you. Now I really have to finish it today.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so it started. There you go. That's basically dry. Camera 4. That's basically dry. Okay, so there's still damp bits. I'm just going to go over the whole guitar and rub off any excess. Now, in my other hand, I'm going to hold that, and we can manipulate the guitar and see where we're at. As a final thing, I need to go inside the edges of the cavity. I don't want any finish built up inside that cavity because that will cause trouble. I also don't want to spread any of that shielding paint over the rest of the finish.
No cables.
Okay, they must be in another drawer down here. I'll have a look.
Terry Love says just old age, bad back and head cold. Well,
Okay, well,
we
good.
hope you recover quickly.
Old age is I used to be able to do so much and be fine the next day. Now I can put my back out just farting. It sucks. Did I say that with a straight enough face?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I made a joke, Talitha. I pay you to laugh at my jokes, gosh darn it.
No, you really don't.
Are you saying I don't pay you enough to laugh at my jokes?
No, you pay me to make them look better or cut them out.
Fair enough. Okay.
Super chat from Marsha Levine.
Marsha Levine, how are you?
She says, good morning.
Morning.
Mondays are tough enough, but this one stepped up its game when my alarm didn't go off. So
Ooh.
now I have only a half hour before work, not even time for a cup of coffee. I love the finish.
There's always time for coffee. Oh my god. I'll have one. I'll hoist one in your
Honor?
in your honor. That's the word. And thank you. Yeah. She's coming together. Okay. Now with the end grain, you can see. You might be able to see spots and spotting in the end grain here, and that's where I've rubbed it back, and oil that was inside the wood is now coming out as it sort of cures and dries and stuff. So you've got to be aware that even though you've rubbed something back, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to stay rubbed back. Now this is just an initial rubbing back and buffing. I'm going to move on to applying
The lip
high build oil.
Sorry, the lip on the control cavity looks shiny to me.
Yes, there's a lot in there. That's going to be the last thing I do.
Okay.
Because I don't want to spread the graphite paint that will be lifted up.
Okay. So Hand Tool Builds commented
Hey.
and says, whenever Ben says he wants to finish today, We're Not Going to Make It by Presidents of the USA starts playing in my head.
I think we have a good chance today. I really do.
Really?
I can't think of any other way that I could possibly...
Except it's already 20-1.
Shush your mouth. Is it really?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Hold on, I'll check my new watch. Yeah, 20-1.
I didn't even notice you were wearing that. Fantastic. I'm surprised you're wearing a jumper and a jacket in this workshop.
Well, it's not freezing cold, but it's also not hot.
No? Maybe it's just because I'm working so hard. I'm procrastinating.
Benjamin Aldrich says you have little faith, Talitha. No, I have utter faith in Ben that he's not going to do what he says he's going to do.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Well, I have concerns, but...
Unless it goes horrifically wrong,
You've still got all of the electronics, which
that's
you notoriously dislike.
I dislike electronics. It doesn't mean they're difficult. It's just that I don't understand them. It's like teenagers. I don't understand them.
And you're about to have 3.
Yeah, I know. It's anyway, it's what it is. Okay, so that did pick up some of the of that. That rag is also not a safe rag. Okay, it wants to catch fire. This is not hyperbole. They do self-ignite if you leave it crumpled up, yeah, just be aware. Okay, fine. Okay. This is going to get boring if I don't have questions and comments. So
I thought you wanted less talking so you could keep going.
No. I want feed me with questions. Feed me with queries and comments and things. I am going on to the high build guitar finishing oil now.
John Savage says, does the cover plate need oiling before it gets forgotten? Thank you, John.
I didn't forget anything. It is the rosewood, so it's not going to need huge amounts. But thank you. It was sitting there waiting for me to remember it, saying hello.
Since you oil the internal, are you doing both sides of the control plate?
I have to do both sides of the control plate. No, I don't really. I'd only oiled... It doesn't matter, basically.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, we're good. High build. Let me...
Terry Love says, it all depends on if a squirrel runs across the garden and Ben sees it, then he will fail.
Fair point. So we've got a lot less stain coming up because most of it's sealed in now. And I just want to build a single coat of this up.
Base 6 Basics
Mm-hmm.
says, personally, I predict all the best intentions of today's build will come crashing down when it comes time to wire it up, particularly the controls in the aluminium.
No.
Well, that not... So you don't foresee any issues, any interference?
No. No, the only real issue is that we are rushing a finishing job that I would normally want to do over a week or so. But I'm not too worried.
Have you already drilled through the aluminium for the controls?
No, I've got a one position done.
Okay.
but we decided to wait for the fantastic control knobs.
Did they arrive?
They have arrived.
Where are they?
Somewhere near you.
In this big box.
How did you do that?
Do what?
She went straight to the actual. There are boxes and things all over this place. She looked around. She said, "In this big box."
I have a nose for Newcastle.
Sheesh.
Peter Crosley says, "Bun, ADHD stands for attention deficit. Hey, donuts."
Okay, that's my favourite yet. And now I'm craving donuts.
Me too. Wayne Parker, Ben, quick question.
Donuts?
Yeah, donut. 1 bottle of finishing oil per build? Question mark.
It depends on what you're trying to do with it, but you should actually be able to get 2 or maybe even 3 builds out of a bottle. So if you have a bottle of the high build and the penetrating, which is what I would suggest is probably the best option, then you probably have 4 or 5 guitars worth of finish there. Now, you can go overboard. You can add layer after layer after layer and get sort of a relatively glossy finish by doing that. And obviously that uses more oil. You could also be, now for example, this guitar is stained and is thus pulling in less of the oil because it's somewhat sealed already. So if you are working with just a maple instrument, for example, that will suck up a lot less oil. If you've got a very lightweight Carina or good quality mahogany like the wings on here, open pore ash, etc., those things suck in more oil. So it's not a hard and fast rule, but basically there is enough oil. I didn't want to give a bottle size that would necessitate people coming back to place an order every few months to us. I want to have, enough that you can do a bunch without wasting postage and all that. So, yeah, there we go. Talitha is assuming that I said she was allowed to open that box. Oh, somebody sent me that t-shirt. Can you open the t-shirt and show it to the I'm pretty... It arrived with no note via... Amazon, I think. And... yeah. I am currently unsupervised. I know it freaks me out too, but the possibilities are endless. So... yeah,
camera?
It's camera 1. What was that noise?
Who sent this?
Who sent this? I love it. So we're still going, and I'm just flooding it with high build oil, trying not to get it everywhere else. It's fading, of course.
Superjet from DPB again.
Yeah, thank you.
When installing a replacement nut, should you file the bottom side down to get the correct height, or just glue it in and file the slots down?
Okay, so I get the right height by filing the top down. The first job is to make sure it's nice and square and fits in the slot. Without then gluing it in, I move on to... I use the half pencil trick to mark out the lowest point at which the strings, the nut slots will need to be in order to match the height of the frets, and then using that I then carve the radius on the top of the nut, and leaving enough room for the strings to have slots. So you bring it down from the top, not from the bottom. Now the reason for this is if you've got very deep nut slots, if your strings are absolutely drowning in the depths of a nut slot, you tend to have more issues with binding and pinging noises and all of that. Whereas if it's in a slot that's preferably only around about as deep as the string is round, you have less issues with sticking.
Cool.
I am pretty cool, in spite of myself, I think.
I was talking about the subject matter.
Foiled.
Mark Ellis has a question about...
Is his question, why the hell haven't I put any oil on this
No.
backplate yet?
Safety glove.
Safety glove.
What do you use to apply melamine for best results? Brushes, paper? I'm about to apply to a neck for the first time. Thanks.
Run some tests. Now, foam brushes give a nice clean finish, but they melt with melamine. Or at least the ones I tried did. Paper is what I ended up using the most. This crimson tissue, and but brushes work as well. Now it depends on what sort of brushes you've got. It depends on how clean of a finish you're going for, but just rubbed on with some tissue, that's a one and done thing, is what I did with my last attempt. Don't use... So the nice thing about the tissue is that you essentially have... Okay, sorry. Safety glove. If you use cloth to wipe it on with, it cures and you get hard bits that scratch. Tissue, it's something that you use it once, the melamine cures in seconds, and then you move on. So if you've got hardware in tissue that isn't going to disintegrate in your melamine, then use that, and then use a fresh section of it every time you apply. Don't stop moving, and you'll rapidly find where the point is that it's about to go off, and that's when you stop touching it until it's cured, basically, and then move on with the next layer. Okay, I think you guys will be most impressed when I point out the fact that I've had an open bottle of oil on my workbench for the last hour, and I've been flailing around like a madman, and I haven't knocked it over.
There was a comment as someone said how impressed they were that the stain bottle didn't get knocked over earlier.
Well, there we go.
So
I'm a master. I wait for some reason. With many things, I'm fine. With early in my career, in my shed at one of the first workshops, I managed to waste about 2.5 bottles of T-Cut, which is a car polish, relatively expensive stuff, and I kept on knocking it over. I don't know.
the best was Josh dropped a bottle of blue stain with the lid off, straight down. It hit the floor and exploded up.
Yep.
And half his face was blue for about a week.
Yeah.
And his clothes, and just there's still evidence of blue splash on the wall and ceiling in the hallway where he did that.
Yep. Be careful with bottles of stain, people.
And always wear gloves with the stain.
Yes.
So Lorenzo Faglia has an interesting question.
Hi.
He says, it's insane how much oil you're putting on this guitar. I'm just starting in guitar building, but my understanding was to put a very fine layer of oil 5, 6, maybe 8 times.
Yes, I am rushing the process. I'm flooding it as much as I possibly can, and then that is all the oil that is going on this guitar. Now, with my 12-hour build, I did something like this. Probably put even less on because I had less time, and the guitar only needed a re-oiling after 5 or 6 years. And even then, it didn't really need it. I just wanted to build it up a bit. So this is an okay finish. It is not the perfect finish. Yes, if you rub it back, so for example, at this point, this would be my first, in a normal oiling system, this would be my first process. I would flood it with penetrating oil, rub it back, and then flood it with the high build oil like I've just done. Then rub that back, hang it up for a day or two. And then come back and do another coat of high build. Rub it back, absolutely dry, perfect. Leave it for another day or two, and then come back with a third. And then at that point, it depends on what finish I'm after. If I want gloss, you can add another 4 or 5, or 2 or 3 coats really, to end up with 5 or 6. But your initial flooding of the finish has been done. Now I'm taking off minuscule amounts of red stain, and that's probably just seeped up, and it's actually mainly coming from the edge of the cavity here, which has had a little bit less of the finish. So I'm now at a point where I'm happy, especially once I've applied some microcrystalline wax. I'll be fine. I suppose there are many ways to skin a cat, and it depends on the level and quality of the finish that you're after.
Fast Swipe says wet sand in between oils, question mark?
Not when you have, see, that's how much stain I've just taken off from within the edge of the cavity here, where there's less finish being applied. It's still taking stain, but the guitar itself, nothing's coming off. If you have a stain underneath what you are adding finish to, then no, you can't do the wet sanding thing, because that will start removing stain. If you have stain, you are limited to applying and rubbing back, applying and rubbing back. But this tissue is slightly abrasive, so the tissue itself is buffing up the finish as you go, which is yeah, what we're after.
Lorenzo Folio says thank you, it's so educational.
No, absolute pleasure. I'm here to help.
And Ben Crosley says, hey Ben, donuts!
Hey. Where? Really?
Have you oiled the exposed wood on the front?
A little bit, yes.
And Ben Timon wants to know how many layers of oil will be used.
This is it. So essentially I've flooded it with probably a third of a bottle, I suppose, something like that. And I am now, I think I'm done really. So because we do want to finish the guitar, we're going with the bare minimum, and this is it.
A super chat from Chris Barringer.
Chris, thank you for your support.
He says, hi Ben,
Hey.
I'm a C6 quadriplegic,
Okay,
paralysed from the chest down.
okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
You got me inspired to do a basic kit.
Cool.
Bought it last year, but lost the wiring sheet, so stuck.
Oh no, that's not a problem.
It's a basic setup. Are diagrams available anywhere?
Yes, for the moment, the very best resource is Seymour Duncan's website.
So even if you don't have Seymour Duncan's products, you can use their templates?
For the most part. So, yeah, for the most part, you should be fine. Some pickups have different coloured wires coming out that do different things, but in general, most of them should be fine. The person that sold you the kit should be able to tell you what pickups those are, and chances are it's just single cores anyway, which that won't be an issue. But yeah, a wiring diagram is a wiring diagram. If you just need to say, okay, I've got a 3-position switch, or I've got a 5-way blade switch, for example, or something like that, and you will be able to find on the Seymour Duncan website a wiring diagram for what you need. If necessary, send us photographs of what you've got, and we will find one for you. We're absolutely, it might take a while, but we can do that.
Who should Chris email?
You, guild@crimsonguitars.com.
I will. Cool.
Yeah, if you just send the photo to me to Luther, I'll find the diagram and then you can email them back, if necessary. This is not a service we'll offer as a standard thing. We are in the process actually of publishing a wiring diagram book on top of everything else, but that's, yeah. That's a work in progress. Now, so for example, because I am silly and didn't think to prepare, I'm going to be going on Seymour Duncan's website myself for the wiring for this guitar. I think. We'll see. Chances are that's what's going to happen.
Super chat from Gody the Roadie.
Gody the Roadie. I've missed you today so far.
He says, hello to you both.
Hello.
Still waiting for the ground hole for the claw.
Yeah, that's absolutely not a worry whatsoever.
He says, I know you tend to forget it until you need it. Just thought I'd remind you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I didn't forget it. I was actually wondering when you were going to comment. I'm sort of toying with you now, to be honest.
Don't toy on the final day.
Well, it's just, yeah. It's not necessarily that I forget it, it's just that I don't really mind drilling things until later in the system. Okay.
Chris Barringer says, awesome, thank you, much appreciate the info.
No worries, man. I'm looking forward to, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the build. Sorry, for a second there I thought you were doing it in GGBO. I've got too much information in my brain pan, and it has limited capacity.
Ben Burnett says, is Ben rubbing that guitar and no finish coming off? If so, I am sold.
In places, yeah.
That end grain is
The end grain is.
not playing ball.
And you tell
And those corners.
Oh yes, sorry. I need to put the guitar down and.
That flaming has really come out.
Oh yeah,
It's just gorgeous.
yeah. So it's the vibrant oxblood stain, which is one of my favourite colours, and yeah. And about a half hour of guitar finishing well. So the end grain, I am still having some oil poke through the open pores of the grain, and that is also bringing some stain with it. But the stain that's actually on the top of the guitar is perfectly stable, and then once the oil is finished, we will be We will be fine. Talitha, could you redo camera 3, please?
Sure. There was a question. Hold on.
But I don't have any patience whatsoever.
I know.
Fine, I'll just use camera 2 for now.
Sorry, it was a good question.
It's fine. I'm not insulted. Or hurt. I like good questions.
Oh, I can't remember who asked it, but... Oh, Tutankhamun.
Hello.
Would that oil work on aluminium?
Yes. Now it doesn't penetrate, but it will build a very thin film on it. It's just not necessarily required.
Close up or is that all right?
No, I think that's fine. Thank you.
So you'll be using that finish on the whole of the front and the headstock?
No, the aluminium doesn't need a finish.
Okay, so you're just wiping it off because we can see that it's seeped over and where you've touched as well.
Yes, yeah, no, that's fine. I'll just wipe it off or not. You know, it's part of the aged finish, part of the whole process is, you know, it's a bit of a dichotomy. The back is going to be fairly perfect, but the aluminium section is showing some age and abuse. Okay, now at this point, I am going to change the tissue that is underneath the guitar. You can see now why, while the guitar finishing oil is perfect for home use, it is also fairly labor intensive, and yeah, it's a process that that takes some elbow grease. Okay, so let's get rid of that.
Paul Need says that mahogany looks amazeballs.
Totes amazeballs, yo.
How much has that soft pad seen? How many projects? Because it's looking
Almost all of them.
a bit ratty.
I'm a bit ratty. I've seen all the same projects. Okay. I don't need to change my gloves, but I am going to use some tissue in this hand to hold the guitar as I manipulate it.
So you go through a decent amount of tissue when you're doing
Yeah, you really do, yeah. It feels a little bit wasteful, it really does, but it's necessary. Now what we're not doing is throwing huge amounts of CFCs into the environment, etc. And you know, it's not absolutely perfect, it's not entirely eco-friendly, it's not tung oil, for example, but it is not that bad in comparison to many other things that we could be doing.
Interesting question from William Dodds.
From who?
William Dodds.
William, hi.
He says, have you ever built a lap steel guitar?
Nope.
Would you be offended if I did one in your school?
No, not at all. We've had, as far as I recall, at least 2, maybe even more. Why would I be offended by lap steel? They are the sort of precursor to the electric guitar, which I love.
Super chat from Jono Graham.
Jono?
Jono saying, hello everyone, greetings and good night from New Zealand.
Yeah, what time is it in New Zealand at the moment?
Probably about
Late.
Late, yeah.
Very late. Whee! Alright. We get in there. Nothing's coming off. And yeah, as long as I don't forget any bits, we'll be fine. There's also a boy outside the workshop at the moment.
Oh, they big stick. Okay, when I come back, I've got a super chat and an interesting question.
Okay.
What's that? I need to know if Father would like his lunch down here or up there. Lunch? Here or are you going up?
I really do feel awkward eating lunch. What is it, Awesome Benjamin?
It's cheesy broccoli with roast chicken and some potatoes and carrots.
Wow, a full lunch.
Yes, big lunch.
Huh. Okay, no, I need to go and eat upstairs at that point then. Sit down for 5 minutes while this cures. I'll be up in a minute if that's okay. And I will take the opportunity to make a coffee as well. Talitha, you will entertain for 10 minutes while I gulp that down. Is it ready now, Orson?
Yes, it's ready now.
Fantastic, thank you very much. I will be up.
Okay, Orson, can you take this up to remind Ben you not need coffee? Thank you.
Okay, this is pretty much perfect timing because while I stop, this is curing and we're good. Super chat, Talitha?
Super chat from JMC.
JMC?
Says, hi Ben, I'm finally out of hospital after my operation and watching you
Glad to hear it.
as I recover. Best early birthday present. Enjoying all of it. Big 50 tomorrow.
Happy birthday. I'm glad that you are back and on the mend. It's a... for a second I thought I lost that. Yeah, it's a big thing. We regularly hear from people who are laid up and they end up beasting through a load of different videos over time, and yeah, it's awesome to hear. So yeah, I hope it's a speedy recovery, and yeah, thanks for letting us know.
I think your boys are fighting. One's outside the door and the other's inside.
As long as the door isn't actually being opened and closed and fingers are being broken, I think we'll be fine. No, they're all right.
Baron's let him in now.
Okay, cool. And you said there was an interesting question.
I have to find it, but before that, Terry Love wants to know why you haven't got a workshop coffee machine yet.
Okay, so I don't have a workshop coffee machine because I realised that dust, etc., was going to be an issue, and also I don't have cleaning facilities, etc. What I did is I got a Mocha Master, which was recommended to me by one of my favourite local coffee shops, and instead of having a glass jug at the bottom that is just kept warm and heated, it's got a jug that is a thermos, so I can make a thermos full up at the house and then just bring the thermos down. It stays hot, but it's not cooking itself into oblivion in the process. I just well, didn't do it before this stream because I'm a fool. I was just too excited to get started, basically.
So, super chat from the big unit
Yo.
says, don't take stain rags for granted, people. My grandpa burnt down the shed in the 60s by leaving stain rags in the trash.
Yep. Absolutely. I think I've mentioned it now 3 or 4 times. But yeah, all of these stain rags and the rag that was on the bench beforehand, they are going in the fire, as are my nitrile gloves. So there we go. Okay, Talitha, you're it, and then you'll be able to take a break yourself. Yes.
Yes, but one more question.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to move the camera so that people can see you.
No.
Yeah.
Mike.
Oh no, crikey! Sorry, that was the live camera. I just made everybody throw up in their beards, assuming you have beards. Sorry, I tend to try avoid moving the camera that's actually in view. Anyway, it is what it is. Go for it.
Mike Howard.
Mike Howard, I think I know that.
Ben, when
Hi.
using gold leaf on the guitar, should you oil after applying the leaf or before? Thank you very much.
Okay, so I've just turned my microphone off. Both. No. A gold leaf requires a nice substrate. Howdy.
Hi.
It's weird being on this side of the whole
is.
shenanigans, doesn't it? That flame looks amazing from here.
It does.
Wow. Gold leaf. Tend to apply for a perfect gold leaf. You tend to apply the gold leaf onto a guitar or onto a substrate that is already finished, glass or a lacquered guitar or a sign that's got a perfect finish. So your initial process is to take a gesso or a primer paint of something like that, apply it, rub it down so that it's perfect. After that, you put the gold leaf on, and after that, you tend not to use oil, although it does. The guitar finishing oil does work on it. There are varnishes that are sold specifically for that, and that's where you're at, basically. We good?
I think so.
Cool. I'm going to grab this. Try not to get it on my now ungloved hands, and I will be back in a relatively short space of time, if at all possible.
Don't give yourself indigestion.
I have the constitution of a brick. To be honest, I'm just looking forward to sitting down for a minute. I also don't want to leave this for too long because the end grain might
Seep.
seep a little bit. So, yeah, that wouldn't be the end. It wouldn't be the end. So, Talitha, you've got asked Talitha a bunch of questions on editing and GGBO and life with a genius, and see what happens.
You mean living with myself, right?
Yep.
What do I think of my brother's tattoos? I don't even see them anymore. It's just part of him. So, yeah. BB Guitars. Any tips on a decent, cheap, free editing software for videos taken on a phone? Don't know about free. What type of phone? iMovie, Apple's own editing software is really good. If you're editing on a computer, PC or Mac, I highly recommend DaVinci Resolve. They do a free and a pro version, but the free version has everything you need. It is essentially a professional piece of kit, so it may totally overwhelm you with the options available, but it is also incredibly user-friendly, and the tutorials for using the software, both on their own website and on YouTube, really, really good. People are recommending Canva. I thought Canva cost. I use Adobe Rush on my phone for social media shorts and reels. That's very good. It is a subscription-based thing. But you can very easily get your video clips from your phone onto a PC, edit and back. UCut Video Editor is good too, recommended by Jono. I haven't used that yet, but I will look into it. So I looked at buying a few more squirrels online, getting some more toys about the room. A, they were a little bit expensive, and B, they wouldn't have arrived on time, in time for today. So I improvised. Let's see if I can annoy Ben. Ben Timon, I have never made a guitar personally. Ben is convinced that I probably could, just for the fact that I've... So Ben thinks I could build a guitar just for the fact that I've watched him do it so often. I know the theory behind it, but doing things like using the bandsaw, I have no experience with, you know, routers and the big machines, so that would intimidate me. Creever is abandoning us. It would be interesting to build a guitar. Paul Ranges asked if I'd like to. The thing is, I don't play guitar, and the parts that I'm interested in are the decorative details, inlay, and the finishing process that Ben's just doing right now. Yeah, maybe one day. He's gonna forever regret leaving me alone in here. I think if I ever built a guitar, the first one would definitely not be on camera. I don't think I'd like to document my mistakes. But Ben did say that if I ever did it, he would edit. We'd switch roles, which would be interesting. William Dodds, have a great day. I have to go to work. Enjoy your day, William. I hope it goes smoothly. I hope the start of your week has been a good one. Have I missed any questions? Peter Crossley, I'm sorry you just spilt your coffee. Terry Love, if you start building a guitar, Ben would probably stand over you suggesting 1001 improvements. He would too. And I can imagine Ben with me being like a chef in a kitchen, standing over your shoulder and you're not doing it right, let me. And he would just take over. He's not like that with the students because he's learnt, but I think with me, and like if his kids ever decided to build a guitar, it would be like, no, do it this way. Tahoe Mike, you're right. I could just do a course at Crimson Guitars and get a bit of one-on-one instruction on how to use the bandsaw. Terry Love, get Ben to make a guitar for you to decorate. I think that would be quite fun. Or designing an inlay for Ben to do and helping him, that would be great fun. Yes, Ben would very much be Chef Gordon. A lot of swearing if I were to ever build a guitar with his supervision. Owen Kelly, first day back at work after 2 weeks off, about 9 million emails to read, and here I am putting the pro into procrastinating, watching Bun, and now watching me. Best of luck with that. I know I procrastinate intensely. Ben Timon, does Ben swim more off screen? He does. He censors himself, not extensively. He doesn't do it on purpose. It just crops up in sentences. He censors himself on camera because we want this channel to be kid friendly, and we love hearing when families sit down and the kids are enjoying watching Ben build, so that's always fun to watch. I'm sorry, Andrew Barker, I didn't get any baby photos this week, but I will put a reminder on my phone to dig out his baby album. Slicker 1, on day 19, can we review how many times Ben said this was the last day? I hope that this is the last day because he's already got plans for the next. And if this drags on for too much longer, yeah, it needs to be the last day. Terry Love, but I could be the chef that shouts back. Yes, I think Ben and I will get into raging arguments. JS Trucking. This is the neck for Jasmine's guitar. Is that what you're talking about, JS Trucking? It's really, really gorgeous. And again, another build he's in the final stages of, hopefully. Lisa, what actually is next? Next will be installing the controls. We received the control knobs from Matt. From Ben will explain. He's going to open the it's opened, he peeked. But he's going to show you guys the control knobs from an actual Star Wars movie set, which is so cool. And then electronics, installing the bridge, the knot tuners, headless system. Yeah, we're getting there. Robert Tucker, I should see if I can get the little noise maker that makes squirrel sounds, hide it in the shop and set it off to go randomly. That would drive Ben insane. He hates little unidentifiable noises. That would do it. Oh, Lisa, next project, right. Ben is planning the next live stream, which will be a one-day build. So he promises start to finish in one day. It's set for a Sunday coming up soon. That's why this should be the final day, so that this series is done and dusted, and he'll do the normal live stream. I think he's talking this Sunday coming. If he spends this week planning, Sunday coming will be a proper one day, start to finish. We hope. And probably Tam and myself will be assisting Ben throughout the day on the laptop, answering questions, etc. So it'll be fun to get Tam back in the workshop if he's available, because it's a Sunday. So we'll see. He's also, yes, NTO Steve, he does have the hand tool only travel guitar to finish. So once Jasmine's guitar and once Boba Fett are done, he's going to concentrate on planning the single day live stream and get back into the hand tool only. And if he starts pre-planning his GGBO now, do you think it'll be finished by October? Fukami, we're not going to do a poll on the next one day build until we actually see what he's planning to do, and then we'll be able to judge if it will genuinely be a one day or if it's going to be like this. Matt Toman, Ben do a one day build, haha. We gotta have a little bit of faith. Jay is tracking. No way in hell will GGBO be done in time. We're gonna have to keep him on track, all of us together. Terry Love, October what year? Yeah, 2025? We'll just see what he's got planned. He's promised he's going to spend a day in here. Everything will be pre-planned for this one-day live stream. He'll have everything organized, make sure that he has all the hardware necessary, all the finish pre-planned. I think since he managed to do the 12, the 9, and the 6, almost within time. Mike's gone. My batteries are still here. Hold on. Receiver, that's the issue. Right, testing. Are we back? Are we back? Levels on the monitor seem to be fine. Are we back? It was the receiver that ran out of batteries this time. All good? Awesome. He's coming back. He has coffee. A DJI style boom mic sounds interesting. Hello. You're
Squirrel,
dripping.
I see.
You're dripping.
There's lots of squirrels all over the place. You guys really want to distract me that much? Holy crap, holy. That's freaky. Dude. I got some coffee.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, ice.
Stop. Try to stab it with a knife to get it down.
Let's put that there. Okay,
It'll
fine.
melt down soon.
Also, you can come in now. The camera's not on you. So this is the giant thing that was full of coffee. Just made that. Actually, awesome. Do you mind running up to the house? There's a small black box of coffee next to the. It's got a note on the top of it as well, a bright note. Could you run and bring that down?
Sure.
Oh, Ben, yeah,
Wow.
there may not be any audio because Ben, unless the receiver...
Yeah, not yet. So I'm still trying to figure out where to put everything that I brought down.
I just changed the receiver batteries, but I don't know if they were from there, so it says
no.
3 bars.
They were from there.
Yeah.
No, that's my rechargeables. But it's fine. I will sort it out in a minute.
Okay.
How did that go and why have you printed so many squirrels?
Because I couldn't buy more toys in time to...
To play your little joke?
Yeah.
Okay. So. Okay.
David Glenn Guitars says we should get Ben a real squirrel for a pet.
Oh my gosh, I would love that. Is that even possible? Okay. Mitch Tribick, there we go. So, Mitch Tribick sent me this Motorhead Dark Arts coffee. And
That box is so cool.
just the whole thing, no sleep, Brazilian. Just the whole thing is incredible. And I've been working my way through the last batch of coffee, which came via Mark Jennings, and that stuff is by a UK company called Recent Beans, and that was very, very nice. They sent a few different blends across, and I finished the last of that this morning, which finally meant that I can go all in on the Dark Arts coffee. And there we are. So, audio-wise, I'll have to change that battery in a bit, I think. Talitha, would you mind showing Orson what to do?
Sure. Someone said, Ben Timon says Bob Ross used to have squirrels as pets.
Bob Ross had pet squirrels. Oh my gosh.
And Ad B said Ben is the Bob Ross of guitars.
Thank you very much. I don't particularly
So
want them.
these are super chats here. I'm just going to mute my mic for a minute.
Yeah, that's a fire risk. That's actually quite hot there.
So these are the super chats. And then the mic comes. Here's a little box here. Like all the way up here. I didn't put a super chat because Ben was trying to get rich.
Do you have any idea how distracting all these squirrels are? Do you have any idea?
They're only blue tacked. You can take them down.
I've moved a couple just because they, you know.
In your peripheral.
Well, there's.
I shouldn't have put the ones on the workbench that you can't see from your
It's fine. It just feels like you guys are taking the piss out of me. Really.
Us?
I take the piss out of myself too much, isn't it?
Right, so this chat can only go up so far. So that
Okay.
one at the bottom, you also can't
Okay.
scroll down into 6. You're gonna have to wait for the new one to arrive, and then you'll be able to read that. And then you'll click and choose so this is live. These are people typing now. So any interesting questions you can ask them, or wait for super chat.
I am.
Squirrels are driving Ben nuts from Andrew Barker.
Just you have no idea. Like, yeah, 100%. Okay. I am.
Story sounds like Grumpy needs more coffee.
Grumpy's just had a little bit of coffee. I've also just imbibed an entire, very large plate of roast chicken and potatoes and stuff, and my system is somewhat shell shocked.
And Peter Crossley says, "What Ben? Where's the donuts?"
Dude, seriously, enough with the donuts. I don't have any donuts anywhere near me. It makes me sad. Okay, I am pulling up a little bit of the red stain here. Okay, but I don't want to apply any more varnish. Or any varnish at all, because that's not the finish that I was using. Okay, so Orson, say hello to, how many people do we have, Talitha?
684.
684 people.
Hello.
Hello, okay.
That's the first time I've ever said hello to more than 2 people.
Fair enough. Okay, you've got a little microphone there.
It's going to stay there. It can pick up whatever you're saying.
Okay, your job is to see what questions are coming through, specifically the super chats, and if there's anything interesting,
Like that one.
please relay it.
Get Lee question. So the username is Get Lee.
When will Lee? When will we be getting back to the hard tool and daughter guitar?
So hand tool and daughter's guitar. And it
Terrible.
moves quite fast.
Okay, so this is going to be very good for your general reading
Yes.
at speed comprehension. It would be better if there was a slightly nicer screen as well. This is not the best. Okay, so yes, my daughter's guitar is hanging up in a couple of pieces right now. I am going to start filming the final episode of that tomorrow afternoon, probably. I don't think it is going to be this weekend's edit. I think this weekend's edit is going to be, Saturday's guitar is going to be this guitar being finished.
8 and 9.
Episodes 8 and 9 on Saturday, and that will be the end of this. Then the following week will be Jasmine's guitar being finished, and we'll be down from 3 projects to 1. And a one-day build. Interstitially. So from 3 projects to 3 projects. 3 projects, whatever. Leave me alone, I can't count right now. Talitha, you've got a roast dinner waiting for you if you want it.
Yummy.
There's also a dog waiting for cuddles.
And my squirrel is keeping an eye on you.
I would love a pet squirrel. They would be incredible. Okay.
See you later.
Cheerio. So, Orson, your job is to keep us all entertained with questions.
And funny things.
Well, give me some questions, sir. Or just completely ignore me.
I'm trying to find some funny ones. Earlier I did see one by John B. saying, I'm at work right now, but this is more important.
There we go. I couldn't agree more.
Oh.
Okay, so
Salty Johns donated £10 and said, "This is for the donuts. Get the man some sweet stat while his coffee is still hot."
I wish we were anywhere near a donut shop. You can see here, my grain is going up at that angle, and the end grain, out of the end grain, some of the uncured penetrating oil is popping up. So you need to be aware that you need to go in and buff that down when it happens. So it could be the end grain right on the edge of the guitar, or it could be stuff coming through the top as you go. And there's a particular line down here where it's doing more of that. So yeah, it's very interesting, the internal structure of the wood. You'll learn interesting things by how the finish behaves. Now, something else that does happen is if you're using very thin super glue to fill a gap, or maybe put an inlay in a rosewood fretboard, sometimes you'll fill the cavity with super glue and you'll see spots of super glue arriving 2 inches away and causing issues. Max and Stephen, if you guys are still about, and I've got photographs from them of them shaking their stain bottles and just splooging it everywhere around. If you guys also wouldn't mind supporting Orson here and sending us via the live stream chat any queries and questions, that would be useful. Thank you. Go on then, Orson. Earn your fee, mate. Would you like to sit down? There's a chair. There's a chair behind you. Okay. So this here is the rosewood, and you can see the spots, and that has cured. So I'm not able to actually rub those off. So I'm going to have to apply a little bit more stain to those areas. And not stain, guitar finishing oil, just to buff that back, and we'll be good. So a little bit of high build. I should probably put a glove on, shouldn't I?
I don't understand this question, but
okay.
I think it might be something important. Electric Lady Guitars Devo UK
yeah.
said, "I, Ben, Crow Tree Fell video. I'm having a meeting with owners of Woods, well-known TV/film composer, blockbuster, 39 Steps, tomorrow to discuss logistics. Will advise, warm regards, Eddie."
That sounds awesome, and you're right, that is important. So there's a well-known film director of a movie, 39 Steps, who has some woods, and Electric Lady Guitars Devon, UK, is going into them, hopefully, and cutting down some trees and stuff. And we might be going with him with a camera or two to film the process and have a fun day out. So yeah, cool. Sounds awesome.
Okay, question from I cannot pronounce this. Fakua me.
Alright.
With a piezo bridge ground wire, it, or is it not needed? Need to know so I can finish my kit base.
Okay, with a what ground wire bridge? With a what bridge, sorry? Spell it out for me.
Piezo.
Oh, piezo. Okay.
Piezo bridge ground wire.
So basically you always need a ground wire from the bridge, and that grounds your strings, etc. Whatever type of pickup system you are using. Now, it is always advisable. I don't think the piezo will not work, but Yeah, put a bridge ground in all the time, no matter what. Basically. And I'm just cleaning the outside of this bottle because they seem to have spilled stuff everywhere.
Minotaur Guitars says, Mark, hi, I'll be using curly black walnut on my GGBO fretless freestyle mandolin.
Cool, okay. That is... I can't wait to see that. I cannot wait to see that happen. Like, yeah, bring it on.
Rich Gamer says, finishing oils and Rolex shouldn't mix. My OCD is freaking out.
This is a Submariner. It is designed to go 300 meters underwater. It is 100% a tool watch, and I wear it because it is capable of withstanding pretty much anything, including being dunked in guitar finishing oil, if it so happens. I mean, it would need to be cleaned afterwards, but it would take it like a champ. I think that I do have watches that I would not wear while doing something like this. But frankly, yeah. I'm sorry I'm triggering your OCD. But it's, yeah, it's a tool watch, it's fine. This coffee is very, very, very nice. Completely different. It's a, yeah, okay. Now, where are we? So that's camera 3. I am nearly there. Let's see. So camera 3.
Okay. Serador Ben, what do I do now about the tone properties of British oak? I've heard very mixed things about it. I have a chunk that I was debating using for a GGBO build.
Okay, if you're building an electric guitar, then you don't really need to worry too much about it. The wood itself is going to be very... English oak is very heavy, okay? And that is a reason why we tend to avoid using it that much. Now, from a tonal properties point of view, it is fairly dense, fairly heavy, therefore will have a fairly bright tap tone.
Rich Gamer, then, would Danish oil be okay for finishing a guitar body?
Okay, I hadn't quite finished the last question. Yes, it would. Absolutely. The tonal qualities of the wood are only a very small part of what makes the guitar sound like it sounds. So basically build it out of oak and then adjust your pickups or your tone controls, etc. accordingly. And I do not worry about what the wood sounds like most of the time, unless it's the extreme. It's very, very, very hard or and heavy, or very, 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 very soft, in which case I start, querying whether I should be using it. Danish oil, yes, it's not as good as guitar finishing oil, but it can be used and is fine. I've still got guitar finishing oil popping up through this particular line of grain, but we'll go there. Danish oil. The problem with a lot of these things are you don't know what you're getting. Danish Oil is supposed to be a certain recipe with certain properties, but companies always add different weird things in or take things out, and they don't always act the same. This is one of the reasons why I started doing guitar finishing oil in the first place. I know what's in it, I know how it's going to react every single time, and that is what it is. Whereas with I use teak oil quite a lot until I developed an allergic reaction to it. And yeah, the properties of the teak oil that I bought, depending on the brand, were completely different. And I got bored of guessing. So there we go.
I cannot pronounce this name.
That's fine.
Metal Crazy says, please show the control knobs.
I will. I will. There's a squirrel guarding him at the moment, and I'm a little bit scared of him. Okay, let's leave that to settle for a little bit. I've just had an idea. I think I should show the control knobs. Worried? Questions? Comments?
Lots of them.
Go on then, feed me.
Jackie Corday says, hi Ben, hi everyone.
Hello.
Watching the live stream, watching the live while finishing my last build, Les Paul Junior, I think that's French, inspired build with a personal body shape. I'm fairly sure that is French.
Where is that? Les Paul Jr. inspired build with a personal body shape. Cool, sounds fun.
I'm just really bad at reading then.
Tutankhamun says, Dad, you missed a bit. Oak Centre Poplar Wings, sounds perfect. Okay, you're supposed to be reading there, so from the big unit down.
No, I haven't had any new ones of those.
Oh, I haven't heard that. The big unit says, if you're not using Duncan pickups, Google pickup wiring colours, and there are translator pictures for most of the major brands. Excuse me. Okay, and then there is a super chat here from Salty Johns.
Oh, I read this one.
That's the donuts one. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
My favourite dad joke. I think it has to be the original. Dad, I'm hungry. Hi, hungry on Dad.
There we go. Okay, what's with all the squirrels? Somebody asked. I apologise, Talitha. I have ADHD and they thought it would be funny because I get distracted by things all the time. So I'm just going to make a little collection just off here and be done with it. But yeah, it's taking the piss out of the fact that I get distracted. Oh, look at this. Actually. All right, so what we've got here is HDMI extension things because I have multitudinous amounts of HDMI cable here. Okay. We need to watch out for addresses and things. So this has gone to Crimson Guitars. If there's anything anybody wants to send to us, send it through to Crimson. Matt was an extra on Star Wars 9, and he has sent us these incredible screen-used knobs from that movie to use on this build, and it's absolutely incredible that he would do this. And there's going to be some adjustments, so I'm going to need to put them in the lathe and do some drilling, etc. I wish I had soft jaws, actually, come to think of that. But yeah, you can see they're awesome. And Thank you very, very much, Matt. So that's where we're at. They are huge. They are huge. Huge. Whew. What do you think? Let us know in the comments, in the chat, what you guys think of these beautiful control knobs. Are they too big for the guitar, potentially? Or not?
Tahoe Mike says, how about a GGBO category for juniors or parent and child builds?
I think that we have had a couple of juniors in the competition, but I'm not sure if there would be enough entrants to, or enough entries to make that particularly big enough. Yeah, I don't know. If we have enough people, I can't even think straight. This is me while this is the food coma. Yeah. Going on. Okay, they can hear all that noise that you're making over there. With that. Just don't. Whatever you do. Okay, what are people saying about these control knobs, Orson?
Huh?
What are people saying about the control knobs?
Oh,
Love them or hate them? Basically, I absolutely love them. I'm just wondering if they might be too big.
Terry Love Super Chat says,
Watch out for Terry, he's a bit naughty.
Could the control knobs be
Recessed.
recessed into the body? What?
Could they be recessed into the body?
Yeah, that's the into is spelled wrong.
Okay.
It's just not Y-U, it's just O.
Yeah, no, I tell you, Terry, he's difficult. We had to put Terry into timeout once because he didn't believe that I could build this guitar in one day. We did. I mean, there was hashtag free Terry and all sorts of stuff. I mean, the fact that he was absolutely right and it's taken me 9 and we haven't finished yet is besides the point. Okay, they could be recessed a little bit, but not really because we've already got a very thin cavity here. So...
Oh, there's a distress call from Carol Wood. Help. I've just picked up my left-handed bass to change the strings, and I've noticed that the first string has a split between the knob.
The headstock is split?
The first string has a split. It just says, I've noticed that the first string has a split between the knob. I'm not sure what that means.
Okay, the headstock is probably split and that's not a good thing. If it's still stable, flood it with thin super glue and you should be okay. Okay, at this stage, the oil has stopped pulling up, or at least slowed down. So we can move on to the next stage, I think. Just make sure that we're good. The end grain of the rosewood is still showing up. And this is why you apply your oil in the morning and then you watch it for the rest of the day, just in case it's going to play silly buggers.
Something from Tony Murphy.
Tony Murphy.
Carl Wood, can you make Can you... I've lost it now. Can you take a pic and email it to the stream so we can see it?
So that goes to stream@crimsonguitars.com, but your best bet is actually to go to the Crimson Guitars Discord server and share it there. There are generally a few hundred people on the Discord at any one time, and there's a lot of good advice being offered there.
This is very little context. From Joseph Hurst, can you put them under slug so they are on the underside of the guitar? That's a super chat, by the way.
Can I put them
Under slug.
underslung?
Oh, I missed the N.
Can we install them through the top, so it's just this bit that's coming through? We could chop them in half. I mean, that would be a shame. That would be a shame. What do you think, Orson? I mean, these were actually on a Star Wars
If
movie.
it's been on the Star Wars set, I don't think you should just chop it in half. I think that would just be sad. And I think you'd lose a couple of subscribers.
I think you were right. Okay, look, we're going to do a poll now.
Don't have a poll.
No, I'll do it.
Well, you should teach me first.
So up the top here.
Yeah. Oh.
No, it's not up at the poll, it's down at the bottom. It says create a poll. Should we use the Star Wars knobs or not? Yes, no, ask your community. All right, and then at some point you just click end poll. How are you, Tanya?
Fumy in here, we worried about that.
Fumy?
Let's open it up a bit.
That must be just all of the guitar finishing oil I'm using.
I think you don't notice it when you're sat in it, do you?
No, well, it's pretty much mostly outside now. Sorry, all of the rags are outside, but if you want to leave the door open for a bit, yeah. Okay, so that's it. We've got a poll going to see whether we should use these knobs as they are, or if I should use something else. Now, what do you think, Tanya? They're, as Matt said, they are quite large.
Yeah.
And I'm not entirely sure if they...
Well, I think they should go with the guitar for the look, but when it comes to playability, it's something you can change, can't you?
Playability, it's absolutely fine. It's just, yeah, it's the look of it that's the thing. But then again, we're building a guitar that is inspired by the Star Wars universe, not a guitar that is exactly what we would do. It's a different universe, isn't it?
I think it adds to the fact that it's unique.
Yep.
It's not changed in a while.
Again, it's
so
something that for personal choice you could change it out, couldn't you?
Absolutely. That's a very good point. Okay, well, let's see what the viewers think.
Okay, so 63% said yes, 37% said no.
More than 60% are saying yes, we should use them.
Yes, we should use them.
Okay, cool. Well, let's
And
leave
then
that
there's
going for a little while.
2 super chats. I need to read them quickly before they go away. 3 super chats. Will the trem arm clear the knobs?
Very good point. Very good point. Well made. I forgot that we actually had a tremolo here.
Okay, that was from Rich Ether. So he's thinking about his playability.
Yeah, because this is his guitar.
Joseph Hurt, another super chat. Underslung meaning knobs on the bottom edge.
So does he mean put them on as decoration?
Oh, haha.
So put them on as so they're not.
No. Control knobs going in from the side.
Okay.
That's not about. Let's. Well, I've already. Okay. We might not be finishing this today, people.
Oh no.
No. Here we go. Let's get that set up. So, as it currently stands, here is where they are, and they're looking huge. Who is the gentleman that suggested underslung?
It was
Joseph Hurst.
Joseph Hurst. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. That wouldn't be in the way. But what you are suggesting is that we have our 3 mini toggles here, basically, and the control knobs here, which is actually really cool, except for the fact that that's also where the guitar sits on your leg.
Okay, you had a super chat from Lisa Harshberger.
If
Lisa.
you need to cut the knobs, use the cut off parts as greeblies.
Greeblies.
Greeblies, whatever it is.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, I love the thought of having them underslung, but that really would cause issues. If you are going to actually sit with the guitar, then your leg is going to be moving them and changing them. So we would need to have the control knob with something poking out to protect them from your leg. That would not necessarily be comfortable. Now, to design a guitar that has underslung knobs, absolutely can be done. We can design our way out of the problem. But at this stage, we're a little bit stuck.
There's a super chat from Salty Johns.
Salty Johns.
If you use them on the side, fill the hole with stitches,
The switches.
switches, or for pickups on and off the toggle.
Yes, there's going to be 3 mini on-off toggles, and that would absolutely do that, no problems.
Matt Roham says, please don't hesitate to cut them. I give full permission if you need it.
Cheers, man. I really do appreciate it. This is the man who has donated them for the good cause that is this insane guitar. Is it insane? I need to stop saying insane build, etc.
Carol Wood.
Carol Wood. Yeah, she's
Carol
just
Wood
become
has
a member.
Just become a member. Welcome to all that jazz.
Thank you very much for your support, and welcome to the family.
How about putting the knobs on the back edge, says Robert R.
Okay. Whoops. We've got a guitar. Play. They would have to be here, and that is where your arm is. Because we've got the carve there, and that curve is just far out of the way. This is the sort of thing that we could have designed around early on, but at this stage we're kind of stuck, I think. Or are you talking about the back edge?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
The big units sent a super chat
What
saying,
about only slung on the right side instead of the left curve?
Okay.
yeah, and again from Vulcan Eason, he said similar thing.
How about putting the knobs on the bottom curve? Cheers, V.
Yo, V. Alright. This is causing trouble for me now. Okay, I don't have enough space to have more than one. I don't currently have a stacked pot, I don't think, that could be both a volume and a tone, and this wouldn't work for a stacked pot anyway. We could potentially have one either side, which looks pretty frickin' cool.
Oh, apparently from someone said camera 3 is in the way.
Sorry, camera 3 is always in the way. I love camera 3.
And also from Matt F, who donated £2.
Matt,
Just one knob on the bottom right, insert facing down.
Bum, 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 bum. Problem solving, problem solving. Okay. I think you guys can end that poll now. How much...
I've ended it. Oh. I ended it when I told you.
Fine, you need to do... You jumped the gun there, boy. Okay. You raise children to have a mind of their own and then they do what they bloody well please. I just don't understand it. Okay. Rich requires both a volume and a tone control. Okay. Which is something that I absolutely agree and understand and stand by 100%.
Okay, I saw something.
I'm thinking that one here and one there kind of actually works.
Lost it now. Aha. From the original... Whoa, I almost fell over. From the original
From the
wax...
original... Whoa, I almost fell over.
wax scar gun. I think it might be interesting to build a guitar utilising slide faders as volume and tone controllers.
Yes, I do too. I bought some many years ago to do a build and ended up never getting around to it. The problem with them is they do tend to have fairly... they get dusty fairly regularly and you'd need to replace them a bit more often, I think. But still cool as. Okay, I am going to...
There's been... Oh my gosh, there's been 3 super chats. The big unit says volume and toggles on the face, tone on the side.
Okay, that is an option. That is an option. I mean, that would be the volume. I don't know. I think it's just far too huge. I think it's far too huge for the guitar. I really do. Now...
the Rogue Tomato
has donated. The Rogue Tomato has donated £1 and then another £1.
Yeah, I think the problem is we've had this before. When you to the Rogue Tomato, when you want to make a chat, they don't let you write anything at £1. If you put it in the chat, we will look out for your name.
Oh my gosh, there's one more super chat. Both on the front with the toggles in between.
There's no room for that.
Says Goady the Rookie.
Goody the Roadie.
Goady the Roadie.
Okay. I'm just going to mock this up a little bit.
Richard Ether
Okay, that's the man. He's the man.
£5 and said Trem clears them on so the front is fine. Could always go for just a volume knob. I can to a stack down the line. Then you got you get to keep one.
Yes. Appealing to my innate greed, then.
And then this is what the rogue tomato.
Okay.
There he is.
Put one on the front and one on the bottom, says the rogue tomato.
And then he says,
Volume on the front, lesser used tone on the bottom.
On the side. Okay. Do you know what we need? We need more coffee. All right, there we go. I think that's a plan. That looks pretty cool.
Paul needs.
And that looks
Could
pretty cool
use
too.
smaller stand knobs of a similar shape, amp knobs, or whatever sprayed silver.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter, I could replicate these on the lathe. I could make the same sort of knob, but then it wouldn't be a screen-used Star Wars prop, now would it? I think that we're going to go with what Rich suggested, which is I keep one, and we have one on the front with the 3 toggles. That is the simplest option. We do want to finish this. I kind of do like the thought of having one on the edge here, and then having the 3 there, but it messes with the fantastic lines of this guitar that we've designed.
Okay, there's 2 super chats. One
Okay.
from Gilt Lee, who donated £20,
$20.
$20,
Thank you.
and
Still
said
impressive. Thank you very much.
one knobs cut in half, volume on the top, tone on the bottom.
It's destroying a screen used prop. I don't want to do that. I do. Yeah. Oh no, that's just going. That mug is not good for just throwing coffee out the window. It was just a dreg that needed to be gotten rid of, and it's got a lip, and it was messy. Poop. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and the next super chat.
Yeah.
Black Wraith donated $5 again, jeez, and said, "Bun, don't forget about the jack placement since you haven't drilled for it
Thank you.
yet."
Very good point. Very, 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 very good point. Okay, hold on. So yeah, no, that is it. Exactly where I was planning on putting this. That's where the jack needs to go anyway. Suppose we could have one off the end. Okay, I'm struggling, people. I'm struggling, and it's all because of a lack of coffee, really.
Mitchell Noel says,
He gets Micah.
Micah Noel says, volume 5-way rotary, no tone, and also donated £1.99.
£1 million.
Are you like, panic? What did I do?
Okay, there we go. No, yes, a rotary switch would be very, very cool. I don't have such a thing in here. Now, the trem arm is not touching the volume. We have made a decision now, I think, really. The trem arm is not touching. It's not going to be impinged by the knob. Even if it's down here, it actually sits over. It's quite nicely high. So I would suggest that we go with what Rich said, and Rich is the eventual owner of the guitar after all. And we have our 3 switches. So potentially one there,
There's 2 super chats.
one there, one there.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit longer.
Super chat, Godie the Roadie donated £2, not dollars, and said, insert the coffee here.
Oops.
Yes.
Yeah. And then Steen TV donated €5 and said use one big knob on the front and use a smaller knob, normal one for the tone, also on the front.
Yeah, I don't want to mix messages. I think my issue is that is very, very it's impressive. That is big. That's two really big control knobs there, and that's chunky. That feels a lot less. And once you've got your, 3 switches, I think we're going to be fine. I also think that we really, really, really need to move on at this point. I love the idea of side-mounted control knobs, and if we'd had these earlier, I would have designed potentially notches in here, so we could have the knob recessed in and doing its thing. That could be so cool. But for now, no. The decision has been made. We're going to keep one here and potentially use it on something at a later date, and we're going to use one on the guitar and go from there. Hell, maybe I'll build myself one of these and I'll have a knob. So yeah, that would be awesome.
There's something from Maruno Steenbreaker. Then what about the linear fader for the tone?
Okay, I don't have any linear faders here. They are... I did have some that were very, very large that are at Crimson headquarters. So we're somewhat out of luck. Now, I'm just going to shoot off behind Orson quickly.
There's 2 more super chats.
Okay.
One from Jamie H, who donated £2 and said single split pot recessed lip flush to aluminium.
Say that again.
Single split pot recessed lip flushed to aluminium.
So sink it down into the...
Yeah, just into the aluminium. Yeah, that would be ideal. That really would be ideal if I'd had more time. We had a big issue with the routing of the aluminium and the cutting and all of that, and we just don't have the ability to do that at this stage. So
another super chat from Franz Truter, who donated 14 ZAR.
Okay, that's.
Like that.
I think Daddy should read that one because there's a word there that's.
That is one Moose coffee, huge coffee mug, 350ml.
I'm not sure. Sorry, can you move just so I can get to these drawers quickly? I'm not sure how much exactly is in there. It is my coffee maker. The coffee machine says it's 4 normal coffee mugs, 4 normal cups of coffee worth. So
Too much.
a little bit excessive potentially. The machine makes 10 servings of coffee, and this in 2.5 goes will exhaust that supply. And that's not excessive. It's yeah, okay, anyway.
Another super chat from Godie the Roadie, donated £2 and says the other one on Millennium Falcon double neck. Use the other
Oh,
one on
good
Millennium
call.
Falcon double neck.
That's a really good call. I've lost all my cameras.
Oh yeah, because the Millennium Falcon's like a double neck. You can make the Millennium Falcon ship the base. of the
You
tower
haven't.
And then make it double necked. Where
Two
the
prongs.
Don't you
thing
watch
is-
Daddy's videos, Orson?
No,
Horrific.
I don't.
Where is the fealty? So this is the very initial design of the guitar that I'm going to do based on Star Wars, Rebel and Alliance, and we're building it. That.
Oh yeah, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
I watched you sketch it.
Well, there we go. You do watch my videos.
Yeah, I did.
Anyway.
Another super chat from Vulcan Essen.
V.
So, donating €5. Ben, please double check the right hand pinky will still have enough room while playing the high E string. Knob is quite high. Cheers, V.
Yes. So essentially, if this is in, is it playable? It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Now we could move it. I could move it further back, because the hole isn't actually be all and end all, because now we've got this cover thing covering it. So it could go there, but I don't think it's necessary. I think that's absolutely fine.
I've just looked,
Okay.
and there is £5 until we hit 200.
Thank you very much for your support, people. Okay. We don't actually sell this at Crimson anymore because making it was horrific. But yeah, just standard microcrystalline wax. Renaissance wax is... You can't hold up a coffee mug and not take a swig. Hold on. It's very hot. This thermos is amazing. Okay. Now, this is just a case of grabbing some microcrystalline wax and applying it, and it's fairly straightforward and easy. Now, if you are applying any other types of waxes and you're struggling with it, like a hard wax, which is a product that we're actually looking to develop at Crimson, various guitar
A big
waxes.
thank you to Terry Love for donating £5 and getting it
You
to 200.
interrupted me, boy.
It's Terry. Terry's allowed to interrupt.
Terry is not allowed to. Terry's always on thin ice.
He did get us to £200.
Can you? Thank you very much, Terry. Okay, could you guys please remind me that I was talking about waxes? On we go.
Salty Johns was just beat to the. He was just behind, and he's also donated.
Here's to
so
200.
Oh, I see. Nice. So awesome. You're trying to get people to compete with the super chats. Okay, I get it. You are my son. You are a business-minded boy. I'm impressed. Okay, wax. There is a trick. Microcrystalline wax like this is applied very easily and is cool. It's already fairly dilute. But if you're using a hard wax, either warm up the whole instrument with a heat gun or something like that, or warm up the rag that you're applying it with, which will partially melt the wax, and then as you buff it in, it's much easier. It also spreads better and gives you a better finish, whereas some hard waxes will have an issue. And it's always with the application of a little fire. Lots of things are made easier. Please don't quote me out of context. All right. What's up?
There's another super chat from Dan Peacock.
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 Go with Rich's wish here. Wish there, bun. Here's
agree.
my contribution to the day's activity. Tried to put it over top, and now I'm late to the party again.
Try to put what as the
He
top?
was just trying to put it. He also was trying to get us
Oh,
200 less.
Oh.
Just missed out.
sorry. Well, why don't we try for I don't know 750?
Don't be cheeky. Terry Love says,
Awesome
Thank you very much, guys.
has lived with Ben for years. He knows it's best to just do it.
Yes. I try and teach you guys that you have value and your time is valuable, and that I was taught nothing about money growing up at all. And when I was first given credit cards and the like, I ended up bankrupt.
Also, Terry, oh my gosh! The big unit just donated £100. $100, which has got us to 283 now.
I was joking.
So,
I was joking. but
As I
thank
was
you.
going to say something else. Terry Love, sorry about that, but you spelled my name wrong. It's not awesome, it's Orson. It's spelled different.
But you
it's
get called,
very
you
close.
do get called awesome a lot, don't you?
I do.
And it's a cool,
especially
it's a cool
by my
nickname.
teachers.
If you're going to get a nickname, there's nothing wrong with awesome.
Absolutely.
Oh, the
So,
Rogue
yeah.
Tomato has donated $5 and said, I still haven't see how you access the truss rod.
The truss
Did
rod
you
is.
show that yet?
I'll show you in a second when I've finished applying stuff. Wax. As you can see, the Renaissance wax, which is a microcrystalline wax suspended in a white spirit or something like that, is actually pulling up some of the guitar finishing oil. So it turns out that you shouldn't use Renaissance wax so soon after the oil, because if it hasn't fully cured, you end up putting some of it off. So I've just learned something. Okay, now hold on. Let's just apply that and leave it to sit for a bit. And I just want to get on here as well.
Terry Love said, I thought Ben was saying awesome, sorry about the name thing. Don't worry, Terry.
Oh, no.
Orson's had it his whole life, and like I said, there are many worse things to be called, aren't there?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Literally, the first thing my teacher called out in the first register, my creative design teacher said, in the register, awesome, instead of my actual name, Awesome. And for the next couple of weeks, she called me Awesome.
So this here is where the truss rod access is. Slightly out of focus there, but that's it.
Here they come.
Okay,
Where's he?
so that's the neighbour. That's the next door neighbour who has a hobby that involves
the big unit.
petrol-powered things.
I'm coming. We can go. Careful. Don't trip on the wires. We can go.
I want to stay down.
All right, so goodbye to Tanya.
I'm still going to be here.
Are you sticking around? Is this Tanya's or yours?
Oh, that's Mother's. Yep, thanks.
Okay.
Looking good.
It's all right. I've just learned that Renaissance wax actually lifts fresh guitar finishing oil off and gets to the thing, which is interesting. So we need to work on a hard wax as an alternative for this that isn't solvent based like Renaissance or like microcrystalline. So that's it's a learning experience, and I've learned.
Yeah.
Mikey B donated 10 shiff and says, Ben, sorry, I'm really out of breath.
You just
Will
ran
the
up.
shine stay as it is?
I'm just pointing out the fact that the big unit donated $100 to Talitha, whose jaw has dropped and hit the deck. Excuse me, and excuse me.
Donated to me. Why?
Not to you. To what?
We made a joke. Ow.
He made a joke about hitting 750.
No, Orson said that we were doing we were a fiver away from hitting £200 in super chats,
And then
and people were fighting about it to push us over.
Okay.
And I made a joke about, hey, why don't we get to 750? And immediately the big unit,
Donated 100
You're
quid.
so generous.
he proved that he is
Okay, I need to get to that.
the MVP of the day.
Yeah, shoot that.
Okay. So, now, just for fun, I'm just going to buff the worst of the Renaissance wax off. Or off. How do you say?
Off.
I say off. You say off.
Off.
People
Off.
mispronounce it all or take the mick out of us. They say off.
Off.
Off. I can't say off.
No, it's off.
Daniel
Marquez.
Marquez donated $5. What?
I don't know what all of the different things are, but say thank you very much and tell me the question.
Thank you. I will experiment with
Carnauba wax.
carnauba wax
wax.
over your
Penetrating.
Penetrating guitar
plus
follow.
high build. Let you know the results over GTPO.
Thank you very much. Please do. I think that a 50-50 mix of Carnauba wax melted into beeswax with maybe a little bit of mineral oil would be an ideal combination. Carnauba wax is very hard wearing, and hard to apply as well. Hence the heat I was talking about earlier. But mixed in with a little bit of mineral oil and the softer beeswax, you can end up. Are you done, Orson?
He's going to get some water.
Okay.
No, I'm just going to go get some water because I have a massive headache.
Okay. Don't get distracted.
And
Fine. Okay. Yes, that. Carnauba wax, beeswax, and a little bit of mineral oil, and the combination should work very well. Now, I am going to move on to some of this stuff, which is Ulfi Shine 100% natural resin enriched hard wax polish made in England. It's very cool stuff, and yeah, and it smells divine.
Photog fits photo.
Who? What?
Photog fits photo.
Fertog fits photo. Cool.
I think so. Says in quotations, don't get distracted, and then about 5 smiley laughing faces. Like you telling Orson, don't. Yeah.
Oh, he's worse than me. So, in all seriousness, the whole ADHD thing was that we've been told by the school that Byron really should get tested, and all of that. And then we started looking into it, and I realised absolutely I have it, all of the comorbidities, etc. And it's just one of those things.
Yeah, you were going to send me that questionnaire.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the hard wax polish, and it really goes on very it's problematic to get it out. So we need some fire, really.
That wax, it's got a slightly yellow tint, but that's not going to add anything or change the colour of the stain.
Not appreciably, no. So the question then is, do I have a hot air gun? Because that's what I require and want.
Are you just finding ways to digress?
No, I am being watched by 700 or 800 people, I think.
799 just gone down.
Every time I say it, somebody signs off. And
95.
come on, people who aren't watching, click on the video and watch. No, I need to do this properly, and since we are rushing to a certain extent, I'm having to adjust as we go. Now, that Renaissance wax did lift more of the stain that I'm happy with. It's still going to look absolutely stunning, but it's not as vibrant as it should be. And it lifted some of the guitar finishing oil, which means that the final finish isn't going to be as durable. I need something on there that is better, which means I need some heat. So yes, of course I'm digressing, Talitha.
Of course.
Don't question the method.
Let's question the madness.
Holy shit, that's a big mug. Oh yes. Really
Matt
nice
Rogan
coffee too.
says, burn it.
Burn it, burn it, burn it.
And Paul Cook says, what? Ben doesn't have a hair dryer?
See what you did there. Okay, so I'm not going to warm the guitar up necessarily. It's a combination of the wax itself and what I'm applying it with. Okay, now if you do this with other waxes, you can see how much more flexible that is. If you do this with some waxes are actually very flammable, and I have set fire to them doing this. Try and avoid that if you can help it.
Rocket Punk Art says, Ben, you should end today so that you can brag that you made the guitar in as many days as there are movies in the franchise. Unless you jump to 11 days.
We'll see.
And still questions about what happened to day 8.
Okay, so day 8 is not live anymore. Day 8 was almost entirely spent playing around with sanding, and was just very boring. But we made a mistake, and there was something on camera that we didn't want the general public to see. Nothing illegal or anything, just privacy, really, more than anything else. And we had to try and edit the live stream that was made live, which is fine. And YouTube have that capacity, but basically we broke YouTube, and it didn't work. So we just took it down in the end. Okay, so this hard wax polish is going on very well now, and is going to protect the guitar really nicely. I'm going to leave it to dry a little bit, and then we'll buff it up and be there.
Ooh. There is a super chat from Lisa
Harshberger.
Donating
Thank you, Lisa.
$9.99. When my nephew was diagnosed with ADD/ADHD,
Yeah.
we all figured out we are as well with me before Squirrel became a thing after Up. My friend would say Star Wars when I got distracted.
Yeah.
And then Mikey B donated 10 chef. Coming back to my previous question about the shine, sorry, I was disconnected. Does it stay as is, or does it change over time? And reason to donate again.
Thank you very much. So yes, it doesn't. The shine does not reduce. With use, you can buff it up even more over time, just through friction, etc. But no, the finish stays as shiny as it is, or gets shinier over time, potentially. And yeah, Lisa, that's the interesting thing when you find out that categorically somebody that you know, or that you are related to has it, or somebody with similar characteristics and personality traits to you has it, then you learn all sorts of new things, and that's it. So it does, in my case at least, make the whole thing a lot easier. I understand why I'm doing what I'm doing now. I have very poor self-control. I'm very. The quick rush is always a good thing. I.e., buying a new camera or something is like, it's because most people don't have the same reaction as I do to new things or to doing what I do here with you guys. I absolutely feed off the energy of this stream. It gives me so much, and a lot of people don't understand that.
What would happen if you used the heat gun on the guitar?
We can't hear you. By we, I mean the voices in my head.
Yeah.
Me and the squirrels. Sorry, what was your question?
What would happen if you used the heat gun on the guitar itself?
It should be fine, but I'm not going to play around with that possibility
Terry
of
Love
damaging things.
donated £5 and
Put him
said,
in timeout.
Oh.
Sorry.
That would be funny to end.
Canberra wax is good stuff. It's
Kambura.
Canuba.
Carnauba wax, sorry. I
Carnauba
thought there was
wax
something
is
Canadian,
good
something
stuff.
Australian that I've never heard of.
It's the finish on Briar tobacco pipes.
Okay. It's very, very hard wax, isn't it? So I suppose doing what I'm doing right now with heat, etc., would go some way to making it easier to apply.
Yeah, probably.
But that's I've never actually used it raw.
Brian Hampton says this video is my squirrel currently. Work. Psh.
I'm sorry. Okay, so here we are. I'm pretty much done here. So I'm just going to buff things. What spot? What spot? Yeah, it's wax. I can't get out. Stop. Just constantly pick.
Anthony Conliffe says, do you prefer having a specific design and a deadline, or being free to build as you please? Probably a silly question, as it is probably a mixture of the two.
I don't work. If I don't have a deadline, or if I don't have... Okay, let's rephrase that. If I have a deadline to finish a guitar,
I don't work very well. If I've got no deadline to finish part of a guitar, i.e. a video has to be out on Saturday, I really struggle. So in reality, I need to have sort of a mixture of the both. I like playing around with ideas, and I find that I make better guitars if I am not restricted. And that's sort of where we're at, really.
Sneezing.
He's sneezing very quietly. Good man. He's a professional.
Yes, professional.
I'm coming to the realization that I absolutely should not be drinking this much coffee while also simultaneously trying to have a live stream without lots of interruptions.
The Artful Todger donated £5 and says, "What wax do you use to shine your head? I was also diagnosed with ADHD in December 21st. I'm 51. Looking forward to getting the right help. Squirrel."
I am too. Orson, do you know what a todger is?
Go away.
The Artful Todger. A
No.
todger is a slang word for a willy.
I think you broke your son.
He's not crying, he's laughing in the background.
Lots of lulls.
Okay, there we go. With that, with that out of the way, what was the question?
So many
he's just been-
smiley faces.
He's just
Yeah.
been diagnosed. Looking forward to the drugs. Or the right treatment. I am too. I am interested to see if it changes my creative process for the better or the worse. But there are certain things that come along with being ADHD that I'm looking forward to not having to deal with. I.e., today is the 28th of February, and since the 1st of February, I've had to phone HMRC, which is our UK tax people, to let them know that the Vintage Tool Shop does not need to be VAT registered anymore. If I don't do it by the end of the month, I am going to be liable potentially to criminal proceedings and a large fine. Today's the last day of the month, so I need to do it today. There we go.
Yes.
I've been putting it off.
Jeez. And you're doing this all day?
Yeah. Well, there we go. It'll be fine.
Don't.
So yeah, that is. Oh my God, that's beautiful.
Peter Crosley, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. Donuts.
Donuts. Okay, people, we are getting there.
Oh no.
That's fine.
Oh no.
Just wait.
I cannot pronounce this.
That's fine. I'll do that one.
Fuka Me donated €1.
Thank you very much for your support. And for your funny name as well.
Photo says email HMRC before the end of today.
Oh, that's a good point. Before midnight.
Yeah.
And then I can always say, oh, I emailed you, but... yeah, no, we'll see.
Can I do this one?
Doesn't that look
yeah.
great? Tell me that looks great. I feed off your
That looks amazing.
positive feelings.
Spectacular, wonderful.
Meh.
You little bastard.
Right. Death Ruddles.
Okay.
Says
Hi.
Dr. Ben, I'm working on a method to use color changing LEDs in a guitar without introducing electrical noise. If it works, would you be interested in doing another cyberpunk guitar?
I would be very interested in doing another guitar with colour changing LEDs. I don't think I'd build I wouldn't build that exact guitar again because I very rarely go back and do that. But I would be interested in. Yes, absolutely.
Plus, you still have to fix that one.
I do still need to fix that one. It's. I think color changing should be fine. Sorry. I know what I mean, but I'm not saying what I mean. So let's just move swiftly onwards. Yeah, absolutely would be very interested.
David Gilmore says the HMRC live chat service is surprisingly useful. Definitely worth a try.
They actually live chat back.
Apparently.
Okay. I'll next time I go up to the house, I'll grab my laptop and put it off on the side and get that done. So yeah, it's the VAT office really, and actually they're fine. They tend not to be arseholes about it, and I have emailed a department within the VAT office, so if I missed, honestly, it'll be fine. It's just not the correct office.
Some suggestions due to an HMRC themed guitar.
I mean, I could probably do an HMRC themed guitar that we raffle off in order to pay my tax bill, which could be great. Of course, I would be taxed on the. No, it's all fun and games, and I don't mind paying taxes because without that the world would be insane.
The world's not insane already.
Here's a public. Here is something that a surprising amount of people don't understand with regards to taxes, and I didn't initially when I first was told that the government takes a portion of my salary, and that's that you might be on, I'm sure everybody here knows, you might be on a standard tax rate wherever you're at, say 20% or something. So you've got a tax-free amount. In the UK, it's £12,500 you can earn before you're taxed. So that first 12.5 grand that you earn, you pay no tax on. The next £35,000 or whatever it happens to be, I'm sure I'm getting the numbers wrong, you're taxed at 20%. But your first 12.5 is still at zero. Then if you get given a pay rise that takes you up to £100,000, there's a freaking squirrel there.
Are you serious?
No, your squirrel that you left on the back of the bloody van saw is still there. I hadn't seen that one. It's black and white.
Trampoline, don't do that.
Ha! Gotcha. But if you get given a major pay rise and you're on £150,000, your first £12,500 is still free. The next X amount is still at 20%. It's only the total amount over that. So you've got 12.5 free, you've got another £20,000 or £30,000 that is taxed at a certain percentage, and it's only the stuff over that is taxed at the full amount. Your whole £150,000 salary, or whatever it is, you lucky bastard, your whole salary is not taxed at 60%. It's only the part of it that's above the last tiers. So many people I've heard have turned down pay rises or promotions thinking that they're going to be worse off in the end, and that just isn't how it works.
So Ben's
I don't know why
channel, financial advice.
No, don't do that.
Mark Sims has donated $9.99
Mark Sims, welcome. Thank you.
and says it looks great.
Whee! Elbow grease.
And your response for wanting validation.
Oh, and my response, yeah. Validation. Thank you.
Also, Stephen Clark has been a member for 10 months.
Stephen Clark.
Is there a way to remove chrome plating in a control manner, i.e. bridge plate with a stamped
Logo.
logo?
Okay, there are.
He says, I would like to remove the chrome from the logo. So
From only the logo. I mean, that's really, really difficult. I think that your best bet would be potentially shot blasting using a There are resists. It's like a sticker that you put over it, and then you cut around the lettering, and then you can shot blast. But whether that would take enough off, I don't know. So that is an option. To use acid etching, you can do that in a fairly controlled manner. You might also use a similar resist so that you're only removing where you want, but that's water and electricity and all of that, and tends to spread and cause issues. So I'm not so sure. Okay, we're nearly there. Now, after the fact, I think I'm probably going to end up applying a few more coats of this wax, and we'll see how that builds up. But for now, we've got enough to be getting on with.
What? We're doing something different.
Yeah, you guys will be left alone for a little bit while I just shoot up to the house.
That's dangerous.
I seem to have over-imbibed.
Fukami says, since we are talking about money, I'm a complete madman who actually likes sanding. What would Crimson offer me as a professional sanding specialist?
Are you local? I can't guarantee that we've actually got enough full-time work for somebody sanding, but we could probably go part way there. In all seriousness, we are always looking for good staff, so drop us an email. Generally, I mean, I think we've got enough tool makers at the moment, although we've had somebody off sick for the better part of this year, and that is the reason why a number of you have had delayed orders. Yeah.
Can you read Terry Love's comment?
Where's Terry?
You always read Terry Love's comments.
Okay. No coffee machine in the workshop. How about urinal corner?
I knew exactly where you were going. No.
What? One out behind the Lego shed.
It's already taken.
Oh, actually, so this has got, this has still got the shielding paint on it, and I just need to buff off a little bit. Sorry, buff off a little bit.
Sounds wrong.
Sounds very wrong. Feels weird. Just
Your mouth shape is just it's
exactly,
wrong.
yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. We're good. We're very good.
Gody the Roadie donated £2.
Thank you very
and
much, mate.
said, every Adam Sandler film, you can't do it. You can do it.
Repeat that?
Every Adam Sandler film, you can do it.
Oh, you can do it. I, for some reason, thought you were talking about Adam Savage, and it just didn't compute. You're a fan of Adam Savage, aren't you, Watson?
Yes, I am. And when I get permission to go to Maker Central, I will most likely meet him.
I don't think Adam Savage... I think Adam Savage is too big for Maker Central.
No one's ever too big for Maker Central.
Fair enough. Yep.
Fugami says, unfortunately, I'm both Dutch and a single dad. I would break my son's autism by immigrating to the UK, but still needed to tease Ben with the offer.
I respect somebody who is a full-time dad, especially if somebody's if they have a child with autism, etc. we've had staff actually who only got the job when the children sort of went to school, but they still had to pick them up. And we worked the entire schedule around the fact that they had parenting responsibilities and stuff. It really pisses me off when I hear of employers, who are just rigid and hard and don't have any flexibility where staff are concerned. Or compassion. The bastards. Okay, anyway, look, I'm going to leave it on camera for you guys can look at this and judge. How's that? There we go. I will be back shortly. I'm going to turn my microphone all the way off.
Doesn't that mess with...
Don't care.
Okay.
I would rather not unmute it.
Accidentally.
Okay, so you guys are okay. Please don't put up any more squirrels. If you want, the camera is currently on number 4 looking down at the guitar.
Okay.
There are some little, in the plane on the right hand side there, there's Mandalorian.
Ooh, Mandalorian stuff. Ooh.
Oh yeah, there is. I'm gonna take down the squirrel.
No, leave the squirrels.
No, I'm gonna take one down.
Leave the squirrels.
No.
Leave the squirrels.
No. Where are the squirrels?
All over the place.
What? You said there was one somewhere.
Yeah, on the bandsaw this side.
Bandsaw?
Bandsaw.
Oh, yeah. What? So they can't see me, right?
No, they can't see you.
They can't see me now?
No. The camera's looking at the guitar.
Only at the guitar.
Only at the guitar. No.
Wait, so this one's off?
Yes.
So they don't see it?
No.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I can still see it.
Oh, I see. Oh, wait, they see me.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
Yeah, they do.
No.
Yes, they do. Right there.
The picture at the top is the picture that's going live.
Oh, so none of that is they don't see any of that.
No.
Okay, that's cool. Good.
Okay. What are you doing?
Stealing the squirrels. I'm gonna hide one. Just around it. Squirrel, 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 squirrel. I'm gonna put one on the camera. Can I put one on the camera?
No.
It's too expensive. Give it.
Okay.
Camera.
Actually, that would stop me bumping my head on the camera all the time.
I will now touch the squirrel. This blue tack is really stretchy. Well, technically it's not blue tack, it's white tack.
Handsome.
They can still hear us, right?
Yes, they can. Benno, yes, those are Star Wars figurines. So when Ben took us to Cardiff,
Oh yes, I found a really cool store and they had like a...
yeah, we found a
really
comic book
expensive.
collectible store and they had Lego figurines on special offer, and we scoured the entire shop for anything Boba Fett related and came out with 4 little Lego figurines.
There was also like a proper katana that was worth 200. And there was also some Hellboy pistols. And also
Yeah.
like a Lord of the Rings,
Ben wouldn't let us.
Sword.
Ben wouldn't let us come home with the katana.
or the Lord of the Rings sword, or the
Camera.
Hellboy guns.
Right, stop moving. I'm putting camera 3 on.
Okay.
Go. battle for the guitar.
Yeah. Boba Fett versus Mandalorians. I've actually got to rewatch The Mandalorian with my nana and aunties because I haven't watched it yet.
Cardiff, yes, Cardiff is in Wales. Roughly a 2-hour drive from where we live in Dorset. So it was a really good day out for all.
Yes.
Cool.
Battle for the guitar.
We have a standoff.
Very cool. We'll have to do a full-on... There we go. Oh! Yeah, we'll have to do a photo shoot when the guitar's all finished. Okay, so my audio is on. We're all good. That still has batteries. That's weird. I thought those were all
There's a
to be
squirrel
charged.
on camera.
Please take it off.
Okay. She put it on there. I gave her the
Yeah,
idea.
no.
Oh, you wanted to put it on the lens. That's a no-no.
No, I didn't want to put it on the lens.
Yeah, Talitha knows that I get
the
really,
squirrel.
really, really annoyed when things are stuck around my workshop. When was the last time you got in huge trouble for sticking?
Oh no.
Oh, I put googly eyes on like everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did. Awesome, you're making everybody feel ill now. Okay, let's put those guys back there. I now need to fix that camera.
I fixed it.
So
I fixed it. Ah.
Yeah, we're all good. So, questions, queries, comments,
the Gentagon.
commissions. The Gentagon.
Gentagon said £5 super chat. Bun, about to pull the trigger on my GGBO ticket. Prepare for the most disastrous build series ever.
Dude,
I'm
Stephen
going to
has not
need-
finished 2 years in a row. He's destroyed his guitars 2 years in a row, so...
You
you've
have
got
competition, Gentagon. So I'm going to
So
need
true.
lots of luck and coffee.
Okay, luck, coffee, and advice. Come on to the Crimson Guitars Discord server for one, and the live streams with any queries and comments, and I would be more than happy to help wherever possible. Okay.
Just so you know, everybody, all the 783 of you, I will definitely be coming back and doing more streams.
I thought you were enjoying this.
I am.
Good. Okay.
Also, I'm possibly doing it like 50% for the money.
What money?
Yeah.
You can't negotiate a wage after you started the job.
Yes, you can.
Oh, that's not
You
how it
try
works.
out, you do a tester, and then you negotiate the wages and all the stuff like that.
So
Max sent me some validation via WhatsApp. It made me feel good.
SC Guitar says, yes, I hold the crown for most disastrous entries. Fight me.
So far, yeah. You have a hand plate now, though, so you should be all right. Okay, now we have our control knob there. We've got to mill this out a little bit on the lathe to so that fits, but it's not going to be huge amounts of work. I will need to install grub screws on the side so we can lock it in. So there is that, which is going to be a little bit of machining, and but we'll move on to that a little bit later. I need to drill a few holes. Let's say that, and this tissue here, at least that side of the tissue, is a little bit dirty now, so we'll be good. Okay.
So I have first questions from Tam. What's up from Tom?
Okay, I didn't think he was questioning on the live stream, and I was wondering. So you confused me. Yeah, what's he got to say?
It's working. Wondering if you could check if Ben has the SD cards from HQ.
Yes, I do.
I just want to know if the guys need to look a little harder.
Okay, I do, mainly because she only just gave them to me. We also bought 4 more on... is he actually watching? I'm talking to the camera like he's watching. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know.
Habit. We bought 4 more from Cardiff Camera Centre on Saturday, and you gave me a whole, like, 2, 3 more.
No, one was from you and one was potentially from HQ.
And then we found another one from HQ in my wallet. There's SD cards everywhere. They're raining. It's raining SD cards. Okay, so I've just worked out the extent of the cavity going that way. It sort of makes sense to have the jack be at the end there. I'm not sure how I would make that happen.
Super chat from Mark Jennings.
Mark Jennings, I got your squirrel. Thank you.
Also a question, well, his question also pertains to one I have.
Oh no. Poop.
Bun, I don't see timber or fret wire in the store. Am I missing something, or are they special order items?
Okay, for the minute special order, fret wire should be on there, but if it's not, it needs to be soon. Talitha, could you send a message to Tam, please? Timber is something that is going to be added to the store relatively soon. It's a process. We are still waiting for the bulk of it for my new sander to be commissioned. Okay. Okay, so we could potentially do it like that. What's the easiest way to do that? The easiest way is just to use a standard jack rather than a barrel. Another one is to tap the hole, and that just goes in. Don't really have enough room. Or we can cut there. Bear in mind I've got a magnet there. Another alternative is to drill a really big hole that this whole thing goes through, and then glue a tube into it that allows me to have things on the end. That's complicating things. Or we just use a standard jack drilled through here with a standard sized hole and a jack plate of some sort. What do you think? I think we go with that, don't you? Okay, so awesome. I think that you need to call it a day because you're being incredibly distracting, young man.
Well, I've not had my spot. I went out and then I couldn't get back in.
Talitha stole your spot.
I'm so sorry.
She sucks, doesn't she?
There's a super chat from Dirty Rudy.
Wow. Oh, there. Go to the roadie. Donated £5. Watchers from around the world. Who's local? The great thing about being where I am is my Crimson orders don't take long to get to me. Great products.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're doing our damnedest. He says rummaging through drawers looking for jack plates. Oh, we're doing our damnedest to get down to next day delivery pretty much around the world, which is actually possible. But yeah, now I've got here the easiest solution, which is an acoustic end jack thing, which is also a strap button, which actually is fine. Not that we need the strap button section, but that works quite cool. Where are we? Come through. So we got that, and that would allow me to install it right on the end.
The big unit says I'm in Lower Crimson. What?
Iowa. It's in America.
Iowa. Crimson orders take 10 to 14 days to get here usually.
10 to 14 days. That is far too long. It's supposed to be. It is supposed to be within 7 to 9 on average, on the outside. But yeah, we're working on delivery within 48 hours around the world, if at all possible. Okay, so this this is my jack, and that's going to be installed on the end there. So we're just going to go straight with that. Where are we? 3:30. We got time. Maybe. I don't know.
Ooh, Hokel Guitars says 25 days for me. I'm in France.
That's closer than Iowa.
Brexit has utterly screwed up a bunch of stuff, but and it's embarrassing. But also, it must be said, if there have been orders placed within the last sort of 2 or 3 months, there have been major extenuating circumstances that have caused all sorts of issues. And we are better than this, and I apologise.
Before you start drilling, a super chat.
Bree W donated £2 and says strap and jack unit looks good.
Thank you very much. I agree. I think even if you're just using it as a jack, it looks quite cool. And yeah, I'm happy. It fits the whole sort of Star Warsy thing, doesn't it? Okay, so I've got my 12mm drill bit, which is what we're after. That can go down there. I don't need those anymore. Cleared some space.
Question, sorry,
That's fine.
because I will lose it. No name, but Ben, I live in Cheyenne, Wyoming, across the pond, obviously.
Yeah.
I sent a wooden watch to you a couple of weeks back. Was hoping you could tell me if you actually received it, just to be sure.
Yes, absolutely. It is in a little box right there.
Such a cute little box.
Very cute little
I have a
box.
thing for boxes.
And there was no name.
It was a card.
Where are we? This is one of the things
Does
that
it
this
come with
week.
it?
I think so. There we go. And there was no email address so we could get back to you. That's the thing. Okay. No, there we go. I really, honestly, genuinely try to reply via emails and things when people send me things. So, look at that. Oh wow, there's a... I didn't spot the tool last time. I was too excited by the watch. So we have a very cool rosewood and walnut, or maybe walnut and walnut, I don't know. Watch, deployment clasp. So yeah, Dan Sheehan sent this to me because it was just too big for his wrists, and thank you very much. I, as you noticed, have fairly chunky wrists. But yeah, you are a gentleman and a scholar, and yeah, if anybody does send me things, put an email address in as well, and or an Instagram or something like that, and we'll get back to you. But thank you very much. I will wear it, and think of you.
Another one from Bree W, donating £5. Brexit really added to cost, not just time.
Yeah.
Last item, a tremolo from...
Used to buy from Germany. Last item, a tremolo from Schaller, cost me £42 customs.
Yeah, well, this is that's insane. You shouldn't have to pay 40 quid for a trim. Okay, we're talking about money again. Did it cost you £40 extra because so this is something that's affecting Crimson customers. They're buying the stuff, and then they get hit with the customs charge when it enters into their country. What they don't realise is that we have taken, in the EU at least, all of the prices down by the 20% that is the VAT. So if you're in the UK, you're paying, say, £100, and this math isn't going to work. If you're in the EU, you're paying £80, and then you've got your customs charge on top of that. And most people don't understand, or sorry, many people don't understand that is happening. So they're essentially paying the same amount, but it's in two different transactions. So we're now in the process of getting a system in place that pays the where we pay the tax on behalf of the customers and charge you at source. So it's just one transaction. Okay, so I'm just finding the center of this by marking from corner to corner, and that's actually wrong because I was going from the corner of the mahogany to the corner of the aluminium, and that just looks weird. So I'm going from the corner of the rosewood, well, from the corner of the mahogany to the corner of the mahogany. And there we go.
I think this is the same guy. Yes, £40 extra, and the courier's charge.
And the courier, yeah. It's crazy. It really is. Well, I think I need to actually stock Shala because, well, yeah, in the UK we need to do that. Both of those look weird.
Super chat from the big unit.
My man. You are the man of the match today, that's for damn sure.
I ordered the Stunning Stains set for £134.
Dollars. He's in America.
Dollars for the stains, and after delivery fees, total was $235. So that's an extra £101. Yikes.
Okay, now this is not going to help you, but when the current batch of stains that has already been made and mixed is ended, Talitha, this is news to you as well. Hi. No, actually it's not going to make any difference to you, I don't think, come to think of it. Basically, the stains that we ship are mostly water. Water is heavy. Water is bulky. It costs a lot to ship. It adds to the price of shipping majorly. I mean, it probably trebles the price. I haven't actually done the maths. But once this next batch of stain is finished, we are not going to be shipping it out mixed. We are going to ship out a bottle that has got the concentrate in the bottom. You add your own water. Okay, this is going to save probably a ton or two in CO2 every year, given the amount of stains that we ship. It is also going to save a hell of a lot of shipping for everybody, both in and outside of the UK. It's just going to be part of that. It should mean it's actually going to add work for us because of the way it's going to have to be done. But you will get the same bottle. You'll get the same bottle. It'll have the correct label on it, and it'll just have the concentrate shot in the bottom. You add your water, mix it up, and you're done. How it will work with the spirit-based stains, that I'm not sure. But at least with the water-based stains, that's what we're doing. So yeah, it's something that I've been giving quite a bit of thought to, in between the 20 other things that I think about. Mainly boobs, but you know. Sorry, my son's here, it's funny. Hold on, I need to drill this hole. I really want to...
Go back up. That one.
That now needs not to be in the edit, by the way.
Babe, did you hear that?
Alrighty.
Regarding the watch,
Yes.
so happy to hear you got the watch. I know you collect them. Didn't realize you needed my email. Took me forever to figure out how to chat with you. I'm very pleased you got it.
No, it's an absolute thank you. Yeah, email is the thing.
Just for you to make contact and say thank you.
Just to say thank you, yeah. Instagram is something that people use a lot to try and get in touch with me because I have a personal Instagram. I do have that, but I just don't have the time. I don't have the time. By the time I've finished everything that I'm doing in the day, to go and look at messages and things like that on a platform like that, or even my actual email address, it feels naughty. I feel like I should make the time to do that sort of thing, but I just don't. Okay. But thank you very much for the watch. I do appreciate it.
Do you have time for a couple of questions and a couple of super chats?
Yeah, I just want to see if I can get a shot of this so we can see what it's looking like. But it's, yeah, the light is playing silly buggers with me. So this is where we've ended up. I need to make the hole just a little bit bigger because I've actually gone off-piste, can you believe it?
Never.
So yeah, I need to go in and change the angle there. Question, Talitha. Feed me with my queries.
Joe Thornhill
Hi, Joe.
wants to know, with sound holes, how about using leaf to shield the inside for a nice shiny look? Since the leaf is always touching / slightly overlapping anyway, it must be easier than foil.
Okay, foil is really sucky, really difficult, because of the, well, it's chunky, and the adhesive doesn't always hold on. Have you moved? There's squirrels everywhere. But gold leaf, unfortunately, has the same issue. So a foil with an adhesive on the back, the adhesive, unless it is very, very, very good quality, specifically for shielding, the adhesive is not conductive. Therefore, if you put a couple of layers on, they're not a cohesive thing. The same thing goes with a gold leaf or a copper leaf or anything like that. It isn't a contiguous Faraday cage because the adhesive that you're using to glue it all down actually stops it from transmitting the electrons, etc. The very, very best is to use a shielding paint. Whether it's crimsons or not, it doesn't matter. It is the best for the job. Okay, so I'm just changing the angle here. Nearly there. There we go. That works. Yeah, I bought those for wasn't Nebula.
You used.
It was
When did you use the last one?
Shred, maybe.
I think so.
What have I built this year? I used it this year, surely. Seriously, what have I built this year?
I don't know. It might have been Shred because I remember you saying it's an acoustic whatever, but you didn't use it in the acoustic build. So I'm stumped.
No, it was Nebula.
Was it?
I think so, yeah.
You're probably right.
Yeah, it must be Nebula. There's so many guitars going on and so much stuff, and it's not just what I'm building, it's what is being built at Crimson as well. Anyway, so we've done that, that's all good.
Quiverai says it was Shred.
Okay.
And JS Tracking says, I've tested that before, using a leaf instead of foil.
Yeah.
And the leaf itself isn't conductive, not just the glue.
Okay, that's a new one on me.
Leaf isn't thick enough for shielding. I've already tried it, no conductivity.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, there we go. Now, let us think about where we're at here. Now, I don't necessarily want to go down the center of this. So that's our control knob. I'm wondering about I'm wondering about having the 3 switches there. And then essentially, instead of having to go over the guitar in order to access them, you've actually got the ergonomics. You can put your hand on the edge of the guitar. You got access. That's fairly cool. Or do we want it in the front? Oh, I don't know. I need to know. It's putatively the last day, Talita.
Don't do this.
We've got a couple of super chats.
Say I told you so.
I'm actually just... There is a single reason why this has taken 9 days so far. Terry Love.
Terry, what have you done to us?
We've got 2 super chats waiting.
Okay.
Micah Noel donated $4.99 and says you suggested sponsorship for I don't know if it's US or us.
US citizens.
US citizens to come work for you. Is that specifically for teachers or basic builders?
Generally for teachers, but for a builder of high enough quality, we will seriously consider it. So seriously, send your CV in. Now, guitar building is less profitable than teaching. Actually, we all know that making a career as a guitar builder is not a way to make riches. This is one of the reasons why I'm talking to you, because, selling individual guitars is difficult, and it takes a lot of money and a lot of time to build them, and, it is what it is. So most guitar builders have to expand out and do teaching or tools, which is what we're doing, or repairs, or all of the above, and then they build guitars because they love building guitars. And it takes a lot to get to the next stage. But that being said, yes, please send your CV through and we will consider it, and I'll get back to you.
That one. And then...
Yeah, I'm happy with this. Okay, cool.
Owen Kelly donated
Owen,
€4.99 and says,
thank you very much.
some British people, Brexit, yay, entire UK 2 years later. Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of our own actions.
It wasn't, it was 51% of us were stupid. He says insulting 51% of his own country. Yeah, Brexit was a hugely bad idea. And I know one person who told me that he'd voted for it, and the fact that I didn't immediately slap him in his silly face really annoys me. He no longer works for me. But hey, not related in any way, shape or form. No, it's just a stupid thing. There was a hell of a lot of misinformation from the people who were for Brexit. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who don't actually think about what they're being told. And, you know, I would love to be that sort of person that would make life simple. But in the end, too many people believed what they were told and didn't think. And here we are. And it sucks. And it really does suck. But we're dealing with what we've got. And what can you do? We're not supposed to talk about politics here. Come on.
Okay, this ain't a super chat.
I need to go over there and grab some switches.
This ain't a super chat, but it's something. Colin Koss says, Crimson Sun, that's me, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Tell your dad that after several attempts at putting a guitar together, I will never do it again. Leave it to the experts.
Oh no. I'm sure you could... I don't know. I think that you shouldn't give up. I like these.
Just don't do it Ben's way.
Yeah, just don't do it my way. What, out of interest and in seriousness, what is the thing that is putting you off it?
So keep looking for that name.
Because there are various different potential issues, and there are often easy ways to fix it. I hope.
There's another one from Colin Koss. Crimson Sun, does your dad do trepanning? Trepanning.
Trepanning? I don't think Orson knows what trepanning is.
I do not.
Do you want to find out?
Yes.
Say no.
I want to find out what trepanning is so I know what he's talking about.
Well, when certain people are somewhat insane, like you or me, in order to let the bad spirits out of one's head, you take a hand drill and you drill 1, 2, or 3 holes in it.
Oh, so it's not the one through the eyeball. Eye socket.
I've not heard of that one. Shush. Anyway, yeah, trepanning is drilling holes in the brain pan. Now, in reality, in the modern world, it's sometimes necessary if you have a head injury and you've got swelling on the brain, then doctors will actually need to go in with a hand drill and do exactly that. Whoops.
He's breaking stuff. Oh no.
Now, just out of interest, this here is a soon-to-be restored surgeon's. See, it's just a bit loose there, so I need to fix that here.
That's a trepanning drill.
This is a surgeon's hand drill. with a stainless Jacob's chuck on it. And it's a supremely cool...
Oh, I love the grip.
The pistol grip.
Yeah.
I would like to see.
You want to take the hand drill.
I would like to take one.
You are not allowed to take up amateur surgery, my boy. That is frowned upon. It does need to be fixed. Yeah, anyway, so that's a surgeon's drill. I've also got amputation saws and things in there.
I've seen some of those.
Yeah, just out of interest. Anyway, look, you're distracting me. Stop distracting me, boy.
Mark Jennings just sent a squirrel emoji, and that's it.
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
Oh shit!
Language.
It scared me. It's my name to do. How are you supposed to hold it? Are you supposed to hold it like this? Or this? Or like this? This or this? I'm not sure.
Dave Lavallo says for guitar strap, what about a Chewy belt? Chewbacca belt.
Oh, that would be cool.
That would be cool. I'm not allowed. My mother would kill my father if I got on camera, so.
You're not allowed to be on camera just yet.
I can.
I do think that you are
Old enough.
pretty much old enough, but we're not putting our children on social media until they're
13?
basically 13 or
I'm 12.
or nearabouts. Okay. Alrighty, we are getting distracted. Now, what I need to do.
Getting distracted.
You're doing the distracting.
Whoa, what was the? Why were we talking about trepanning in the first place? I know it was a question, but why?
Oh, I don't know.
We were looking for more comments
From Colin Coss.
from Colin Cost because... What was his first question?
Here's a fairly cool tool that's unfortunately been acided a little bit. You've got a center punch, you've got an automatic center punch, and this is a manual automatic center punch.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's
a
an
couple of days
oxymoron.
ago.
Well, we were using it and we stuck it in some acid, and it's rusted now. So anyway, this one you just put it where you want to mark a hole, and you've got a built-in hammer.
What?
So, Creverai asked, does the tremolo arm interfere with the big knob? And Mark Jennings says, Creverai, don't call Bun that.
I was going to make the exact same joke as Mark Jennings. So
Wait, why did people say bun and
Because it was a mistake in episode 1.
I called Tom Tam during our first live stream, and
it's just kind of
people called me Bun, and then the next time when your mummy was on, they were wondering what to call her, and somebody said Mrs. Bun, and mummy said, yeah, Mrs. Bun works because Ben and I are both a bit doughy.
So what's mine gonna be?
Crimson Sun.
Ah,
I think so. Although there are two of them. Sorry, I'm just using an abrasive
the Crimson Suns.
rubber here just to clean this because I didn't realise it was getting quite so rusty and I need to look after my tools.
Yes, you do.
Ah, you bastard, it just bit me.
Squirrel. You're digressing.
It is not digressing to look after one's tools.
True, but you didn't have to do it now.
I absolutely did.
It's a metal.
Terry Love says, yeah, blame me.
Okay. Yeah. Guitar finishing oil. If you've restored a tool, 3-in-1 oil tends to burn off, but guitar finishing oil actually works really well to stop rusting, and it builds up a film that doesn't burn away in too much heat. I knew you were going to drop something. I knew it. Did you see me? You saw me looking? Okay, he's going to make a noise. He's going to do something.
Barbados from Brazil. Well,
Okay. Anyway, that's done. I've got the things. Don't you dare. No, Orson, seriously. Okay, I'm running out of energy here.
thought he was long-term project number 2.
He is long-term project number 2. That's a very good point.
We've got Ben's son, Bun's son, Bun's son. Awesome. I thought it was awesome. Your bunny. Crim's
If he's
son
called Bun's
one.
son, is he going to take after me and start burning things?
Yay.
Crim's son 1.
Crimson 1.
Crimson one, I like it. Yeah, that works.
Mark Jennings' suggestion.
Whoa. Oh no, when did this happen?
Yeah, I was going a bit fast, sorry.
Can I have my space back?
Crimson one, don't you have homework to do? Like, great big project that you need to be doing?
No, it's doing like. It's doing like. What?
Soon. Didn't I tell you that you would lose all access to
Wednesday's like the day after tomorrow.
phones and computers and things?
Yeah, but I'm
If
nearly
it wasn't done by the
finished.
end of your holiday, which
What?
is today.
What?
I'm pretty sure I told you that I was going to take away your phone and your ability to watch YouTube and stuff if you didn't finish your homework by the end of today.
You said that?
Parenting, I bloody well did.
No, you did not.
Language.
Just because you didn't listen to me doesn't mean I didn't say it.
You didn't say it though. You didn't.
Okay, fine. Let's actually use a.
Anyway, I will be gone to go do my homework.
I think you probably should. You are more than welcome to come back when you've done a bit more.
Say
Okay.
bye to everybody. Loud.
Goodbye, I have 25 questions about Kenya to write.
You do. He's creating a board game about
Push and pull factors about Kenya,
the push and pull factors of Kenya, living in the.
rural and urban areas.
There we go. Okay, on to the
Sounds
build.
fun.
On with the build. I'm moving on to a step drill now for that. And yeah, that's perfectly fine there. So we're good.
Matt Rowan. You're not my real drill, you're just my step drill.
I want a t-shirt. Write that down, Bear. Hey, Bear, give me a t-shirt. I love the way your mind works. Beautiful. Okay, so there we go. We've got that. We've got all the holes drilled. We haven't sorted out our strap buttons yet. So while we're about it, I suppose we should think about that. Oh no, I dropped some of my ultra mega versatile multi-use guitar polish. It's supposed to be super ultra mega versatile multi-use guitar polish, but Talitha decided not to.
There's an infinite number of space on the label. My Ben, Mike died, R.I.P. Mike, Mike died, Sound died, Sound.
Who the hell is Mike Sound? Mike? There we go.
Bree W, £2 super chat. Medic, Mike down.
I love you guys.
Then take the mic out of your pants. No, not that. Now is not the time.
Okay, I haven't fully buffed the inside of that cavity, just a little bit.
So, Casual Failure said, Bun Son 1 just needs to tell Bun he'll do his homework in one day. That should give him at least a week.
Yeah. I'm almost certain he's also ADHD, so yeah, we'll see what it is. Okay, now we've drilled our holes. It's all good, and they actually are fairly well located.
So Godie the Roadie really has a thing for this claw ground.
Yeah, I know.
So he says you can drill the claw ground at the same time now.
I could.
Godie,
If I wanted to.
He's just drawing this out.
I'm just goading you.
On purpose, just for you.
Yeah. So those holes are right up next to the wall of the cavity there, but it should be fine. And if it isn't, obviously I can just. Should we do a poll? Should we drill the claw ground hole now, or should we do it later? I'm ambivalent. You know.
Godie says now.
You know. Okay, this isn't a serious thing, but it could be quite fun to have a sort of a super chat competition, i.e. the big unit currently is absolutely winning, and he gets to tell me to do something that we have to basically do, as long as it's not illegal or particularly degrading. But yeah, with builds like this, you have to leave X to the last thing, because I've said stupid amounts. I don't want to do it because it's just bad, but it could be amusing. But that would be bad. Stop talking, Ben. Hi. Whew.
Later, just to spite him. Do it when you damn well please. Drill it now using the egg beater drill. Tutankhamun says, ask Terry.
Yeah, good point. I think Terry will say do it next week.
Chat from Gunface.
Gun or gum?
Gunface.
Gunface.
Thanks for the...
Teaser face. Who calls themselves a teaser face? Sorry, Gunface. Hi.
Thanks for the pep talk on the awful life and career decision that is guitar making. I've literally just set up my company, Whisper Smith Guitars, established February 2022.
It's not awful. It is the single best thing I've ever done in my life. It's been an utter journey of insanity, but if you are flexible, it can work. It absolutely can. And it depends on where you are. As long as you are prepared to do other things as well as guitar building. And if you are very lucky, and these days it's much easier to be lucky because we have the internet, you're already better than 90% of builders out there, because you're talking to us in front of 700 or 800 people who now know your name. They're not necessarily guitar buyers, but you might. I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Good luck. It's all good. And if it works out, it works out big. And if it doesn't, you build a guitar and you repair guitars, and the repaired guitars pay the bills, and building guitars is still the most fun that you can have with one's clothes on. Pretty much. You might be aware that I don't like things like hang gliding or bass jumping. It's just not me. Okay. What does the poll say? I knew we were waiting for something. What's the poll say?
Cody the Roadie is encouraging me to close the poll because it's at 58%. Do it now.
Remember, I still have a veto. Okay, close the poll in 10. 5, 2, 1.
58% do it now.
38% do it now. Yeah.
58.
No, I heard 38%. I've got to go with my gut instinct on this.
You're going against
Hold on.
community?
No, I do want to do it now because I'm about to put controls in anyway. So, yeah, essentially we're going to have that wire go from there into the wall and down there. So, oh my god, that looks amazing on the screen. Oh. Apart from the dust. Drill bit? Or drill bit? I don't know. Let's go with the drill bit.
Ian Davis says Ben could not do extreme guitar building, like building a guitar whilst skydiving. He'd never open his parachute until 9 days later.
Yeah, you got me. Okay, come on. Let's actually have a... It's at this point that you realise I am actually an android, and my skin is made of carbotanium, and yeah.
Your power cells are draining.
Yeah, my power cells are freaking draining. Well, I messed that one up, didn't I? You're supposed to have a lovely shot of the drill bit going through, and it didn't. You thought I'd drill through the front, didn't you? Where's the faith, Terry?
Do it again. Speaking of Terry,
What's he got to say?
says Ben could do a bungee jump guitar build. He could change his mind a lot as he bounces up and down.
That sort of stuff is so not me. So not me. But anyway. So there we go. We've got a nice little hole. It's just... it's just right in that corner. And there is going to be a... There is gonna be a wire going through it, but we might as well just paint it red as well.
So SC Guitars asks a question that I want to know the answer to as well.
Okay.
So how much work do you really need to do on the guitar to finish today, Mr. Bunn?
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I need to stop gratuitously using tissue paper after tissue paper after tissue paper. I don't know. I really don't. We'll see. What is it? 4 o'clock. The day is yet young. I don't know. How are you feeling, Talita?
Wiped out.
Wiped out, yeah.
I think it was this day out I had with somebody this weekend, you know.
Yeah, it's foolish.
Who knew you could get so tired shopping for watches?
Just shopping in
Looking
general.
at watches.
I didn't buy a single watch.
Over the value of...
I bought 2 watches, didn't I?
Yeah.
No, it was a Casio GS 2100. It was reduced to £80, which is one that I've got a metal strap for. It's the Casio. I love them, and that is, and then a little quartz watch for you, Talitha.
A little Skagen Denmark watch,
Yes.
which is very pretty.
Well, you are going to. You should look at Nomos. Just out of interest. So that one, I just need my step drill.
George Davies, I'm looking forward to one more week. You should finish on day 10, nice and even from Dave Lavallo. JS Trucking, so 10-day build then, lol.
Come on, people, we're so close.
So close.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's got holes in it and everything.
it's got holes. So super chat from Gunface to say thanks, Ben, about the pep talk earlier.
Yeah.
And a super chat from Rob Phoenix, £5, saying, now I've got to start a YouTube channel. Joined the fray after last night's stream. Any tips for getting that started? Guitar is looking superb.
I'm glad your guitar is looking superb. That's.
Doesn't he mean that guitar?
I know. I'm just after more people saying, no, Ben, he means your guitar. Give me the energy. No. It worries me that people would take me seriously when I say stupid things like that, because that's not what I'm like. Starting a YouTube channel is super easy. Just, I don't know what. What do you think, Talita? So it's just a standard Gmail account, and they ask you, and you then go and click. So the process is very straightforward and easy.
Yeah, the process is straightforward.
I think the name is the most important thing.
It's also a mental block and a fear that this is so difficult, people are going to see, it's a scary prospect of putting yourself out there.
Mm-hmm.
But just take the leap. So many people have joined in the last few years with literally no experience with cameras and editing, and let alone guitar building.
Yeah.
Just go for it. But it's very user friendly. Help is very quick to get back to you with any questions, any problems.
True.
And there have to be so many tutorials on YouTube itself giving advice on how to set up a channel, what sort of cameras to go for, tutorials on how to do everything from your phone, your smartphone. There's so much out there to make it straightforward, and you just got to take the leap and do it.
Absolutely. What she said.
Terry Love, £5 super chat, saying today's sponsor, Crimson toilet tissue, mildly abrasive, so it spreads stains evenly.
The fact that we had to wait for about 1908, I think it was, for splinter-free toilet paper to be a thing, is a thing. Anyway. Don't make that one into a t-shirt. Okay, so we've got our, he says, unreeling another
Toilet tissue.
bit of tissue. Yeah, so we've got that done. We've marked out all of the holes, and we know what we're doing. Do we know what we're doing?
No, I have no idea what you're doing.
No, neither do I. Okay. Hell, I don't have a clue actually. Where's that Renaissance wax? The microcrystalline wax I had. Poop. Oh, there it is, underneath my water bottle. I got it. All the way over here.
So Lisa has a question
Hey Lisa.
that might need a little bit of clarification. So,
Clarity.
is there a central place we can browse all the channels and vids therein, please? Or even a complete set of links somewhere? So, do you mean like a playlist? Because last year we created a single playlist on the Crimson Guitars main channel.
And the year before was E.R. Webster.
Yeah, where as we see videos uploaded for GGBO, we add them to the playlist. There's also the Builders Area Forum on the GGBO website, which will go public on the 1st of April, where competitors will be posting about their guitars, from photographs of the progress to video clips, and you will be able to, the public will be able to view people's profile pages, get their information, their bio, their social media, see whatever they post. They won't be able to interact by commenting, but they'll be able to view everything. Is that right?
Correct. So essentially, builders and people who are entering at the moment are slowly being sent links to join a members-only private social media network, basically. It's a mini Facebook sort of thing on the GGBO website. It's invite only, but it is open to the public to view, or at least it will be open to the public to view when we send the links through. Every builder will have their own profile page on which they will be putting links, they will be posting the videos, they will be posting photos, and other builders will be commenting on their builds, etc, 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 and the public will be watching from outside going, oh my god, look at that. We will create a centralized page on the website per category, where you will be able to see links to the profiles to then go and watch all of the videos for each category.
And yeah, that will all go live 1st of April. And the reason for that is that we want to have as many builders as possible already on the platform and already ready to do stuff. And we don't want the first people to have a major advantage over anybody else. So there's 4 or 5 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. There's a few weeks of getting up to steam, and then it will be boom, go live, and you'll be able to see photos and videos and all sorts of stuff. Now I've just put a coat of Renaissance wax on the aluminium here, just to protect a little bit and also protect the player. It's rich, isn't it?
Rich.
It is rich. Phew. I get so paranoid about getting names wrong that it makes me not say people's names. Anyway, so from getting aluminium on them and all that jazz. So there we go. There's a heat gun down there.
Do you have a moment to read a quick comment and then respond to it if you want to or not? I'm only asking because it's from Sweet Tea Guitars and he is very generous.
That's a very long thing. Do.
Bartissimo's asked how many people have signed up in the first 2 days.
It's about 80. I haven't checked. We haven't checked since the stream went live, but yeah, there's about 70 or 80 things. Do you know, holding somebody else's phone feels
Wrong.
Feels so wrong. Oh, this isn't my phone. It's like that day, Talita, when we were children, and I got a letter and you opened it.
I know. Heartbreak.
I'm still pissed with that. Sweet Tea Guitars, email donation earmarked for subsidy. I've been reading the comments on the GGBO 22 announcement video, and it seems that there are a few people complaining about the entrance fee. There were a few. And I would like to pledge a donation of $200 sometime in March to help subsidise a few of those guys. I trust, since you guys have that subsidy listed on the website, that you will see it goes to the right people, 100%. I want to do what I can to help my fellow builders and to promote guitar building in any way I can. Being Crow, the team of Crimson Guitars and guitar building has brought so much happiness to my life. I would hate to see someone miss the opportunity for those things to change their lives because of an entry fee. I will make as many donations as I can for this, and we'll try and get others on board to help the less fortunate. Money will buy you material things, but happiness is found somewhere else. Creativity, passion, and a hunk of beautifully gnarly wood is the root of goodness. That's a t-shirt. In this world, and everyone deserves a chance to explore that. Peace and love to you guys. Where should I send this donation? So, dude, thank you very much, and everybody should check out Sweet Tea's website,
And I believe
YouTube as well. Sorry.
Mum received that email and she's already forwarded or put him in touch with Tom.
Well, it's on this. There is a donation page on the website. But yeah, Sweet Tea, I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. And yeah, it is the spirit of the thing, and you know, subsidising people, giving people the ability to do this is an important part of, you know, why we're here. Okay, I've just realised I haven't waxed the headstock yet, or at least the front of it. So there we go. Very, very generous.
Super chat from the big unit for $5.
Thank you. What's up?
Just curious, any idea of the average wait time for a Crimson kit to ship?
Okay, still should be about 2 or 3 weeks now. We've had a major issue with a member of staff being off for most of the year and just knocking everything to hell on top of everything else. But in general, it should now be 2 to 3 weeks on the outside. If there is a pressing need for it to ship sooner or quicker, please drop us an email and let us know. Tell them Ben said look after me. Hell, it's the least I can do, given the fact that you just donate, well, currently a chunk over $100 now, and all for a joke. So, no, I really do appreciate it. And yeah, drop us an email. Now, waxed, done, sorted. Okay, let's clear up a little bit. Bum, 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 bum.
Another super chat from Vulcan SN.
Vic.
Hi Ben.
Hey.
Do you have tutorials on using your miniature scraper set? And when do you think they'll be available again? Sold out for months now. Cheers, V.
Yeah, they are. They have been. I'm not entirely sure, but if you drop an email through to shop@crimsonguitars.com, somebody there should be able to get in touch, should be able to let you know. It is something that I really do want to have in stock, because they should be. And yeah, it is what it is. Okay. So after all that work, I've managed to get a little bit of some aluminium dust in the grain there. So I'm just using the wax just to pick it up and clean that off. There we go. Hold on, you can't see.
So Sweet Tea Guitars is in the chat.
Sweet tea.
And says, thanks guys. I find continuous reasons to know I've joined the right community. I love this and it has fast become my life. Peace and love is not just a statement with me, I live it. We appreciate you, Sweet Tea.
We do, and Sweet Tea is currently doing a build on his channel that he's giving away, so and it looks cool. And he used Lego for the side dots, which is great. Actually, yeah, top tip. Glow-in-the-dark side dot material, don't spend $30 for 2 inches from Luminlay. Buy Lego lightsabers for, 10 for £3 or something, and use that instead. Okay. The time has well and truly come.
Sure.
To put this off for another week.
I do have people asking, with the planned Sunday single day live stream,
Yeah.
when will the last day of this build be?
Well, you know me and plans.
Yep. Matt Rohan wants to know if it's knobbering time.
I've got nothing. Okay, so I'm not putting a washer on, and I'm not actually worried about the fact that I'm probably going to scratch things up a bit, because hey, we have a yeah. Hey, how you doing? Aha. parallel jaw pliers. Fantastic things. Okay, so now these little mini toggles have 3 positions, and we're going to have it set up so that you've got, well, something going on, I'm not sure yet. Basically 2 kill positions and 1 on, because these are the ones that I have. And there we go.
Big unit says no nut cube. I'm shocked.
I do have a nut cube. Does that actually fit on these?
Should do.
I suppose so, yeah. I've
Got different sides for different things.
it does have different sizes for different things. Oh, come on. Why are you not going through? This is an awkward guitar to do this to be honest.
Who designed it that way?
The hive mind. Yeah, no, the nut cube doesn't have a side small enough for these, but that's fine.
Poop.
Now, if I was worried about the scratches, I'd just put a bit of masking tape down, but I really am not. There we go.
Graham B wants to know if the authentic Star Wars parts showed up.
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely. There we go. So there are 2 of them. I'm keeping one. 2 of those are really huge, whereas one on its own with these switches actually seems to be okay. So we're going to keep one and put one on, and yeah, they were on the they were in movie 9, and yeah, we really appreciate it. It was Matt, wasn't it?
Matt Roman.
Matt
sent them.
Roman. I am. Yeah. Bad with names.
Mike Howard. Love it when Ben checks out the progress by looking in the monitor. Very much like the proverbial deer in the headlights.
It's quite useful actually to be able to see what you guys are seeing, because yeah, a lot of the time it's specifically when you've got a guitar design or something like that, seeing it externally, i.e. not through your own eyes, you do see things that you don't necessarily or wouldn't necessarily have considered beforehand. So there we go. All right, those are in. We've got our shielding paint all done. Now, some people would say that I need to wire this all up outside of the guitar, and I just don't see the point necessarily. It depends on the guitar, and if you do have a wiring loom, yes, of course, i.e. something that you do repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly, but you know, in this case, it's not required. What is required is a volume knob. Queries? Are you muting your mic while you're typing?
No, I'm not. Jerry Schroederus says, if only there were a way to prop the guitar up securely on the bench. Do you mean the
potentially a neck rest, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't really.
not the vice this time?
No, the vice would do. The vice would do. No, I take your point. Well made. Oh, there we go. No. Okay, hold on. Not just yet. So
Question from Lisa and a question from
Lisa.
JS Trucking Guitars.
okay.
Lisa, did Ben check about setting up subtitles for the live stream, please?
I didn't actually, but I thought that it was finished last time that subtitles aren't available live. Talitha, could you?
Someone's responded, Paul Cook's responded and said you can't. YouTube adds them 2 hours later
Yeah, I thought that was the case.
because the algorithm's got to analyze the stream.
Yeah, I thought that was the case.
JS Trucking,
Aha, Nutcube. Sorry, not him. He's JS Trucking. The Nutcube is what I need.
and one from Toby D. JS Trucking wants to know if you've been in touch with Adam Savage to join the Invitational, because he sent Adam a message, but he's not sure if it worked.
Okay. I'd like all of you to send Adam messages. We would love to have him, but he is a difficult person to get a hold of. We've been trying to get him involved with GGBO since year one. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Now, I would love to work with him. He is... I am but a worm beneath his feet. No, it's just one of those things. There are... Look, seriously, if I have trouble replying to people's emails, and what, we're 300,000 subscribers, and yeah, whatever, we are a tiny fish. I struggle to reply to emails. I don't have the time to do that sort of admin because I'm too busy doing all of the other things that you guys expect to see and want to see and enjoy seeing. Imagine somebody with however million subscribers. It's in the teens, isn't it? You know, it's millions and millions and millions of subscribers and millions and millions and millions of people who are trying to get in touch and doing stuff. Yeah, I'm not surprised we don't hear from him. It would be nice if his management team spotted it, but it, you know, it's administration. It's just horrendously difficult to get somebody's attention when they're at that sort of level, you know. Yeah, it's one of those things. Okay. So that's good. Those are in.
Toby D wants to know if anybody's asked you if you know where the nut is today.
I know exactly where it is. It's where we left it last time, next to the Atom Mini. I just dropped a charging thing. The amount of camera battery chargers I've got, it's insane. Okay, so here we do have some very shiny, glossy, plasticky things, and that's annoying. So I'm gonna grab a fret rubber. From the drawer that says fret rubbers.
That doesn't have any fret rubbers in it.
No, it does, it does. It's got loads of them. And I've got an old coarse fret rubber, and yeah, it's just a case of just rubbing it down a little bit. Now I don't particularly want to do the sides too much. Come on, this is so difficult to film. There we go.
So I have a couple of super chats from David King
Hi David.
and a question.
Okay.
Ben, would you be interested in helping
Yes.
make a fretless neck to be used with a Sustainiac pickup for a severely sight-impaired blind person? I have ideas, but need a bit of help.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we do that sort of thing on a regular basis. You just need a kit neck. There's nothing special about it. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing special needed. It's just a guitar neck. Now, oh, hold on. I didn't change the cameras when I should have. So that's now not as shiny. Okay. I question having a fretless neck. I think that whether you can see or not, frets are there to make playing more precise. And you don't need to be able to see the frets in order to get them to do their thing. So once you've located yourself on the guitar, whether you are sight impaired or not, the frets give you precision. So I think that just a normal neck is actually what is probably a good idea, unless the person specifically wants, the player specifically wants fretless. But in any case, all you need to do is get a standard neck and defret it and then put veneers in, or we would be happy to CNC a standard kit neck without frets entirely. It's yeah, not difficult. Yeah, I'd be interested to see what your thinking is. Did you say there were several?
It's split over two.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Question from the big unit.
My man.
Did you?
I think he is. No, 6'4" gentleman. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Did you ever route the additional deep channel for the pickup cables?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
You don't know. No. I drill holes. You don't. So the way that Gibson does it is cool, but not necessary. So we've got holes for the cables going all the way through from pickup to pickup to pickup, and and from there through, and it's absolutely fine. So, camera 3. Hold on, you guys go right next to each other. And you can sort of see the difference that we've got if you can focus on it, because it's a weird thing to film. Come on.
Paul Needs is wondering what
Paul Needs.
what brand of pickups those are.
These are just standard Wilkinson P90s. I had a bunch of different, they're budget, yet fairly good actually, P90 pickups. This morning when we started this build, you'll remember I asked everybody what we should do, and
Gosh, it's been such a long day.
it's been a long day, yeah. So much has happened. Sheesh. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Who knew? Nobody knew it was going to take this long. Nobody.
Oh, we had an inkling.
Nobody.
Terry and I.
Nobody. Terry was not put in time out for questioning how long it was going to take. He was put in time out for being unutterably good looking. I don't know.
You're digging yourself in a deep, deep hole.
I know there's a slight problem. I'm desperate to finish this particular task so I can run upstairs.
The rain isn't helping, is it?
The rain is not
Sure.
helping, nor is the sheer amount of coffee that I have imbibed. That Boba Fett, I can't say Boba Fett anymore without having to think about it, mug is far too big. Okay. What?
Super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars.
Yo.
Thank you so much for the kind words, you guys. I'm so fortunate to be here. You guys make me smile on the inside, especially you, Master Ben.
Ha. Master Ben is currently running away, and we'll be back soon.
With his tail between his legs. Terry Love says, Ben, bollocks. I've never been accused of being good looking.
Ha.
Terry, we love you.
Ow, you prat. I'm so
You
glad that
okay?
wasn't on camera. I'm distracted,
bleeding?
so I just walked. Am I bleeding? Probably.
No,
No, feels like it.
there's a scratch.
A bald man should not walk into things. I've got a light hanging from the thing there, and I'm distracted and tired, so there we go. Did I say some naughty words? I think I said a naughty word. See you in a bit.
He's turned his mic off. We won't get any awkward audio, so it's fine. Any questions? Thanks, Matt Roman. We have faith in Ben too. Faith that nothing's going to go according to plan. Lisa, this really looks like a steampunk laptop from here. It's an old ThinkPad, chunky. Does what it needs to do and nothing more. So, that's it. Paul Needs, the pickups were Wilkinson P90s. They do the job, and we use them often and recommend them to students as well. Terry Love, have you still got the roof chicken? Yes, Caramel is still around. Repeatedly being harassed by the puppies though, who really enjoy chasing her around the garden. So she is now kept in her chicken coop more often than not, so she doesn't roam free, which is sad. Gertie the roadie, the squirrels are driving Ben nuts. I don't have time to put them all back. They are dotted around on the bandsaw on his lathe. I think I got to him with that one. Robert R. This break time, don't do anything, just see if it drives Ben nuts trying to figure out what you did. I think I'm going to try that because he'll be back any minute. Oh, you mean this? So this is the coronet lathe. So he's got the big machinist lathe and then a smaller for woodworking lathe right next to it. And this is the, I suppose, extraction system. It does look all connected. He's coming back with a big box.
What have you done?
Nothing? Maybe.
I really do believe that we're going to do it. I've got a...
Is it wishful thinking or manifestation?
Well, it's manifestly wishful thinking. All right. Audio. What happened when I was gone?
Tell me do.
Questions about the pickups again?
Okay, fine, go for it.
Well, I answered.
Hit me up.
I answered.
Fine.
Ian Jackson. The UN is in special session now. Can we ask the question, will Ben ever finish this guitar?
Are they actually in special session? That's hopefully good news. Now back to the light-hearted nature of your comment. I think that we run a good chance of finishing.
Super chat from Mark Sims.
Mark, hi.
When you originally routed for the pickups, didn't quite fit like you wanted.
That's the cable underneath is sort of a little bit iffy, so I need to see what's going to happen with that. Now I'm just having a quick look. Come on. Yes, okay, so we've got
We've got some made in Japan, spelt M-A-I-D, Wilkinson, and 2 of them are hot and 1 of them is F-spaced. They're all F-spaced, but 2 of them are hot. So we're going to put the not so hot one in the middle and then see where we end up with the rest. Now I need to sort out some of the holes. And essentially what it is, we've got a hole that's drilled through, but that edge there, where the cable goes through, then wants to push down because the edge of the pickup is pushing on it. So I just need to reduce those a little bit manually.
Bear's lovely daughter Lily.
Lily, how are you?
No, Bear just sent me a WhatsApp. I don't know if she's watching, but I think Bear is. Lily asked me earlier, do you think Sky News will interrupt the UN talks if Ben finishes today? It will be a newsworthy event for sure.
I like you, Lily. Where are we? Camera 3. So essentially, it's a little awkward. But I'm just reducing the angle of that hole there. And that one's fine. Now, yes. If I had just routed a channel, it would be easier still. But I didn't, so that's that. We'll just gloss over this fact and leave it alone for now. Yeah? We all right? Good. Thought so. There we go. I do believe progress has been made.
Hope so. I have a question from Godie.
Godie the roadie.
It's a tool question.
I am a bit of a tool sometimes, yes.
Yeah, you are. Are the 2 tools behind Ben on the electric tubing by the squirrel the least? Are they the tools that weigh the least? So on the tubing, those are 2 lighters, but right next to the squirrel are the tiny little violin plane.
Yeah, it's a tiny little, it's a little plane. Yeah, there's a little plane and 2 lighters. The lighters are there. He's in charge of looking after them. The lighters are there because it's the furthest away from where my children are, and they'd have to get past a whole bunch of really sharp things to get to the lighters. Maybe I've missed.
I think there's
Maybe I should
an
put them
error in
somewhere
your
else.
thinking.
Okay.
Oops.
Oops. Come on then. Come on then. Hot. F. So that's middle. Now, the cables are all the same length, I think. Yeah, so the cables are all the same length, which means that as long as I put them all in the same orientation, I will know which pickup is which just by dint of how long the cable is. And it's worth being aware that you need to be aware of what you got. Yes, I closed my eyes that time. So we've got that click up in there. And it's a tad high. And that's due to all of that gubbins. Somewhat annoying.
Super chat from Bob and Sherbert.
Hey, man.
Just woke up.
Welcome to the land of the awake.
And the insane. Has anyone suggested Colin Furs for the Invitational?
Colin is currently stuck underground.
And of course Alex Steele. He seems bored lately, but mainly Colin. Want to see a gas-powered guitar. Please, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay, so I've spoken to Colin, and at Maker Central I will also actually buttonhole him again. I haven't spoken to him recently, he's quite busy. He is quite interested in making a guitar, a proper flame-throwing guitar, one that has the pipes and gas nozzles and all that sort of stuff actually built through the neck rather than external to it. And yeah,
I have an issue with this.
Yes.
So all of the invitational guitars have to be raffled to raise money for charity.
Yes.
That is a health and safety issue in itself.
Okay, sorry, no. That isn't the build that he would do on Great
Oh,
Guitar
thank
Build-Off.
goodness.
And to be frank, I don't think that he would enter. I really don't think that he would enter the Great Guitar Build-Off. But I am still hoping to do a collaboration with him at some
Yeah,
point.
that would be awesome.
He's just a really cool dude, really.
He's so hyper. And has crazier ideas than you.
No. He has more of an ability with fire and mechanics than I do. If I had... Okay, I see what I need to do. Yeah, if I had the talents that he has, there would be some fun stuff going on. I tell you.
Another super chat from Vulcan Essen.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I can't hear you. Somebody's hammering.
Some twat with a chisel.
Somebody's twatting a chisel. Yeah, I think that is what's happening, actually. Language, Talitha. What's up?
It's a super chat for me. Talitha, how about you starting a vlogger's tutorial channel for guitar builders, e.g. Crimson Custom Vlogging? Cheers, V.
Yes. I don't think Talitha has the time to do anything.
No, not really.
No, not really. I've been trying to get you to do your own channel for ages on all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and then you give me more work to do, more videos to edit,
Yeah,
more
there is
websites
that.
to
That's true.
fix.
That's very true.
Yeah, we'll get there one day.
No, we won't.
Now I have Bear helping me, I can think sometimes.
Ah. That means you got this time that I can fill.
I said think, not work.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, so this is an example of I don't want screws. I don't want springs, I don't want pads, I want it to be direct mounted, and we routed it to the right height for that. But I didn't count for these leads. So here we are.
Andreas Silva says, "Oh, bun, you silly sausage."
Well, I did spot it on the day.
You just forgot because this day has been so long.
It's been a long day. Yeah, it's been a long day. But yeah, whether I was doing it now or on that day would make no difference because the same process needs to be done. I still need the high parts. Yeah, I still need the high parts to hold the pickup where it's supposed to be. I think I do.
So Gody the Roadie asked the question about the weight of the two tools near the squirrel. And his
Yeah.
response is, no, the lighters. They weigh the least because they're lighter.
Oh, for flying out, poop. Well done. You got me.
Dear. And there's a super chat from Rich Garner.
That's the sort of thing that you'd hear from Terry.
Stop throwing Terry under the bus.
I love throwing Terry under the bus. It's so funny. Because he doesn't deserve any of it, you know?
No, he doesn't. So, super chat from Rich Garner
Rich.
says, "Yo, Ben and Talitha,
Yo.
watch out for the squirrels. Stay on target, Red Leader. Any sources you can think of for ruthenium coated pickups, please."
Ruthenium coated pickups? No. No. Now, I do recall somewhere at the back of my head seeing that you can, I think maybe, buy a kit to do your own ruthenium coating. Watchmakers use ruthenium sometimes. You should be able to get the chemicals and do it yourself. Is that wise? I don't know.
Sounds risky.
Life is risk.
We've got jokes in the comments now.
Abort, abort.
Will Baines, what do Icelandic dogs say?
I don't know, what do Icelandic dogs say?
Bjork.
Haha.
And Matt Roman, how do you light a cigarette without a match?
I don't know.
Throw one away, now you're a cigarette lighter.
Okay, we're there. That is actually... Woohoo! Success, people! Don't move it. Screw it down. Do I have my screws? No. Making noise. Influencing people. Those aren't long enough. Those are.
Alex Simpson. Ben does realise, doesn't he, that a mild head injury isn't an excuse to put off finishing for another week.
Mild? It wasn't mild. God damn it. I asked a member of staff to give me a selection of all of the screws that we had in stock to bring home here, expecting a bunch of little packets of screws, and
It's all one container.
he threw it all in one container just to piss me off. He no longer works for me either.
Give me a bunch of Ziploc bags in that container and I'll sort them for you.
Honestly, that's a job for one of the kids at some point. They'd love it. Byron would be particularly good at that.
Jeff Alfred, no need to screw them down. Use the force. After all, your name is Ben, or is it Obi-Wan?
Oben one.
Kronobi.
Kronobi, yeah. I am loving the jokes that are coming out from this build.
Yves Corman, a mild case of death shouldn't stop finishing this guitar either.
Who's death? Okay, so I've just knocked those down. I can see where the holes are going. I think I'm going to be screwing into the trem cavity. On the other two, at least. That is something that I hadn't considered. Anyway. Where are we? It's 5:10. And we have a guitar to finish building.
So I've got another joke from Matt Roman, and I've got a super chat from Ty Boss. So Matt says, did you know that an African lion can jump higher than your average house? This is due to its developed hind legs and the fact that houses can't jump.
I knew that one. And for me to actually remember a joke is something else.
So Ty Boss says, maybe Ben should do a 45-minute build. That way it may actually be a one-day build.
You bastard.
Ouch.
Okay.
Slicker1 says it's only 10 past noon in Pennsylvania. You've got ages. Keep going.
10 past noon, where, sorry?
10 past noon in Pennsylvania. It's lunchtime.
I can do that.
Tahoe Mike says 'tis only a flesh wound.
'Twas only a flesh wound.
Sorry. 'Twas.
It's always weird hearing people who aren't English quoting Monty Python.
Ty Boss says it's 12 past 9 in the morning in California.
Yeah? Seriously?
Seriously.
Is it really?
California's on the east coast.
Huh. Okay. I didn't realise. I thought that by this time more people would be awake.
12:15 in New York, 11:13 in Iowa, 10:13 in Arizona.
So really, we should do the live streams.
We've had this discussion
No,
so
I know.
many times.
We have so many times, but I always forget. Okay, so that's just putting some wax in those holes. I might have to snip these.
Super chat from Robert R. about what you're doing right now.
What I'm doing wrong now.
Right now.
Okay.
So he's also a new member. So he
Yeah,
wants to
thank you very much.
know, don't the mounting holes for the P90 go in the middle of the... Hold on. The mounting holes for the P90s go in the middle of the pickup. Need to make sure the cable is out of the way of the screws.
Yes. The cable is out of the way. It's sort of, the screws push it to the side. That's why I gave it enough room.
And there's no risk for the screws damaging the cables or...
Not until you cut the end of a screw. He says cutting the end of a screw. Come on. I gave you that.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for something to go wrong. And it's 2 a.m. in Tokyo.
Sheesh.
So... yeah.
No, there you go. That works very well. I am surprised at the quality of the screws. I was going gently because I was expecting the screw heads to strip and all of that jazz, but in reality, they're not that bad. So, by not that bad, I mean these are actually really high quality hardened screws. So. That's good. I don't think there was a right time for us to do these streams. So it just needs to be the right time for me and obviously the family. And yeah, starting at 11 is it's fairly good because a large portion of the world is awake then, so it just is what it is.
Dave Lavello has suggested a forfeit in case this goes on to a day 10.
Why would I forfeit for going on to 10 days when it was supposed to be 1? Surely the forfeit would have happened a long time ago.
Yeah, well,
But anyway, I hear you out.
you need to dress up as Princess Leia for the whole of the live stream on day 10.
Look, there is... I'm not going to question your sort of personal life choices or the need to see me dress up as Princess Leia. There is a place for that, and that's my OnlyFans. No. What would I do dressed up as Princess Leia? Would I dress up as Princess Leia? I think the answer is not on your Nelly.
I don't need any more nightmare materials, thanks.
No. I sincerely hope Bear isn't watching this right this moment. Lily, don't
Yes.
tell Bear what just happened.
Super chat from Lisa Harshberger.
Lisa, hey, how are you?
Build ideas for you.
Oh no.
Hellboy Samaritan
Oh.
Bass.
Fuck yeah.
42 Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy guitar.
Yeah.
Red Dwarf Cat guitar.
I'm less on board with that one, but yeah.
Death's Bass from Discworld.
Yes, emphatically. So I'm giving enough room for the wire to be pushed to the side, basically.
Lots of no's. No, I don't need to see Ben as a Leia.
No, it's not something we need in our eyes, in our minds. Not at all.
So Dave Lavello says, I will accept an Ewok costume instead.
That we could probably do, but no. Even I'm not going to agree to any of this, even in jest, because it might
Backfire.
Yeah.
And Bear says, even I have to draw the lines somewhere.
Thank you, Bear. I appreciate your support and understanding. Thank you very much. I was worried there for a second.
Hey Bear, what about Chewbacca, Ben?
I mean, that's my default anyway, isn't it? Okay.
One has suggested that I build an Aardman-style miniature Ben puppet.
Don't. That's a bloody good idea. If Talitha wanted to be mean to me, but she doesn't because she loves me and she wants to be nice to me because I pay her wages.
It's a sibling's prerogative to do stuff like that.
Pay her wages. Why am I Welsh?
Siblings.
Siblings are nice to each other.
Really?
Support each other.
Really? How many siblings do you have? What percentage of siblings support you?
25?
Mm-hmm.
No, 33.33. It's a better number.
Yeah. Mike D says, I at least expect a Boba Fett helmet on Bane for the final pictures.
That Bear can do. I actually did consider buying one yesterday.
Saturday.
The other day, Saturday. But for a joke, there's no reason to just throw away money for a joke.
We could get you one of those cardboard ones with the little eye holes that you tie around your head with an elastic band.
Yeah, why not? Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. So we've been going for 6 hours, 21 minutes. These drill holes are, I think, going to go straight through, potentially. Wow. Well, that's awesome. I'm gonna have to, yeah. Let's leave it there. I'm gonna have to chop these screws off a little bit. I think. Okay. So first of all, we start out by tapping the holes. So even if we cut them short, we've already got a hole that's tapped to go into. Now, just out of interest, let's see what the angle now looks like. Yeah, I could actually do with that being a tad high. So.
Paul Needs says, it must be time for calorific input for the diabetic luthier.
We're getting there. We are getting that way.
And Springy sent a super chat saying, please label the cables for the pickups. Peace and love.
No, that's not required. The cables on all the pickups are all the same length. I'm using some standard binding. There we go. I've got some standard thick binding that I'm just going to use to pick the pickups up. Just like so. And I'm going to glue that down as well. And I'm also going to change that horrific camera shot. I think I moved the guitar. Sorry. I'll try and do better next time.
Robert R says, Ben, you need to start offering a Ben bobblehead in your Crimson store.
Talitha, I've been asking you for years. Can you please find out how to get us an actual, not completely handmade by you bobblehead?
You haven't been asking me for years. You poo-pooed it the first few suggestions.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I don't believe you. I really don't believe you. I mean, I think it would be strange, but I do think that it would probably be quite fun. Okay, so there's super glue on the binding. Just goes in there. Whoops. It's a good thing we don't mind about dropping things on this battle damaged guitar, isn't it?
People also want to know if we'll stock brain bleach,
Huh?
in case anyone does publish Ben as layer pictures.
Oh, ha! Nice. That one's just sitting just a little high. I'll wait for the super glue to cure and then move on with that. So yeah, these it's obvious which wire is which, just due to the length of them. Okay. So that's at a slight angle, this pickup. I just want to see what's causing that.
JS Trucking says the pickups should be named neck pickup, peace, middle pickup, and bridge pickup, love.
Uh-huh. In abstract, peace and love is a fantastic thing. But there are still people. Aha! There we go. Whew. Wait, there we go. So yeah, that wire just was unnecessarily lifting up that edge of the pickup. So now we have perfection. I think. Give me questions, give me comments, give me super chats, give me queries. I'm starting to flag a little bit. Give me coffee. Haha.
Chris Hart, we should change it to a perfect aluminium finish so we can get a 10 of Ben just buffing the top.
That would be day 10. You're absolutely right. Okay, I'm going to carefully empty this mug outside.
And Arthur Castanguay said, why does buffing the top sound dirty?
because you have the mind of a 14-year-old, like me. Okay. So this coffee was made at lunchtime. Yeah, it was made about 1:30. And this is a good test. It's the Techni Vorm. I bought it, I paid full price. Well, no, it was on sale. But I'm in no way affiliated with them. That is a perfectly acceptable temperature. It's not quite steaming anymore. Very cool. Okay, so I've got some coffee. About 3 mugs worth of coffee.
Dave Lavallo is still on the costume forfeit.
Can't you tell that we're nearly there?
Dye yourself brass and you can be C3BNO.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to... Yeah. I'm going to double up on these now. So we'll have that in the center. And have those doubled up. I don't really need to super glue them down, but I will.
Genuine question from Cormac.
Okay.
I've screwed up my first attempt at installing binding. Any
Oh, yeah.
advice on how best to remove it for a retry? It's plastic glued in with plastic glue.
You should be able to heat things up gently with a heat gun. That should sort out your issue. Essentially, a little bit of heat goes a long way with binding material, and I feel your pain. I messed up probably my first 5 or 6 binding attempts. In fact, I vividly remember staying awake at night trying to figure out how to do binding in any way that didn't involve a router, because routers scared me so much. And I worried about binding for years, literally. The other alternative, if you've got a flat topped guitar, is just to route it away, and just go back with your router and get it all gone.
David Stout says, nice to see Ben having the same issues fitting.
They're not, yeah. I don't think it's an issue. It just is what it is. The P90s are here to cause trouble. And great minds. Or fools, I mean. We're one of the two, aren't we?
Mad After Guitars says if you used foam under the pickups, it would give you more room for adjustment.
I don't want adjustment. Yeah, I like direct mounted pickups where possible, and foam, most foams disintegrate over time, and you end up with and the customer will end up needing to go in and mess things around. So yeah, I don't use foam as a rule. If I want adjustment, I'll use springs.
Cormac says, thank you very much for answering the question. It's an arch top, which made me struggle with routing the channel in the first place.
Yeah.
So I got to go get a heat gun now, I guess.
Okay, those 2 holes did go straight through. heat gun.
JS Trucking recommends using acetone.
I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, it might well. We're talking an acoustic now at this point, and the acetone, if you use too much of it, will also, because of where the binding is on the side of the top and with the sides and everything, too much acetone will disintegrate that joint, which would be horrific. But then again, you've got the same problem with the heat gun. So, honestly, I wouldn't even use a heat gun. I would use a soldering iron, or even get a hob or something like that, and warm up a physical bit of steel on that, and then apply it to an area where the joint is. Once you've got a segment of the binding loose, you'll probably find it'll all just rip off. But I would physically apply heat to the plastic, take it away, and crack on.
And you're saying work in tiny areas so that you're not going to do damage to the
joints. Yeah, absolutely.
Super chat from Vulcan SN while you're having a
Perfect temperature.
coffee break.
Mm-hmm.
Bun. Would a resin river on body sides best be done with a silicone cast, or just by using heavy duty duct tape over the duct on the sides?
I think there's a reason why we don't see duct tape being used to do this. You don't need a silicone cast, absolutely not, but I would suggest that you do need to put it in a box or screw, basically glue the body down to a flat board that has got that tape on it that the resin doesn't get through, and then put, not duct tape, that red stuff, whatever it's called.
You need the special tape that the resin doesn't stick to.
Yeah, exactly. That stuff is great. Yeah, even if you just screw another 2 pieces of board to your wood on either side of it, and have that as the end of the thing that you're all going to rat away through the holes, etc., I would do that. I don't know, but I don't think that a duct tape would work. It's good for everything except ducting, actually, which is funny. I'm not joking, it's fantastic at all sorts of stuff, but with aircon ducts and things like that, there's issues because it goes hot and cold, and it doesn't deal with temperature changes very well, among other things. Come on, yeah. Oh, I've got it. It's you that's causing me trouble. Fiddly ass little tail of heat shrink. Questions, queries, comments?
Some complaints that you're putting milk in your coffee, and then
I was so waiting. I was so waiting for that. I was waiting for that, and I had it in screen so you could see how much milk. I'm just giving you.
You're giving people ammunition.
The ammunition, yeah. That's what it is. Come on, fight me. I have personal taste. It's not the same as your personal taste. You know, there are people out there that want to see me in a Princess Leia costume. I mean, sheesh.
I thought we were avoiding that.
Yeah, I think we are,
OnlyFans
yeah.
only, right?
Only flans. I said only flans. I'm all about the sweet treats. Only fanned frets, sorry. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I need some thinner binding, which I don't have. So just a small section of veneer here. I think Talitha is flagging. I'm okay. Talitha's slowing down.
I'm really flagging, and I don't know if this has woken me up or pushed me over the edge.
Okay.
And
Don't. I sincerely hope this isn't what I think it is.
I thought he said he wasn't going to do it.
Of course he's bloody gone and done it. Fuck off. Just... I don't need to see that. There.
We'll leave it to your
unimpressed.
imaginations, people.
I'm unhappy.
Okay, that might have woken me up.
I'm just gluing in a couple of pieces of sandpaper here, just to boost that.
Sandpaper? I thought you used to roll up masking tape.
That compresses more than sandpaper does.
Ah. Wave Dancer says, don't finish today. All good series last for at least 13 episodes.
Hey guys, seriously, if I finish today, we get to start a new series next week. That one will only be 2 episodes, because it's a design and a 1-day build.
You've already increased it from a 1-day build to a 2-episode thing.
No, it was going to be a 1-day build, which I had planned and created a video about off camera. So, yeah, it's fine. We're good. There we go. Okay, Talitha is flagging. Would you like to go and grab some food or something?
I don't know. Lots of calls for me to show what Bear did.
Absolutely not. I'm starting to question his loyalty.
He's loyal to me, not you.
Oh, damn it.
Question about...
I've got an insight. I've got an insight. I think Lily's more of a fan of me than she is of Bear.
But do you have direct contact with Lily?
Damn it! Lily, get in touch.
Questions as to the progress on the hand tool only travel guitar build and when that's going to come back.
Progress?
I did say you had to finish Jasmine's and this.
Yeah, so exactly that. That build has gone sideways. Everything went sideways. It's all my fault. This really was supposed to be a 1-day build to celebrate hitting 300,000 subscribers. And it's gone off-piste and just destroyed all progress. That being said, yeah, I picked up one too many screws. What can you do? I can't count. That being said, it is going to be launching soon. My daughter's guitar is a few days work away from being done, and this is not far off being completed either. And yeah, we'll see where we end up. Now, this bridge was from Riviera Hardware, and I really messed up because the first the one that I picked up was the trem that had these, which require a headstock. And I didn't think to open all of the other boxes that we have. And here we are. This one actually came, the other one actually came with a proper headless thing. So this could have been a proper headless guitar if I'd known. And probably would have taken fewer days. But anyway, I suck. I apologise. Questions. We are 6 hours 43 minutes in. We can do this. Okay, so fretting hammer, which is brass, a chunk of sacrificial wood to smack that against, and I need to turn my microphone off a little bit so that we can.
Bear Branding says his loyalty is unquestionable.
Okay, can I please see Talitha as Han Solo? No, that's actually, let's not do that.
I don't mind that.
Chewbacca. Stop it. I'm going to mute the main microphones. Speaking of how to only build, that's a little off-cut from it. So, yeah, it will happen soon. And I'm very, very much looking forward to it.
Sacrificial wood for the greater good. Matt Rohan.
Big issue with this workshop is I don't have as much scrap wood floating around as I used to at Crimson. I don't have as much storage space as much as anything else. Okay.
So Jules, who's been an Awesome Source member for 5 months,
Thank you very much for your support.
says, "Hey Ben,
Hey.
rock hand emoji. New Crimson Order is out. You rock."
Thank you very much. I hope it is everything and more than you had hoped for. Okay, at this point I just need to clear the workbench off a little bit. Let's put that hammer back there.
While you're doing that, can you answer a super
Always,
chat from
always.
Vulcan?
Hit me up.
For me, as a new Padawan,
What?
maybe Padawan,
Oh, Padawan. Sorry, yes.
can you briefly explain how mounting pickups work without mounting ring? You seem to be screwing your P90s. Cheers.
Screwing my P90s to the guitar.
Yeah.
To be more precise, I'm far too tired for repartee.
Yeah.
RivieraGear.com. Cool. Okay. Yes, P90s are screwed directly to the guitar body. That's just how it works with these ones. And it depends on what your pickups are, but yeah, basically these P90s, that's how it works. Okay.
JS Trucking, yes, it is raining. It's steadily been getting harder through the afternoon, and now you can really hear it.
I'm surprised you can hear it, actually. So here we've got these locking tuner sections, and that's where my screws went.
Now you
the
know you have
pickups.
to open every packet in every box.
No, I put them there to keep them safe, and then obviously immediately lost them.
Forgot.
What's your name again?
Joe.
Hi, my name is Joe. The song my kids used to sing. Leave me alone.
The Rogue Tomato
The Rogue Tomato.
wants to know, how do you adjust the pickup height if they are screwed to the guitar?
You don't. Okay. I really like this. So they've got the nuts that hold these tuners down have got a bevel only on the top edge of the nut. you're not really going to be able to see it. But that is actually, yeah, I'm impressed.
Fast Swipe says, crazy how relaxed Ben is doing these last few steps. I'm so nervous and scared.
Are you? What do you think, the headstock's going to disintegrate? It's entirely possible.
You might just not finish.
I might finish. We'll see.
See the joy of me not being on camera very often.
Bear didn't have anything to work with.
No pictures of me.
Fine. Yeah, the nut cube really is actually pretty amazing. So what I've currently got is the string coming out at a 45-degree angle-ish, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I might have to cut slots in here, I don't know.
Another super chat from Vulcan
Weird.
saying, time is relative in the Bunniverse.
The Bunniverse. I want to live in this place.
You do. You are the central axis around which all of us rotate.
This is only right and just.
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me take this out. Okay, so that's the thing that locks that. No, loosen. So the edge of... There we go.
JJH Music wants to know, do you sell that nut tool at Crimson?
Yeah, we do.
Talking about the cube.
I think so. Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Questions as to how much this guitar is being sold for.
We raffled this guitar off, and it was won by somebody who won it. I think they bought 4 tickets.
Yep.
So £4. No, in the end, it went for, i.e., the total amount of money that the raffle raised was just slightly over £5,000, I think, or slightly under £5,000, somewhere around about there. So, to be honest, in my head at least, not too far off what I would charge for a guitar, although I'm not actually allowed quoting up for my own builds anymore. I get into trouble when I try and do that.
Yeah, you're no longer permitted.
I'm just out of touch. I don't run the business side of things, and I'm very glad that that is the case.
No longer allowed to do quotes, and no longer allowed to offer anybody jobs.
Allowed. I am the boss. I am the owner.
You have final say.
I have the veto across everything.
But it does have to go through Tom now.
That doesn't have to go through anybody. I'm the boss. I have veto. But I respect the people who work for me and listen to what they have to say. There we go. Okay.
Vulcan Super Chat.
Hey, Vulcan.
Jag Hole. Did it happen already? Cheers, V.
Jaghole or Jackhole?
Jack. Must be Jack.
Yeah, we did that earlier. Jack, we're using that right at the end. Come on.
Paul Need says that Cube is not going to do all of those non-tuners.
I know, leave me alone.
Ben will have to resort to an old-fashioned piece of tech called a spanner.
Yeah, I know. I can't... I was just looking for my spanner, and I don't know where it ended up.
No, spanner.
Huh?
Spanner. 2 words.
You're teasing me.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why that doesn't want to tighten all the way. I've got more than enough thread.
Do you guys have any would you rather questions for Ben?
Oh. Would you rather be up at your house sleeping right about now?
I would rather be in bed, yes. Matt Roman says, hey, my dad says I'm a spanner. Can I help?
I think I would appreciate some help right about now.
Peter Crossley, use a donut.
Somebody mentioned donuts.
Black Crow Busker, have you done the ground wire hole?
Yes, I have. Okay, so this doesn't... That's not quite big enough. Where are all my adjustable spanners? This is what I'm wondering.
I promise I didn't touch them.
I really am not entirely sure I trust you anymore.
Ooh, this is a good question from a previous student.
Okay.
And HRAFN music.
I know him, yeah.
Yep. Would you rather make a guitar without measuring tools or out of only super glue and masking tape?
So we're here again, are we?
He's been trying to get you to do this for years.
Yep. I really have lost my adjustable spanners, and this is weird because I normally have...
Just get your Leatherman out.
The Leatherman's not going to do that
Why not?
because it's going to scratch up the nice tuners. Use the finish on the nice tuners. There must be one here. Ah, here we go. Okay. Fantastic, we're good. Start up again.
So make a guitar without measuring tools or make one out of only super glue and masking tape.
I could make a fretless guitar with no measuring tools.
Yeah, but there'll be no measuring tools for anything, so you can't calculate the center line, you can't measure the distance between the pickup cavities, you
Doesn't matter.
calculate the scale length.
No frets. Doesn't matter. I can absolutely make a guitar without measuring tools, as long as it's a fretless. Okay, so this is not... Yeah. Fine. I miscalculated a little bit. These headstock things are a little bit too thin, and that is meaning that I'm not able to tighten them properly, so I'm just looking for a washer or two. to the tune of pick a pocket or two.
Anthony K says, I'm finishing my first build alongside Ben. You all know, and you all now. Final step, counter-singing the pickguard screw holes has me more nervous than any other part of the build. I think it'll be fine.
I think you'll be alright. There we go.
And Brett Neal says, just like adjustable spanners, the squirrels are good at eating nuts. And they hid the rest of the spanners.
They hit the rest of the spanners. Some things happen, I tell you.
Paul Needs was feeling dozy at around 5, drinking a double shot of Americano of Crow's coffee, now like Tweak on South Park.
Okay. Fine, I think this is the way. Yeah, that should do it. Bum bum bum. So I've put just a small steel washer. Yep, there we're at. That's what we're after. Line up the edge. We're good. Okay, what this does, these have, let's do the other side just for you. So these have a directionality. You see how it's flat on two sides, and that points the hole, the locking hole, directly up. So if you've got that sorted and that lined up properly, and it also works, I'm sure, on a standard headstock. So if you want to put this tuning system onto a guitar that still has a, I don't know, Fender headstock or something, it'll do the job. As long as it's not too thin.
Ken Walker has a would you rather.
Okay.
Would you rather
Yes.
build a guitar from old hand planes or a hand plane from an old guitar?
The latter. Good question. Definitely a hand plane from an old guitar. Assuming the old guitar is no longer fit for purpose as a guitar, of course. Because anything else would be sacrilege.
Dave Edmund, would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
Talitha obviously doesn't spend very much time on the internet. She's too busy editing me.
Oh, so much.
Have you seriously never seen that?
No.
Oh, okay. That's pretty much where the would you rather meme actually started, I think.
Okay. Well, which would you rather?
I think a horse-sized duck, to be honest. No, actually that could get a little bit...
But 100 duck-sized horses, once you got through the first half, you lose energy in the other half.
You'd be tired, but you just sort of squish him. And small...
Some ducks could be quite
Oh, that's a very good point. Okay. Yeah.
like those running ducks. They're so cute, but they're big.
They are quite big, yes. Yeah. I would say the horse-sized duck, because you've got a big problem,
But it's a single fight.
but it's a single problem. 100 small things. I mean, I'm more worried about child zombies than zombies. It just freaks me out. I've had my own young children chase me and end up with sort of verging on actual panic attacks as a result. Just stop chasing me. It's, yeah.
Yeah, a pack of, yeah, that
Mhm.
would be terrifying.
Anyway, seriously, this is starting to drag a little bit. Do you want to carry on tomorrow? I'm joking. I'm joking.
Someone's also pointed out that it can take you at least 30 to 45 minutes to make the knob workable. So
Yeah.
when are you going to do that?
Well, this is the thing. I think we might finish this up next week. But we will then move on to the design session of the next build.
Straight away.
So, yeah, no, one live stream. Next week, Monday, we finish this guitar, we hear it play, we finesse the setup and all that jazz.
Yeah, because the setup's going to...
Well, I don't know. This is the thing, we don't have a clue. The whole guitar might well disintegrate, in which case...
No.
Well, I honestly don't know.
If anything was to go wrong, it would be the headstock, right?
So there's two things that we're not entirely sure about on this build. One is the fact that the fretboard is aluminium and has been glued. I'm assuming you're laughing at a funny conversation. Funny.
Sorry.
How many? What
Lots
are the
of
bets?
yays. Yay, Leia. Yay, he said it. Stream derailed. Called it. Smiley faces. Leia outfit. Woo!
I did not.
knew it.
I absolutely
10.
did
I said
not.
10 at the very beginning. Yay, day
said
10.
10?
Let's go.
You said 10.
Lisa.
Oh, go on, Lisa.
Boy.
I don't know.
Super chat from the big unit to totally derail the celebrations. Would you rather have to share an intimate dinner with someone you can't stand, or be stuck in a traffic jam on the Hummer Bridge with explosive diarrhea? Dinner.
I think spending a dinner with somebody you can't stand at least provides one with the opportunities for some entertainment.
Yeah, and you can disappear into your own head. You don't have to have any embarrassing accidents.
Yeah, no, I think explosive diarrhea is something to be avoided at all costs, really. So I'm assuming that means that we are going to do this.
There's lots
In
of
10
people
days.
saying, yeah, 10 episodes. Terry Love, I'm saying nothing at this point. Jeff Alfred said, call in the Jawas to finish the build overnight.
They'd strip the whole thing back and I'd have to start again.
And Grady the Roadie says, sorry I've been on the phone. Did he drill the claw ground?
Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. Excellent. Yeah, I did. Of course I did. Exactly when you told me to. That's because it was my prerogative.
Super chat from Cliff Evans.
Cliff.
It's better now than it was when it wasn't quite as good as it is now. Tell me that's a Terry Pratchett.
It really sounds like it, doesn't it?
Terry Love says for the would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
Mm-hmm.
He says swap out ducks for Canada geese.
Oof. Yeah.
And then Kumarak says, I think the correct answer is the horse-sized duck, as its bone structure is not exactly capable of carrying that much weight if simply scaled up. It would collapse under its own weight.
It would. So apparently my ass turned my mic off and Max was furiously saying, your mic's off, Ben, and then my ass turned it back on again.
When? I haven't had any mic. Was that ages ago?
It was about 10 minutes ago, yeah.
Okay. Would you rather super chat from Bourbon Sherbet?
Okay, go on then.
Ben, would you rather spend the rest of your life eating nothing but American food,
Eeh.
or speaking with an American accent with full inflection pronunciation of words? Aluminum. Or aluminium.
What? Okay. I cannot and will not answer this due to its racist overtones. There we go. How's that? We're done. Okay, look,
Cop out.
we are actually going to call it now. And no, I'm not going to have a Princess Leia costume next week. We're just going to finish the build as it should be. But what that means is that there will actually be 2 live streams next week, because we want people to be able to access the one that is just about designing the next build. So what we'll do is we'll schedule the standard 11 o'clock one, and it'll go live. It'll be finishing Boba Fett, sorry for my pronunciation, and that will go from 11 to, I don't know, maybe 2, something like that. And then after that I will take a break and we will schedule the next live stream, which is going to be the rest of the day just designing this new guitar, and it'll be again a relatively short live stream going through everything we've got, and
So,
I think that would be a fairly good thing.
Just to clarify, sorry. So next Monday, finish this and do the design. The design is for the live stream that will be happening on the next Sunday.
Yep.
Which is a single
One-day build.
Monday.
Absolutely. It is being designed to be a one-day build. That is what it's about. Now, the reason why I'm actually doing this right now is in order to make these fit properly, I've had to get a couple of washers to pack it out. The only washers of the right size I've got are bright chrome, and it just looks a bit shit. And that's the last thing I want. So I'm going to go to Crimson and find, I hope, some black washers that will do it. If not, well, I've got a week to find some black washers that will do the job and will be sorted. So essentially I am derailed by the fact that I miscalculated the width of these headstock splines. Splines, is that the word for it? I don't know. We've been online, on the air and recording for 7 hours, 12 minutes and 33 seconds. That's not bad going. Let us finish off with just a quick Q&A. If you have any questions, if you have any queries, comments that have not yet been answered, hit me.
Paul Krieg has a would you rather for me.
Okay.
Would I rather fight a crow the size of Ben or Ben the size of a crow? I think you with wings would be dangerous, even if you're small.
I mean, the size of a crow, not Ben as a crow. So it would be
a
it would be me
squish.
about this. I mean, you would try.
Would you be an ankle biter?
I mean, you just hit me in the bald head and I'd be, ow. Like a little, yeah.
Cool. Jeff Alfred chrome washers, burn them.
It would work. I can find some that match perfectly. Give it a little bit of time, and that would be better. And as you say, next week we've got to fit the knob as well. So we are. I can't freaking believe that we're here. Come on. It is. I've got a hard 7-hour limit on my capacity to.
Yes, Michael
to
Francis,
non-stop
Ben
work.
is leaning on the guitar and more on the rocking neck rest.
Yeah, I'm leaning on a rocking neck rest.
But yes, he's leaning on the guitar.
Guys, the average guitar. I mean, it's a fair point. The average string tension is like 150 pounds. I'm mainly leaning on the rocking neck rest, and it's fine. It's fine. It's aluminum, isn't it? Aluminum in it.
No, that's too cultured.
This is the worst. I can't get over the sheer amount of squirrels that you put about the place, and the fact that you keep on moving them.
I've got more here.
Somewhat off-putting. Don't do it. Don't do it again. It's disrespectful to everybody who's got ADHD. Don't it?
Come on.
Yeah. No.
It was
Nope.
fine. Super chat from Hold on.
It's all right. This computer's not great, is it?
No. Where was it?
It notches the screen just. Anyway, sorry.
Vulcan. So, hey
Here's
Ben, tried to order a €60 amount of goods at Crimson and saw an additional €50 charge for shipping. Are shipping companies going insane?
They really are. Drop an email through with maybe a screenshot of what the order is and see if we can do it any cheaper. But yes, shipping companies are absolutely insane. Now that might be, depending on where you are, what I talked about earlier, that might be 25 quid for shipping and 25 quid tax because we are not in the EU anymore. I don't know if that system has been fully implemented yet, but it's something that we are doing. And I don't know if they're going to call that shipping or if it's going to be shipping and tax. But if that is what it is, then you won't have to pay tax, import duty and all that sort of stuff as it comes into the country. We'll be paying that to your country from this end. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, shipping is incredibly insane right now. Shipping a container has gone from 3,000 or 4,000 to 15,000 to 17,000 pounds a container, for example, and that is, it's crazy. And the problem is the world's getting back to normal-ish, and the prices aren't going to go down because these big-ass companies are like, oh well, people were paying it, let's keep the prices. So us little guys, we're fucked. Excuse my language. Sorry. Not that.
3 more super chats.
Cool. Thank you.
Paul Needs says, would Ben rather goose a duck or duck a goose?
Duck a goose because it's grammatically correct. What's goosing? Yeah, that's slang for something and I don't want to know.
It's for pinching a bottom.
Is it?
Yeah, when you goose someone, you pinch.
Oh, there we go. I knew it was something and I didn't think it was appropriate. Yeah, I'd rather duck a goose.
Do you remember growing up at some stage, Mum had white geese in the garden?
Do I remember having a white goose attached to my willy?
It attacked you.
It did attack me.
And you did...
I squished its neck with my knees and then grabbed it and threw it. Before I really felt what was happening. They were little bastards.
They were swiftly rehomed away from children.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that was, yeah.
I have 2 memories of those. One was looking at it going, whoa. And the second was that experience. If you've never experienced throwing a goose by its neck, I don't recommend.
It got up and chased him again, so that it wasn't hurt, but they were rounded up and rehomed in days. So yeah.
Anyway, there we go. There's a story you didn't need to know.
More super chats. The big unit. Guys, can you please check to see if GGBO t-shirts can come in 4X tall? I will C, we work with a particular t-shirt
Vendor.
printing company. If they don't go to that size, I will see what we can do. But they might be
I'm
special.
sure we could do a custom order.
We can do custom orders. We just need to know how many people would need the larger sizes in advance.
Well, no, we can do something. I'm sure
We'll
we can
work
do
something
something.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely sure we can do something. The question is, can you guys do anything about these freaking squirrels all over my workshop?
Terry Love says, thanks for wasting my Monday. I didn't know what to do with it anyway.
I sincerely hope you learned something. Or at the very least were entertained. Thank you very much, Terry. I appreciate your support.
Entertainment for sure. Having to remove loads of bots, it's annoying.
What are the bots saying? Be vague.
VUM. VUM. FYI, stuff like that. Anyway, Vulcan.
Okay.
Vulcan is saying, can nuts for pots be bought in non-music retailers?
Can nuts for potentiometers be bought? Yes, absolutely. It's a very standard size. I don't know what exactly it is. It's probably it's a standard thing. It's like 3/8 of an inch or something like that. Go on the website of Mouser, MOUSER.com or whatever. That is a company that retails pots. Find I mean, you'll be amazed, like probably millions of products on there. If not millions, hundreds of thousands. They do CTS pots, they do Bourne's pots for sure. And in the specifications, because that is a company that is dealing with the trade and with electronics engineers and things like that, they tend to have the specifications for absolutely everything to do with the pot. If you can find for example, a Bourne's 250K audio taper potentiometer that you're absolutely sure is the right size, then you should, on there, it should tell you the specifications of the thread of the nut. Or, while I've been saying this, somebody who knows has commented in the stream already and told us, saving you all that work. Let's see.
Toby D says, Ben, I think the series just goes to show the amount of time and attention goes into making a custom guitar. Keep the hits coming, mate.
They are coming, and next time I'll pay a little bit more attention to what I'm doing. It's the plan. Yes. Yes, it takes a hell of a lot of work to do a build. I could absolutely have done it in a shorter space of time, but that would necessitate having templates and planned and hardware and all of that sort of stuff beforehand. If I was building a standard Telecaster, I can order all the bits, have that all arrive. I've got the templates from Crimson Guitars. I've got wood that's the right thickness, etc., etc., etc. And there's not that much thought involved. With this one, at every single turn, we're looking at cool random things and hardware I've never used and thinking, and yeah, that's where it becomes a true custom guitar and really interesting to do, and thankfully to watch as well. So there we go. I mean, this episode's been a whole hell of a lot more fun than last week. Yeah. Absolutely.
Cliff Evans super chat.
Cliff.
Shipping is awful at present. You are right, Ben. Us small companies are being well and truly shafted by the big boys.
And we have to pass it on to the customers, and as a result, so basically I keep on saying flippantly, yeah, I have other people do all the difficult work for me at Crimson, and I've got a management team, and I pass it over, and that's partially true. Every major decision comes through me, and I have monthly or bi-monthly meetings looking at numbers, looking at accounts, looking at what we've sold, what we haven't sold, what's coming up, what we're out of stock of, what we're staffing issues, COVID issues, all of that sort of stuff. I mean, I'm not just building videos. I'm going to let that statement stand. Building videos. I'm also running a company with 20 staff, 24 staff. We've got it's not a small thing. And in my most recent meeting, where we were looking at figures over the last quarter, there are significant drops in sales of certain items, and when you really dig down into the data, it is because of the shipping. We are down tens of thousands of pounds a year because shipping is so damned expensive. And this is why I came up with the idea of shipping our stains unmixed, i.e. just an empty bottle with the correct amount of concentrate in it, and then when you shipped it to America or the EU or wherever you're going, Australia, you save 3/4 of the shipping because you're shipping essentially an almost empty bottle, and the person at the other end just puts the water in or the alcohol, etc. And hopefully that's going to help turn things around. But shipping, Brexit. There is also the fact that the world is a much more difficult place, and a lot of people have lost their jobs and all that jazz. But shipping is a bloody nightmare right now. Yeah.
Rob Phoenix Super Chat says, apparently squirrels are afraid of geese. There's your answer. No, I didn't completely make that up. Honest.
I'm afraid of geese too. I'm more... I think my issue is that I've got 3 different species of squirrel photos in here. It's just like they wouldn't be together in the first place. It's giving me...
I don't think everybody's seen them. You moved the ones that were visible on camera.
You've got tufted weirdos. You've got guys with short. You've got brown. You've got grey. There's a black and white one. I don't bloody know what the hell that's about.
Oh, that was just printed in black and white. It was an accident. I left it in.
Yeah, well, he's freaky, yeah. He's a 1920s squirrel.
On that note, Silverback sent a super chat saying you need to build a guitar called the White Goose.
That could be pretty awesome. So there's the Gretsch White Falcon, which is a beautiful white and gold jazz guitar style thing. I suppose it's not only gold, but yeah. And we could do a White Goose, which is a cross between the Gretsch White Falcon and the Spruce Goose aeroplane. That would be awesome. Okay, we have got 3.5 minutes, and then I'm calling this.
Dan Peacock says if you've got a black and white squirrel there, it's a skunk. Run.
Yeah. Do not pick that up by its tail and fling it around.
And another super chat from Afterlife Guitars.
Afterlife, hey.
Saying, enjoyed the live stream, Ben. 3XL t-shirt, please.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we will. Talitha, as soon as you get home, if you could adjust the listings, yeah. Hell, I could probably do it as well. Except I'm going to be inundated with children when I get in, who probably haven't done their homework and are starting school again tomorrow morning. Dangerous. So they've had in the UK we have half term. Most places have already got half term. So they've just had a week off for half term, and then an inset day, so that the teachers can have training on today, and they're all back to school tomorrow. So back to actually having some routine. Yay.
Routine? What's that? Super chat from Vulcan.
V?
Hi Ben. Though I love Sunday Q&A, I think doing a live build, then being able to ask random questions would be enough. So maybe you can synergize here. E.g. Sundays, a few steps, Mondays, huge steps.
I do like having the Sunday stream. I mean, last night I was tired last night. I really was. So I need to get a little bit more rest before doing it. I think having a stream that is specifically about questions the whole time for an hour or two is worth doing. Now, I mean, we moved it off the main channel for a reason, and it's absolutely fine. We get about 150 odd people, but as we get bigger and busier, we will put in all of our, in fact, could you make a note of this, please, Talitha? In all of our, on the website at Crimson, it's, hey, the boss does a live stream on Sunday evenings on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel. If you've got any questions, go there. Obviously email and all that jazz, but if you're not getting any love, if you're not getting what you want, go and talk directly to the man. And I'm hoping that that doesn't happen that much, but it does. It's a further thing that will help the customer service of the company and all that jazz. So yeah, I do think we'll keep them both going. Yeah, that being said, I do think that having Q&As at the end of the question, at the end of these live streams, it's actually a way for me to wind down a little bit and start relaxing before I go up to the house. And yeah, anybody with burning questions, etc., it's a good way to do it. I can't believe I didn't finish this damn guitar. So I need to...
Paul needs... Tuesday's child is full of knackeredness on Monday evenings.
Yeah. This guitar smells really good. That wax is really nice.
Super chat from Rody the Roadie.
Hey, Godie.
Episode 8 was the Rogue One of the 10 episodes.
Yeah.
And can you explain one more time why episode 8 is gone?
Okay, so episode 8 disappeared because there was something that appeared on camera that compromised my
Privacy.
privacy, basically. And it was an issue that thankfully some people pointed out, and we tried to edit that couple of minutes out, and which is something that you can do on YouTube. You can edit these things out. But doing it with an 8 or a 9 hour stream broke everything. So we ended up deleting it, and we were going to just re-upload the edited version, but actually it turned out that that would involve about 36 hours of Talitha's computer time, and we just don't have that time to spare, really. And in the end, it really was an incredibly boring episode, to the point that it's actually it's going to be edited down to a part of the final episode of this build series. Now that does actually beg the question, Talitha, do we finish the next episode here where we're at now, or do we have a final finishing episode of the series that is putting the strings on, finishing the tuners, etc.? Do we have enough footage to keep it interesting?
Can we talk about this tomorrow? I need to speak to Bear.
You want to do any talking to me tomorrow after
Not
today?
really, but I need to talk to Bear first to find out what he has, what from the sanding and episode 8 is usable.
Sanding, pickups, staining, oiling, finishing. That's a whole episode.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to do an outro, and yeah, I said we've got 3 minutes, 5 minutes ago, so I'm going to do an outro quickly. Do you have any more questions, just quickly before we go?
No more super chats, no.
Okay, any other questions? Just random
No.
goodness? Okay. I'm going to explain myself to the super edit video now, and yeah, we'll do that. Alright, you beautiful people, I'm calling it a day here. We have got, of course, one more day to go in this build. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Yeah. This 1 day build turned into a 10-day build. But the end result is going to be, I'm fairly confident in saying, an absolutely epic guitar. I'm incredibly happy with how she's turning out. So today we have positioned and mostly installed. The electronics, the pickups are in place and ready to go. The bridge is almost ready to slot in. I just need to make a few more holes and put the springs on, etc. The nut has been made and just needs to be glued in. I've got some jiggery pokery to do with these tuners. I made these sections in those furious days of sanding and filing and sanding and filing and sanding and sanding and filing and sanding them too thin. So I need to get a nice black washer to fill that out so it looks right. And at the moment, the only things I've got in stock are chrome washers here. So an extra day it is. We'll need to do the wiring next week. We will need to install the strings. We will need to figure out how to set up a guitar with no frets. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see what happens. The headstock might disintegrate. The neck might delaminate. We've got an aluminium fretboard glued onto a rosewood one with a truss rod behind it. I don't know. Do you trust that? Truss. I said truss. Do you trust that? I don't know. Anyway, click like, subscribe, come back next week for another build, and we'll see. The end, in the end, the finish, the feel, the look. I'm bloody loving it. See you guys soon. Goodbye. Didn't forget the side dots.
You
It's all, we're there. I mean, it's so damn close. I can't believe it's not finished. It is also 7.5 hours into a stream and I need to go home. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
We're saying goodnight to the stream?
Good night, guys. Thanks for...
Any more questions?
One more super chat from
Cool.
V saying, Ben, you're awesome.
Novi, you're awesome. What's the you're spectacular, you're amazing, you're incredible. Come on, I need to channel my inner John
Lego.
Wick.
Oh, wrong movie.
I can't even remember his bloody real name now.
Keanu Reeves.
Thank you. My inner Keanu Reeves. I wish I had hair like that. I wish I had a custom motorbike company.
On
I
that
wish I was in
note,
the Matrix. I love you guys. I'll see you later.
You are in the Matrix.